Hello racing fans, and once again welcome to beautiful Belmont Park. Mostly sunny skies, the temperature around 80 degrees. The main track is muddy and harrowed, and the turf courses are good, with the portable rails out at 9 feet on both the Widener and the inner. Today we have a jackpot carryover in the Empire 6 of $101,473. And today there is a mandatory payout. 11 races on the Saturday card. In today's first race, scratch number 5, Mohican. Scratch the 5, Mohican. In the second race, scratch the also eligibles, 13, Hide the Ransom, 14, Passcode, and 15, Luxury Suite. Scratch 13, 14, and 15. Ownership correction on the 11, My Eclair. The owner is Richard L. Duchessois. In today's third race, all horses will be 2 pounds over. In the fourth race, and we have these overweights in the fourth, these horses 2 pounds over, numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 12. A couple of geldings. Number 7, Petrus, is a gelding. And number 13, Golden Idol, is a gelding. Scratch 10, Oliver with a Twist. 14, Golconda. 15, Catch That Party. And a 16, Z Finale. In the fourth, scratch 10, 14, 15, and 16. In race 5, a rider change on the 4, War Toxin to Romero Mirage. Romero Mirage rides number 4, War Toxin, in the 5th. Today's 6th race, the Fort Marcy Stakes, and it begins the Empire 6. Number 7, Devamani, 2 over. Number 9, Tribhavan, is 2 pounds over. Race 7 will begin the cross-country pick 5. 7th race is the Westchester. These horses 2 pounds over, numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Scratch the 10, Wait for It, and the 11, Backside of the Moon. 7th race, the Westchester, scratch 10 and 11. Turning to the 8th race, the Intercontinental Stakes. Scratch 2, Victim of Love, and 4, Slimy. Scratch 2 and 4. And these horses will be 2 pounds over, numbers 1, 5, 9, and 10. The 9th race is the 120th running of the Run Happy Carter Handicap. Scratch 2, Performer, and the 6, Midnight Charlie. Scratch 2 and 6. From the 9th, the Run Happy Carter. In today's 10th race, these scratches, scratch 1A, Kid Doro, 13, Tapazerance, and 15, Running with Scissors. Scratch 1A, 13, and 15. Number 2, Cryptographer, 2 pounds over. Number 7, Microscope, is 2 over. In today's 11th and final race, 2 pounds over on all horses. An equipment change on the 11, Mischief Afoot, blinkers on. Blinkers on the 11, and scratch the also eligibles, 13 through 16. Main track is now labeled as good. The main track is good, and it is harrowed. Turf courses are good. Empire 6 jackpot carryover, $101,473. And today, we have a mandatory payout. Belmont's first race is coming up in 23 minutes.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. Next mandatory payout date Saturday, June 6th. Visit nyra.com/Empire6 for complete details.
Belmont is back in a big way, and at Naira Bets, we're celebrating opening week with a huge promotion for all members. During opening week, get a 5% rebate on your bets on Belmont Park races. That's right, 5% rebated to your Naira Bets account for wagers on every Belmont race June 3rd through the 7th, only at Naira Bets. World-class horse racing is back at Belmont, and for opening week, Naira Bets is where you'll get a 5% rebate. Available from coast to coast. It pays to play with Naira Bets.
welcome to America's Day at the Races, and what a day of racing we have for you. Mind Control looking for his 4th straight graded stakes win. He'll be in the Run Happy Carter a little bit later on. We'll also have last year's Jockey Club Gold Cup winner Code of Honor coming back in the Westchester for Shug McGahee, making his anticipated start of 2020. And talking about a start for 2020, here's Newspaper of Record getting ready to make her 4-year-old debut in today's Grade 3 Intercontinental. A sensational 2-year-old. What will we get from her this year? As always, America's Day at the Race is presented by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So glad to have you with us. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney. Pleased to be joined by NYRA handicapper and analyst Andy Serling. And Andy, yes, Belmont is back, but sports are back in New York, and what a day we have in store today.
I agree. It's been a tremendous week of racing and an emotional week and getting back to the racetrack and getting our racing going again. But even with all the great racing we've had so far, we all had our eyes on today's card. A tremendous 11-race card, big fields throughout the day, over 10 starters a race, and 4 stake races featuring, as we prefaced, with some significant talent.
Looking forward to seeing those headliners coming up a little bit later on. We'll be bringing you the entire Belmont card as well as Churchill Downs. As we check out the field for the opener, we did just get a word that the number 6, Liz's Cable Girl on the outside, is a late scratch. Your heavy favorite, though, Andy, right now, the number 3, Lady by Choice, first off the claim for our colleague Tom Amoss.
I was going to say that Tom Amoss had an absolute stranglehold in this race because he has both the 3, Lady by Choice, and the 6, Liz's Cable Girl. But with Liz's Cable Girl coming out, he still has the favorite, but you'd rather have a backup horse. And it does feel like the 1, Take Charge Erica in here, Acacia, is the speed, and the 3, Lady by Choice, is supposed to be stalking her. I agree off the claim for Tom Amoss, Lady by Choice, the horse to beat. And Tom Amoss is one of these claiming trainers that has an absolutely sensational record with a significant number of claims coming off the claim in dirt races.
And sometimes that is such a challenge, finding a horse that will fit your program, that you can maybe move forward or find some suitable races where you do race. This horse came from the Mid-Atlantic. It was in Claudio Gonzalez's barn for a while, one start with Kieran McGee, and picked up by Tom, given some time now, and has a couple of workouts over the main track here at Churchill. Is that something you look at when you see a horse starting at a new track, Andy?
Well, what I looked at for this one, because Tom didn't claim the horse. Tom goes to a lot of places. I'm not sure if Tom could find Laurel on the map. So I saw that, and I said, I know Tom didn't claim it. Now, I thought Robert Cole, the owner, probably claimed the horse, which he did, because he's an active owner all over the country in claiming. And the horse was claimed for trainer Wayne Potts. So if you look, the horse has a workout at Charlestown in March 6th. Then a gap in the works until he showed up, or she showed up at Churchill Downs on May 15th. But as you noted, she has 3 sharp works at Churchill Downs. She's the horse to beat, but I got to tell you, I'm a little gun-shy, Acacia, after yesterday, because it wasn't just that the horses that we thought early in the card, or especially myself, thought early in the card looked logical. Not only did they not run a step, horses were winning early yesterday that I couldn't bet them after the race.
We had some monster prices both at Churchill and at Belmont. We saw a first-time starter here at Belmont pay about $150 just getting up in the shadow of the wire. So keep an eye out. Did you like anybody at a little bit of a price in the opener?
I really didn't. I really thought it was so much the 2 Toms. I guess at this point, if I tried to beat the 3, which I wouldn't, I would take the inside speed, Take Charge Erica. It doesn't feel like it's going to be a particularly quick pace.
1 more or 2 more to load. We'll go to track announcer Travis Stone for the call of the opener at Churchill Downs now.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Take Charge Erica off that inside post. Bounces out on top. Unfading Beauty broke alertly as well. Sweet and Wicked races up on the outside all the way up to challenge for the lead. Lady by Choice comes away 4th and at the rail, and at the back early is Holly Go Lightly. There's 5 furlongs to go, and Take Charge Erica to catch, leading by half a length. Sweet and Wicked hounding and second and outside, and they go 1-2 with 4 furlongs to go onto the turn together. The opening quarter mile in 22 1/5 seconds. Take Charge Erica, short lead. Sweet and Wicked is right there. On Fading Beauty, 3 wide and moving up. Holly Go Lightly not far behind, 2.5 lengths off the lead. And then it's Lady by Choice at the back, 5th, but only 3 behind as they come for the top of the stretch. Take Charge, Erica in control by the quarter pole. On Fading Beauty, 3 or 4 wide off the turn. Lady by Choice outside. Holly Go Lightly's bottled up in behind. Anyone's race, 1 furlong to go. Take Charge, Erica still in front. On Fading Beauty, Lady by Choice trying to bear down in 3rd. 16th to go. Take Charge, Erica still in front. On Fading Beauty trying hard. Now the Gray Nose is in front, but Take Charge, Erica fights back. Photo! On Fading Beauty and Take Charge, Erica in a photo. Lady by Choice 3rd.
Photo finish in the first at Churchill Downs between the number 1, Take Charge Erica, and the gray, the 2, Unfading Beauty, Andy.
From my vantage point, I would say that Take Charge Erica may have won the Bob, but I'm not familiar with watching race at Churchill and calling close photos, so don't take my word for it. And, you know, we talk about this a lot, Acacia, how important the start of a race is, because the start will set the table for the entire race. And the number 3, heavy favorite or not, Lady by Choice, blew the break. And in doing so, she ends up not in that comfortable stalking position outside of the favorite, and it just got worse for there. James Graham made a decision to go inside, to get behind. Okay, he made that decision. Right or wrong, I'm not criticizing it, but then he decided not to do it. And when he decided to come off the rail is when he got himself into trouble. And as you said to me around the turn, you don't want to be last in a 5-horse field with an odds-on horse, so she ends up in a bit of a jackpot in last. Now, she had the whole stretch to get by, and it looked like she still would rally and win the race around the 3/16 pole, but she ended up being an ineffectual 3rd, to be honest.
Not the smoothest trip for the favorite Lady by Choice as the camera's on the 2, Unfading Beauty.
And they're right.
We're not sure where they could have
They're
that
right.
one. It looks like it is unofficially the 2, Unfading Beauty, your winner. We'll bring you more from Churchill Downs. Andy, obviously, though, back here at beautiful Belmont Park, we've been talking about this stacked card. The graded stakes we have today are pretty sensational. Alluded already to Mind Control, who's just been really great in his last few starts.
He's just one of these horses. He's the kind of horse that's a nemesis for guys like me because he's not that fast. And, you know, you keep looking and saying, oh, he's really not that good. He's just getting lucky and winning races. But you don't get lucky and continuously win and win grade 1s and win important stake races. He obviously has a real desire to win. And winning this race, I understand he's facing significantly tougher competition today, even with the defection, the unfortunate defection of Performer, who supposedly has a minor ankle pull, and we expect to see him back in action soon. We're hoping to see him today. It got a little easier for him, but he's got some real rivals today. Vekoma has never lost a race going 1 turn. And I think he's a very dangerous rival. Network Effect as well. He's got a horse in the rail, Frenzy Fire, who loves Belmont, too.
Our ABR race of the week is the grade 1 Run Happy Carter handicap here at Belmont Park. Here is the field. As Andy mentioned, we learned this morning that Performer will not run for Shug McGahee. We are grateful. It does seem like a minor injury, but we will have to wait another day. Also scratch the 6, Midnight Charlie, but a really fantastic field as we check out today's races. Presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you races 1 through 11, of course, highlighted by that Run Happy Carter. We're fast and firm at Belmont, fast and firm at Churchill Downs featuring the grade 3 Dogwood, and fast and firm out at Santa Anita featuring the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. Renee's card. I do want to say a correction. We are good and good.
Good and good, okay.
We are not fast and firm. We are good and good. Now, the main track is drying out. Will dry out quickly, and I would be very surprised the main track is not fast very soon. And we'll see how the turf courses are playing, because keep in mind, we're only on day 4 of the meet, so they're in very good condition.
Haven't been used for a couple of months. Good and good, as Andy mentioned. And new Naira Bets members get a $20 free play today only with promo code BET20. So visit NairaBets.com, enter the code BET20 at sign up, and $20 will be in your account in minutes to bet any races on our show today. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Joining now at NairaBets.com/Bet20 as we kick off the post parade here at Belmont, Andy, beginning with the 1 Swiping Dan.
A long shot who needs pace and has run 4 straight clunkers.
Here's the 2 Get Off My Back. Been popular at the claim box now with Michelle Nevin.
Yeah, currently favored. Michelle Nevin does an excellent job overall. Her number for the claim are fair, but can she get this horse back to its best race? I'm dubious.
Here's the 3 Fox Red coming in from Parks for Chris Englehart.
I think he's a very dangerous runner, and we'll see if he can secure the lead early from the 4 Tipsy Moose.
And speaking of that 4 Tipsy Moose, he does have some speed, this horse, first time Gary Siaka.
Yeah, he has the same question as the 3 Fox Red, though. Can he transfer his form from out of town to New York?
A reclaim for Linda Rice is the 6 O'Shea Can You See.
O'Shea, Can You See, is a deep closer in here, and I think there's a better deep closer than him. We'll see how quick the pace is.
The 7 No Distortion, first time Rob Atras. He could potentially pick up the pieces late.
He's a very quiet horse on the board right now, but my top selection. He needs some pace, but he's the best closer, in my opinion.
Here's another one with potentially some pace turning back, the 8 Outplay.
Yeah, Outplay seems to have been a ways past his good races.
On the outside, the number 9 Desert Lights, another one first off the claim, this one for Jeremiah Englehart.
Yeah, he was in decent form with Winter Aqueduct, but I think he's meeting some tougher foes than he was meeting in those races.
That is our field here for the opener at Belmont Park. We've got the 2 Get Off My Back on the track right now. We want to remind everybody, as Andy mentioned, with this is opening week at Belmont Park, we have a lot to celebrate, and we are celebrating those who have been continuing to wager on New York races and continuing to use NYRA Bets. So NYRA Bets is offering a 5% rebate on Belmont Park bets through June 7th. So you have a couple of days to take advantage. Every customer, every Belmont race gets 5% back. Details on the 5% rebate on Belmont Park opening week are available at nyrabets.com/rebate. There's your favorite, Andy. You mentioned you were a little bit dubious of this one, who's 5-2 right now.
Well, here's the thing about Get Off My Back. He's got an 89 buyer last time and 5 starts back for trainer Rob Atras, who had him last time as well. He has the 88 buyer. Either of those figures, he should be 1-5 if you knew he was going to run that number. The problem is, in between, he's got some decent races, but mostly races that are at best sort of on the fringe of being competitive here. So as much as I respect Michelle Nevin, and in my opinion, she's as good a trainer as we have on the circuit, I just am a little bit skeptical of whether or not she can get this horse back to one of those big figs. And I wonder if the other efforts are necessarily good enough to win here. What she does have, or he does have, is enough speed to be close. And I think that will suit him well in the running of this race.
How did you see this race playing out? You've mentioned the pace a couple times as we were going through the post parade. Looks like there's a couple of horses who could make things interesting on the front.
Well, you have to think that Jose Ortiz on Fox Red is going to be aggressive coming out of the gate for Chris Englehart. Now, this is a horse that has run well in New York in the past. So even though his recent form is out of town, he's shown he can run well on the New York circuit. Whereas Tipsy Moose outside of him, he's been running well at Penn National. And in my experience, Penn National form doesn't really translate that well. It does not. It's not a never. It's not. I mean, nothing's an absolute. But in general, I'm always a bit wary of those horses coming in. But I do think that Eric Cancel knows he's got to be aggressive with him as well. Now, Eric had a terrific year before racing had to stop, and one of the reasons was he was getting back to being more aggressive. So I do see them going, but you can't imagine that Manny Franco is going to be far behind and Get Off My Back, Acacia.
We saw that yesterday in a race where it looked like everybody had some speed. Only one ended up going. Kendrick Carmouche taking advantage of that. Sometimes tactically, that's a huge advantage.
I agree. It's the rider that says, I'm going. If you want to go, then you're going to play my game. Now, I think it'll be Jose Ortiz in this group, but that's just a guess before. It's not Kendrick Carmouche. I mean, Kendrick Carmouche feels like an absolute. If there's 3 speeds and you said, I have a crystal ball, I know one of them went, and none of them got left, I'd say it was Kendrick Carmouche. Yeah. So, that's a different situation. Now, Jose is an aggressive rider, and I want to see Jose get more aggressive because I think one of the reasons he won the Eclipse Award a couple years ago, besides being a fabulous rider, his agent Jimmy Riccio does a great job, was he used his aggression well. And I think Jose should get back to being more of an aggressive rider, especially in dirt races, but even turf, because even though aggression is rewarded much more in dirt races, we see such a lack of aggression in turf races that a little aggression goes a long way.
Good points there. You and I both landing on the number 7, No Distortion. Tell me about this horse, Andy, as if there is some more pace on front, looks like this one could potentially set a nice trip.
He's got a little Jekyll and Hyde to him,
oh,
right?
Yeah.
He's the kind of horse, runs that big race when he won by 6 lengths back in November at Aqueduct. He's faced some much better horses. I mean, you see Forenzi Fire, who could be favored in our Grade 1 run, Happy Carter later, Happy Farm. Some of these horses are just better than him. He's second off the claim for Rob Atras. Rob didn't have it. Well, Rob claimed him, but then he went down to Oakland Park, and David Fawkes was deputizing for him. I believe that Rob originally claimed him for Robert Bone, and we talked about him in in the first race at Churchill Downs. He's all over the place. He's first time for Rob on the racetrack. Now, he didn't run well down at Oaklawn. That was a tougher spot. I don't love the big drop down. But listen, 9-2 is a very fair price. Even if he drops down to 4-1 or 7-2, I think that's a fair price on this horse.
9-2 right now on him. Next to him, the 6 O'Shea Can You See 3-1. He was second behind Get Off My Back last time out. Did you give this one a look at all?
And this one, Linda Rice employs the claiming waiver. She's using it, which we allow for the first start coming off the, off of the of racing being halted. I'll tell you what I like about this horse. I like the money this horse is taking. I'm surprised this horse is as low as 3-1. Was 5-2, I think, when we were doing the post parade. I'll take a look where David Aragona had the morning line, and I bet he had her higher. He had this horse at 9-2. When Linda Rice's horses get bet and they take a little more money, in general, they run well. Even the horse I liked yesterday that ran second in the race you mentioned, to the very terrific Tribeca, that horse was bet at 5-1. That horse could have been a big price in there. So the problem with O'Shea Can You See is he doesn't have that much speed either. And I just look at O'Shea Can You See and No Distortion, and I think if I'm going to take a deep closer, I'd rather take No Distortion. But maybe the money in O'Shea Can You See is telling us something.
Taking some attention for sure. So important to watch how the board is playing, too, to potentially find some value. And speaking of that, we do have a mandatory payout coming up a little bit later on in the Empire 6, Andy. Always nice when you know you're going to have a little bit more of a pool.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a big pool. There'll probably be about $1 million bet today, but it's also nice to have 4 stake races in that sequence. And, you've got, starting out, I thought the Fort Marcy, and I think that'll be the last race you and I will be doing together from Belmont. And to me, that race is as wide open as a race could be. I mean, Chad Brown has 4 in there. I think I've got one of them third. It's that kind of competitive race. It's not like it's one of these situations where Chad Brown has a stranglehold on the turf races, which we see quite often in our stakes. He's got 4 runners, but none of them are exceptional relative to the competition.
A very, very fun rendition of the Fort Marcy coming up a little bit later on in race 6. We're looking forward to that. That will kick off the Empire 6 today, which does have the mandatory payout this afternoon at Belmont. And a reminder, we'll be joined by FS1 a little bit later on, too. We're covering a lot of great races this afternoon, and Fox Sports and MSG, the home of Belmont Park and Churchill Downs Racing, as we start to load for the opener here at Belmont Park. Any final thoughts, Andy, on how the board is right now? A little bit wide open.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think it's a question. I think, we'll have some idea early because it'll be interesting to see how much pace we get. How aggressive. Will it just be Fox Red, or one or both of the 2 or 4 be aggressive in there? And if that pace heats up, it'll help out horses like O'Shea Can You See and No Distortion. If not, the speed may get carried all the way around the racetrack.
Here's New York's own John Embrial, the voice of New York racing, for the call of the opener at Belmont.
Number 4, Tipsy Moose, has moved into line. Just 1 horse remaining. That's number 9, Desert Lights, who will complete the field. And it's a field of 8, sprinting at 6 furlongs as we begin a big Saturday here at Belmont Park. 4 stakes, 11 races in all, and they are all in line for the opener. And they're off. And Fox Red is sent right out for the early lead, with Get Off My Back down on the inside and Tipsy Moose alongside in third. And then it's a break of almost 4 lengths. Back to No Distortion, who is racing in 5th. Outplays on the outside in 6th. Swiping Dan runs in 7th. 7th at the back of the pack, Desert Lights. And O'Shea Can You See? The opening quarter mile over the good going in 22 and 1/5 seconds. And it is Fox Red who's setting the pace here. Fox Red is in front by 3/4 of a length. Get Off My Back on the outside in 2nd, 3.5 lengths to Tipsy Moose in 3rd. And down on the inside is No Distortion next in 4th, followed by Outplay and those yellow blinkers on the far outside in 5th. The half went in 45 and 1/5 seconds. And on the outside, it is Get Off My Back, who has taken the lead from Fox Red. And they're inside the furlong marker. It's Get Off My Back, who now gets clear to lead by 1.5 lengths. Fox Red in 2nd. Late move here from O'Shea Can You See? Get Off My Back takes the opener. Fox Red held 2nd. O'Shea Can You See was 3rd.
Number 2, Get Off My Back, sitting a nice trip today under Manny Franco. The 2 horses that were forwardly placed, Andy, looked like they ran 1-2.
Yeah, and it's not a big surprise. They were short prices as well. And you saw all the 2, 3, and 4 break sharply, but as we talked about, Jose Ortiz was the most aggressive, and I think he gave Fox Red his best chance to win. He just wasn't good enough. As it turned out, Manny Franco, Michelle Nevin, they had the right horse would Get Off My Back. He let them go. Manny was confident, ended up cruising to victory in here, getting the job done as the 5-2 second choice. Fox Red ran fine. He just wasn't quite good enough. Nice close up the rail for O'Shea, can you see? I think Dylan Davis tried to get No Distortion a little closer early. I don't think it helped him, as it turned out, but I don't think it's Dylan's fault. He just had no horse.
2, 3, 6 unofficially in the opener at Belmont. We'll bring you those prices and talk a whole lot more about what's coming up on the rest of today's show. A sensational day of racing around the country, and we're thrilled to be bringing it to you here on America's Day at the Races. We'll take a quick time out. Stay with us.
Today, dual Grade 1 winner mind control races in the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter handicap.
Oh, it's very close. Number 6, Mind Control was first.
And Run Happy Travers winner Code of Honor makes his return in the Westchester.
And Code of Honor and John Velasquez have won the Run Happy Travers.
Tune in to America's Day at the Races, home of the biggest races and the biggest stars in the game. Check your local listings.
He's a good doing, good eating, good feeling colt that I think whoever gets him will be a pleasure to train.
Colt himself is very sound horse, says yes every day, which I love that about him, and I love his attitude.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Belmont is back in a big way, and at Naira Bets, we're celebrating opening week with a huge promotion for all members. During opening week, get a 5% rebate on your bets on Belmont Park races. That's right, 5% rebated to your Naira Bets account for wagers on every Belmont race June 3rd through the 7th, only at Naira Bets. World-class horse racing is back at Belmont, and for opening week, Naira Bets is where you'll get a 5% rebate. Available from coast to coast. It pays to play with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter Run Happy raced medication-free and stands for $25,000 in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. We just had the first at Belmont Park. Here's the number 2, Get Off My Back. The winner of the opener here in New York, under a nice ride by Manny Franco, Andy.
Always glad to see my friend Manny Franco got a win. Michelle Nevin as well. Michelle is really one of the top horsemen, if not just in New York, anywhere.
Paid $7.80 to win, 5-2, 9-5 on the 3 Fox Red. Jose Ortiz taking advantage of his speed there. Had to settle for second, 2-3-6 in the opener. As we turn the page, we'll check out the second race here at Belmont. We're on the turf. Good turf this afternoon, 6 furlongs in this claiming race for non-winners of 2 in life. Andy, your favorite on the outside, the 12 Bourbon Currency.
I actually like the 12 Bourbon Currency. I'm a little surprised to see him this short. We'll take a look at the doubles and see if he's actually going to be that short by post time. He's going to vie for favoritism with the 4 Stand Up and the 11 Maya Claire. They seem like logical horses, as does the 5 Just for One Day. I mean, actually, I think Just for One Day will be favored by post time, the 5, and a substantial favorite. But it's the kind of card where, I mean, these big fields, it's open all day long.
A fun card to bet, as you do have those big wide open races. And here's what we'll be bringing you as far as stakes. We have 4 stakes at Belmont, 2 at Churchill, and a little bit later on we'll be showing you the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby, followed by the Cinema at Santa Anita. The highlight here at Belmont, though, of course, Andy, that Run Happy Carter, the grade 1 we've been waiting to see.
No, I love the Carter. I talk about this race all the time. It's sort of a hidden gem, and it has a roster of tremendous winners over the year, and I always look for the Carter. It normally is run on Memorial Day, and it always sort of helps, you know, bring racing back to New York. Turf racing usually starts that weekend. The big races start again. So to me, the Carter, and it's opening weekend here, it's really a door to open the rest of the year of New York racing.
We've got a lot of good things coming up, including that Run Happy Carter, and including the Westchester, where we'll see the return of Code of Honor making his 4-year-old debut here at Belmont Park.
We're still up at the break of dawn, committed more than ever to the health and safety of all our athletes. And with many of our other favorite sports on hold, we're still offering the most thrilling, heart-pounding action in all the land. And that, America, is something you can bet on.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now, his much-anticipated first crop are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If your Run Happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your Run Happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
Glad to have you with us on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We'll go back now to Louisville, Kentucky, the home of Churchill Downs, as we check out the field for the second race, a high-level maiden claiming for the 2-year-olds, going 5 furlongs, Andy, as we see the one Bossy Moment taking a lot of money.
Yeah, and you and I were talking about this race off camera, and I think one of the things important to note is the Wesley Ward horse is not particularly live.
Wesley Ward's the 10 Sunny Isle Beach, 9 to 5 on the morning line, up there at 4 to 1 right now as we begin our post parade for the second race at Churchill. Starting with that one, Bossy Moment does have a race under her belt.
And we'll expand on it after the post parade. We have more time. Comes back just 9 days after an ineffectual fifth behind a runaway and impressive debut winner for the Cassie Barn.
Beautiful Memories won that by 10 lengths in that debut at Churchill Downs. We look next to the 2 Mania first-time starter.
Yeah, Sophie Doyle riding this one. Not a huge long shot at 12 to 1. Not a lot of pedigree to speak of.
A filly by Kitten's Joy is the 3 Carson's Kitten coming up next.
Sire Kitten's Joy, Sire the winner of the English Guineas a little bit earlier today. Nice to see him doing well, continuing to do well.
Very impressive what that stallion has done.
Incredible.
And now making noise on every continent,
Everywhere.
it seems. 11 to 1 is the 4 I'll Make It Coach.
Yeah, this is a daughter of Tonalist making her first start. For trainer Mark Hubley, it could be a little dangerous, but not taking much money.
Here's the 5 affiliate by Gemologist Ruby Round Here.
Long shot at 21 to 1, second longest shot on the board.
14 to 1 up next, the 6 Miss Sky Cat filly by It's My Lucky Day.
A $2,500 yearling purchase. Sky Classic, the damn sire. You don't see his name in the PPs too often anymore. He was some horse.
We've seen a couple runners so far for Sire Upstart. He has the 7 Decaf.
I loved Upstart, and it makes us think of our friend, the late Rick Violet. I think this one's dangerous. You know, if you follow, I like Dane Kobisky, and I'm thinking this first-time starter could be very dangerous here. I think this was the likeliest of the firsters.
Longest shot on the board is the 8 Miss Magdalena.
Not much to say about this daughter of Flashback.
Gray filly by Flashback, as you mentioned, as we look now to the 9, Ambitiously Placed. We'll see if she is for Jason Barkley.
It's a great name. This one's taking some money, so it could be dangerous. Drifting up a little bit in the Sire Flat Out. I believe we're running the Flat Out here on Thursday.
Yeah, that's right. Looking forward to that for sure.
For my birthday.
Happy early birthday. And we wrap things up with the 10 Sunny Isle Beach, now 7 to 2. But for our Wesley Ward firster, bit of a price.
Well, all of us that have spent time down in South Florida in the winter are familiar with Sunny Isle Beach. This horse is dead on the board. I mean, even at 7 to 2. And, you know, I know Wesley hasn't been winning, and I don't think it's a case of people getting sick and tired. And I think one of the things, and you pointed out to me, is Source has much more of a turf pedigree.
We'll expand on these 2-year-old fillies more in a moment, but first it's time for the Twin Spires Market Mover, where we identify the horse that's attracting the most support in money late in betting. And that is the number 1 Bossy Moment, still up there at 2 to 1, the only horse with a start under her belt in this field. So if you want to get involved with the Market Mover or anybody else, Twin Spires is offering you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with code GET25 at twinspires.com or via the Twin Spires app and play $25 to get your $25 of bonus bets right now.
Steve Asmussen is such a funny trainer because he's got, I mean, he's obviously an exceptional trainer, I don't mean, but from a statistical standpoint, he's got a zillion horses all over the map.
Absolutely.
And they're all getting bet a lot. So it's not surprising the ROIs aren't that high. And he struggles even to have too many stats that are close to the takeout. But he consistently wins at 25% in one category after another. But one category he really does very well, and it was with second-time starting 2-year-olds. He's done very well in the past, and even has a $1.84 ROI overall with 200-plus starters, 200, almost 300 starters, actually, over the last 5 years. So they seem to improve second time out. I don't think this horse ran a step first time out. So we'll see. If there's anyone in here among the 7 and 9 in particular that can run, they'll probably beat this horse. But I noticed that the horse had run 9 days ago. And in looking it up, I was thinking, boy, that's pretty quick to run back a 2-year-old, dropping from maiden special, maiden claimer. But actually, with a very limited number of starters, the Aspen Barn has done very well when they've come back in under 14 days for their second start with 2-year-olds. So this is something they've done in the past and done with success. So I wouldn't worry that much if you're worried that's coming back. She's coming back too quickly.
I love to see stats like that kind of reaffirm why a horse may be taking money. A filly that sold at the OBS March sale in 2020, our only 2-year-old sale this year so far. So she's had a busy year for her.
And she did not have an impressive workout at that sale. I remember when she ran, one of the things we were talking about, and Beautiful Memories was like 2 to 5. Yeah. So it was kind of a foregone conclusion that she was likely to win. She didn't run well. I'm scared of Decaf. The daughter of Upstart, who's consistently taken some money here for Dane Kobisky. Corey Lannery has them out. This is the third foal from the dam. The first foal, got a 68 buyer, which that's the kind of figure that would win this race quite easily. I'm not saying a 2-year-old would do it. It's more turf in the second family, but I like the fact that the horse is consistently taking money throughout the betting. So I think Decaf is the backup to Bossy Moment.
And we have seen Dane Kabisky come out with some horses who are very fast out of the gate, too. And as a 2-year-old, that's something you like to see.
Well, sure. I mean, some of these races you feel like it's over at the start. Now, that's not always the case, but you feel like if your horse doesn't get out early in a lot of them, especially at 4.5 and 5, and this is 5 furlongs, it can just be the end.
The number 10 on the outside, still 7-2 for Wesley Ward, by Jimmy Creed, but out of a Kitten's Joy mare. Plenty of productive siblings, but they have largely been turf. You think that might be why she's a little bit cool, Andy?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. There's another good question is why I can't get my bet in. But apparently I can't get my bet in.
You love it when you have a handicapper that is betting on the show, too. I think it's great.
You can be sure that I'm betting on my picks. If they lose, I'm losing too. I don't know. I can't get them in.
Confidence there. We'll let Andy bet. We've got just a couple more to load. The number 5, Ruby Round here, a little bit hesitant heading into the gate. This is new for a lot of these 2-year-olds. We'll send it up to Travis Stone for the call of the second 2-year-old fillies at Churchill.
There at the gate. And the rough. Bossy Moment for that inside post hustled out of there. Carson's Kitten right there on the outside comes after that one, and they hook up early. Bossy Moment and Carson's Kitten go head-to-head. Ruby Round here, 3 lengths farther back, chasing from third. Mania down inside, advancing up from fourth. And then it's Miss Magdalena down inside, running along in fifth. Sunny Isle Beach is there, 6th and outside, 3 lengths back to Decaf and ambitiously placed. Another 7 or 8 back to I'll Make It Coach. And outrun is Miss Skycat. Round the far turn, Bossy Moment has shaken loose from Carson's Kitten and passes the quarter pole in front by 5. Sunny Isle Beach comes wide for the stretch drive. Carson's Kitten tries to battle on. Ruby Round here is there. 1 furlong to go. Bossy Moment is tired. 3-length lead. Carson's Kitten continues to grind away second. Bossy Moment trying to hang in there another 100 yards. Carson's Kitten continues to close. Sunny Isle Beach goes down inside. These 3 to the wire. Photo finish. Sunny Isle Beach, Carson's Kitten, or Bossy Moment, those 3 on the wire together.
Another photo finish at Churchill as we look at the slow-mo coming down to the wire. You had the 3 Carson's Kitten closing outside as Wesley Ward's Sunny Isle Beach, Andy, with a pretty eventful trip, ended up the rail.
Yeah, it's funny to see the 10 ducking down to the inside to get it done. I mean, I think if you weren't paying attention, you would think it was the 10 was closing on the outside and the 3 was coming up the inside. I was almost confused in watching it, and it's some irony, and it's a tragic irony if you're betting, in that Wesley Ward has had so many 2-year-olds that have been short prices that have failed to deliver. And this one, who I think he had about 3-1, but she was pretty chilly on the board, and she wins. But don't you get the feeling she won because nobody ran that well? And at the end of the day, Bossy Moment, I mean, look, 2 to 5 turning for home, just couldn't get the 5 furlongs.
If you liked Bossy Moment today, that was the kind of trip you were potentially hoping for. She was pretty comfortable, it seemed, on the front end. And nobody else seemed to go with her. A couple of closers, though, finished up nicely.
No, I mean, if you spend your life betting 9 to 5 shots that are that far in front, top of the stretch, 5 furlong races, you're very, very wealthy. But doesn't mean they always win. And she wasn't coming out of a strong performance. She was more professional. She obviously had speed today that she didn't have the first time out, and she ran a bit better, but still not good enough. To me, Bossy Moment's the kind of horse you want to continue to bet against going forward. Today should have been her day.
Something to note down. Looks like the camera's on the 10 Sunny Isle Beach, who did end up coming up the rail, finding traffic, enough in the tank to get up the rail and win first time out for Wesley Ward, who has been a little bit chilly as far as 2-year-olds so far. And we mentioned this the other day, Andy, the fact that there wasn't that Keeneland spring meet where we see usually Wesley being so potent with 2-year-olds.
Yeah, and I mean, I know he's planning on going over to Ascot with some horses, but I think he would say, too, not having Keeneland didn't help him. And he's dangerous, but he also finds the right fields a lot of time at Keeneland.
Looks like this one found the right field today. Filly by Jimmy Creed out of a Kitten's Joy mare. It's been a good day for that stallion all over the world. We'll take a quick break on America's Day at the Races. A lot more coming up after this.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
Today, dual Grade 1 winner mind control races in the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter handicap.
Oh, it's very close. Number 6, Mind Control, was first.
And Run Happy Travers winner Code of Honor makes his return in the Westchester.
And Code of Honor and John Velasquez have won the Run Happy Travers.
Tune in to America's Day at the Races, home of the biggest races and the biggest stars in the game. Check your local listings.
Striking away in the stretch, that's for Go on the outside. Taking the lead by 1 length, Mr. Prospector is now second, Lone Tree third. Timeless Moment is fourth, and Infuriator. At the 16th pole, it's for Go on the outside. Going easily, jockey Eleodoro Agustínez aboard.
1974 Carter, won by Forgo, 8-time Eclipse Award winner, and what a horse he was, Andy.
He was one of the most incredible horses of my lifetime, and I was privileged to have seen him run a number of times, including in the Marlboro Cup in 1976. He runs by the whole field, including the great Mr. Prospector, who stood for many years at Claiborne Farm and one of the great sires of all time. Nobody else in the race made a move of any kind except Forgo, who just ran about 7 wide around the field and ran by them. And as we were talking the other day, he's won Grade 1s from 7 furlongs to 2 miles. Remarkable racehorse.
Which is pretty amazing. We'll have a lot more coming up, including that Run Happy Carter win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. But first, we have the second race here at Belmont Park. We'll start the post-parade off, Andy, with the 1 Mental Model.
Yeah, this is one Linda Rice claimed from Chad Brown that she's had no success with. Tries the turf for the first time. Into Mischief the sire, not a great turf influence.
Here's another first-time turfer, the 2 Cadence Courage.
Yeah, this one doesn't have much pedigree to speak of. The dam has had 3 foals to try the turf. None of them won. None of them ran very well.
Well, let's stick with that theme. Also trying the grass for the first time, the 3 Charge Ahead.
There is more turf pedigree in this horse, who's a synthetic horse who's had no success in the dirt. I'm still skeptical of how much turf pedigree it is, but does have potential speed.
What do we get from Stand Up, the 4 claimed away from Todd Pletcher?
I'm not sure. It's a good question, Acacia, but Rob Falcone had this horse for that race at Aqueduct, and that was a very live race. We saw the second finisher, Smile Bryan, win here on opening day.
Co-favorite at 5-2, the 5 Just for One Day. 2-win day yesterday for the Clement Barn.
Yeah, I thought this horse was a very, very dangerous player and likely to be the favorite by post time, judging by the doubles. He run as well at 6 furlongs as he did at 5.
Big price on the board is the 6 Mind the Coin.
Yeah, the one turf race, albeit going longer, wasn't very good.
15-1, only on the 7 Cause of Action. He's up next.
Well, he's won on the turf before. He won a pretty slow race up at Woodbine back in July of 2019.
Coming back, not having raced since November, is the 8 Wild William. He returns as a gelding.
I thought this horse actually had a chance. The problem is he's probably not going to be able to make the lead, and I'm not sure if he can be efficient without the front end.
We've seen some live runners at big prices for Dave Donk. He's got the 9 Magical Tail.
Well, we saw him, and this is a trainer change. Should have won a race yesterday off a trainer change to bring up an old wound. This horse is a fringe player at best, but is he better going longer?
We'll go next to the 11 in our post-parade, Maya Claire.
Maya Claire is definitely a player and has a ton of speed for Mike Stidham, but I think they're going to be moving up front.
We'll back up to the 10, Yes and Yes for Phil Gleaves, also has some speed.
Always happy to see Phil Gleaves with a starter in here as a first-time gelding. And this horse has run races that are competitive enough, especially if they get a little heat up front.
And here's your favorite, the 12th Bourbon Currency, after knocking on the door in the last couple.
Yeah, I picked this horse despite his 1-for-16 record with 5 seconds, but I actually think 6 furlongs is the perfect distance for him. And if you look at his 6 furlong races, a 4th to Dr. Shane and Pagliacci, horses that would be odds-on against a field like this.
That is your field for the second race as we see them starting their warm-ups there on the main track. We'll talk a little bit more about the obvious runners in this field, starting with the 12 Bourbon Currency, who you did like. He came off of pretty much a year layoff, Andy, and the last couple of races have been second-place finishes. Any trepidation with that close but no cigar move?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't bet him at 5-2. I was hoping he'd be in the 4-1, 9-2 range in here, in which I'd bet him, and I'm probably not going to get that price. And I don't like horses that are 1-for-16. You're absolutely right. He's not a router. He's a sprinter. So while he ran effectively, I'm not surprised he lost those races. And if you look at his races, they're better going shorter. His only win, in fact, was going 6 furlongs. And the best races he's ever run were going 6 furlongs. And the 2 that are showing in the PPs were against significantly better horses. I think he gets pace to run at. And I'm hoping Jose Ortiz can just sort of sit back and make one run. And we've seen a lot of these turf sprints have been won by horses coming from well back.
Very good point. Bourbon Currency turning back for John Kimmel. Had his last work at Palmettos at the end of May, shipping up here to New York. The other one taking a significant amount of money was the number 4, Just for One Day. As you said, he won at 5 furlongs, a much different type of race. Versus what he's the number 5, excuse me. A much different type of race than the 6 furlongs we'll see him run today.
Yeah, I do want to remind people trying to play through Naira Bets right now, we are experiencing some technical difficulties, and we are certainly working hard to get it fixed, and you might know that because I was experiencing some technical difficulties.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, I got my bet in time at Churchill Downs, so stick with us. We do apologize. We are experiencing some slight problems right now. Back to the number 5 quickly and Just for One Day, you were talking about. I can't knock the effort. I thought it was solid. I don't know if I want to take the favorite. I think that was a good race. I think if you look at it, maybe in a better field than it looks like on paper. The second horse came back to win. I don't have an argument with this horse. I think he's a logical player. But this is a very competitive race.
Any sort of prices you're potentially looking at in here? As you mentioned, it's a competitive race. That means kind of a lot of horses will be in that middle range.
Well, here's a horse I didn't pick anywhere in my top 5, but I'm not sure why Yes and Yes is almost 40-1. I mean, he's got races that give him a chance. He's a new gelding off a layoff, so I don't like him particularly, but I'm not sure he's supposed to be that price because we do have trifectas and superfectas, and you can get logical horses in the first slots and get big prices and blow them up, and that's the beauty of these big fields. What about a horse like the 8 Wild William? He's a horse that needs lead. He's also a new gelding, but, you know, I love the job that Jimmy Bond does. He was running well against some decent horses. Last time out, he stayed on the rail, and I've have talked about that period of the week that ended November 10th. That was actually a Monday, Veterans Day, where the rail on both turf courses was gold. Now, he was running on the rail early, but when he moved out the 3 and 4 path on the turn into the stretch, that's when he started spinning his wheels. So that may have been why his rally sort of sputtered. I don't think he's totally impossible because he seemed to be improving at the end of the year. So if I were going to throw bombs on the bottom ends of my tries or supers, the 10 and the 8 or the 2 I might throw in. I did look at logical horses. Listen, I chalked it out in a very competitive field, so I shouldn't be bragging about. I shouldn't brag about anything anyway, but particularly in that case.
Hey, if you're looking for some prices, this is a nice race to find it. Andy talking about the 8 Wild William at 15-1 as they step onto the turf. The 11 My Eclair, we didn't get to talk about this one much. One last time out at Tampa showing speed. You mentioned in the post parade, this one could be a player.
I agree. I want to see some of how these Michael Stidham horses come here, and he's a very good trainer, but do they duplicate their form? And is the Tampa form reliable? Now, we saw that Christophe Clement maiden from Tampa win yesterday. He won with the assist of the horse who was third, getting a terrible trip, but he ran at least his race, even if he had run second. So that's a good sign. I liked his last effort. I had no problem with it. It seemed like he seems like a logical player as well. What worries me, he is the outside speed, but I think it's going to be a pretty heated pace, and I'm worrying about him being a casualty of pace.
At this distance on the turf course here at Belmont, going the 6 furlongs, is being drawn outside such a disadvantage?
I don't think it is at all. I mean, first of all, there's a big difference between a 5-furlong race at Gulfstream, where they hit the turn so quickly and you're familiar with it, than a race here on these turf courses, which are big, wide courses. There's time getting there and to get your position. So, and also, I'd rather be the outside speed, at least in the stalking spot, if I'm going to be a speed. I don't get overly caught up in pace, in post positions as much as some other people, but that doesn't make me right. But for me, I don't worry about it as much.
Number 11, My Eclair, up there right now at 9-2 as the 12 Bourbon Currency. Talking about a post position outside, turning back in distance for John Kimmel, still your favorite at 5-2. We'll head up to John Embrial, the voice of New York racing, for the call of the second at Belmont.
And we have a few more to load in. Number 6, Mind the Coin, who will break right in the middle of the pack. And then the horse from the extreme outside, number 12, Bourbon Currency. Bourbon Currency is in. They're going 6 furlongs on the inner turf, which right now is labeled as good. And they're off. And it is Wild William and Magical Tale who are going out for the lead. Yes and Yes on the outside is right there in third. 3 of them across with Charge Ahead sitting just off them, racing in fourth. Alongside is Bourbon Currency next in fifth. Then is My Eclair in sixth, followed at the rail by Mental Model in seventh. Cadence Courage runs in eighth, and it's the Gray Stand Up next in ninth. A break of almost 3 lengths. Back to Cause of Action, who's in 10th. Followed by Just for One Day in 11th. And it is a big break back to Mind the Coin, who trails the field in 12th. The opening quarter mile, 22 seconds. Wild William on the inside and a big long shot. Yes and Yes on the outside. The two of them hit the top of the stretch with Yes and Yes now taking over. A half mile in 44 and 2/5 seconds. It's Yes and Yes with the lead. Bourbon Currency driving up now on the outside. Yes and Yes trying to hold off Bourbon Currency. Late move here from Stand Up. Yes and Yes on the inside. Bourbon Currency on the outside. Yes and Yes. Bourbon Currency. They come down for the finish. It's a head bob. Bourbon Currency or Yes and Yes.
What a finish there. It looks like Bourbon Currency ran down Yes and Yes, but Yes and Yes, Andy, a big price. You called it. He ran very well today.
Well, we talked about the fact that he was a horse whose PP... It's not that I particularly liked him as much as his PP suggested that he was a better horse than his odds. That was more my point. I didn't pick him in the top 4, but I'm not... It's the kind of horse you use if you're looking at the board. As far as the winner, I think you want to give Jose Ortiz a lot of credit for this win because we talk about this a lot and the idea of getting your position going forward. There appeared to be a ton of speed in this race on paper. It didn't really develop that way. We saw the 8 and 10 who were tertiary speed speeds at best, dueling on the front end. So Jose didn't take back at the gate. He got his position going forward and found himself 4th or 5th early because the pace wasn't as hot as he expected. So because of that, he was in position where he could get the win. And I think this is a great example of Jose being very adept, very much on top of what was going on out there and able to get a narrow victory, a tough loss for our friend Phil Gleaves. And I think the point with the 10, because I don't want to sit here and act like I made some brilliant pick with the 10, or frankly a brilliant pick with the 12 at about 5-2 or 3-1. It's more about why you need to look at the board. And you asked me the right question, which is, who's a big price on the board that you would look at here? And we talked about both the 8 and 10 were horses that were a bigger price than they probably should have been. So it's not a question of necessarily picking winners. It's sometimes finding value. And the 10 was truly value.
Great value for sure at 44-1. A big race off the layoff for Phil Gleaves. There he is, coming back nicely. Have to imagine Phil's pleased with that performance off the bench, but it's a win for Bourbon Currency, who finally gets that elusive second victory. Jose Ortiz, a nice ride, taking advantage of those pace tactics. We'll be back with more on America's Day at the Races.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach and Preakness Stakes hero War of Will. In the auction ring, Warfront was the #1 sire by highest average at Keeneland September, with yearlings commanding prices up to $2.9 million. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify!
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
I was born inside this Delta.
When you win, has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
I was raising horses.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Shine through. Gotta get in, it's a winner. Now the world's been waiting on you.
Glad to have you with us on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy. Champion sprinter Run Happy raced medication-free and stands for $25,000 in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. We'll check out the stretch of this second race at Belmont Park. We saw the 10 Yes and Yes for Phil Gleaves on the lead. Jose Ortiz sticking with Bourbon Currency to get him down to the wire, Andy.
Yeah, and you know, it's I'm sure it's very frustrating to bet Yes, Yes, first of all, to lose a close one at 44-1, and especially when you see Bourbon Currency coming, who's 1 for 16 with 5 seconds, you're thinking, oh, he'll hang. Of course, he gets up. He got up because of the ride by Jose Ortiz. And, you know, I don't like to overly credit a rider for winning, but Jose made a very big difference on this horse.
Nice ride for sure, and here's the Run Happy photo finish. Pretty close one for sure. It was a big effort from Yes and Yes off the bench. But we did see Bourbon Currency getting that elusive second victory. He paid $8.90, and over that 40-41 shot, you talked about how using a long shot underneath, a good way to make money.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was, once again, our discussion was more about were there overlays.
Sure.
You asked the question, and it was a great question. And in these big fields, there are going to be horses that get lost. And I think when you get racing like we're having right now, every horse player should be looking at the board and saying, you know, I don't really like this horse, but why is this horse 40-1? And you throw them in, and even if you have this exacta for a few bucks, $130 for $1 with a $9 horse winning, that's pretty darn good.
$130 exacta. We'll see if we get some more prices as we switch gears and go back to Louisville, Kentucky, and Churchill Downs race 3 coming up. A nice allowance race on the turf, going 1 mile and 3/8. 1-2 on the number 4 Gentle Ruler, winner of the Dowager. 2 starts back, coming out of a second last out in the Orchid behind Mean Mary.
Yeah. She's terrific, and Ian Wilkes, who's a terrific trainer and one of the real good guys around the racetrack, has done a great job with her. She's just way the horse to beat. And what I will say, though, is her chief rival is an interesting horse in Romantic Pursuit because she has some ability. She looks like the absolute controlling speed, and a trainer change to Maggie's favorite trainer, Brendan Walsh. Who used to, of course, work for Eddie Keneally and obviously their friends, as Tom Morley, her husband, did. But Brendan does a great job, of course, has Maxfield, who we hope to see in the Belmont Stakes. And I think there's a chance the second choice, Romantic Pursuit, could pull the upset.
Feels like it's been a real breakout couple of years for Brendan Walsh, getting some big owners as we check out the Orchid. Gentle Ruler coming out of there. There was no catching Mean Mary, who got comfortable in the front end, but she ran a gallant race for second.
No, she did, and she was taken out of her game because she had to be closer because Mean Mary had the controlling speed in there, especially when they raid Elizabeth Way. So I don't have a knock on her. She's as good as her PPs are advertised. She's a short price for a reason and way the horse to beat. To me, the only horse that can possibly beat her in this race, Romantic Pursuit, and probably the way to beat her is to beat her on the front end.
Romantic Pursuit making her first start for Brendan Walsh, as you mentioned. As we kick off our post parade to the inside, the 1 Vexatious is switching back to the turf for Jack Sisterson.
He's going out for the dangerous Jack Sisterson. He hasn't had as much success on the turf as he had in the dirt, but he's done an exceptional job since going out on her own. And she's another that will love the 11 furlongs.
Here's the other part of the entry, the 1A English Affair. This one trained by Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, she's the lesser half of the entry on paper. But listen, she's got some reasonable races, at least in her own right. But she's got a similar running style to the favorite, as is Vexatious.
Making her second U.S. start is the 2 Juliana for Nacho Correas.
Yeah, Nacho's going to try to find out if maybe distance will be the answer because she did no running in her first start in the U.S. behind a very good horse in Starship Jubilee.
Canadian Horse of the Year she was, as we check out the 3 Overthinking, also coming out of that Orchid a long way back she was, though.
Well, she's tried Gentle Ruler 4 times. She hasn't come close to her yet.
And there she is, your 3-5 favorite, Gentle Ruler.
Yeah, she's just been a model of consistency. It seems like she always shows up with a good effort, and she's absolutely far and away the horse to beat.
Potential upset shot, minor upset perhaps at 5-2, Romantic Pursuit, who's been solid recently.
Yeah, and leading rider Tyler Gaffleone, who's really been doing all the right things. Now, she would have to improve to be the favorite, no doubt about it. But a barn change and the speed could possibly do that.
We wrap up the field with the longest shot on the board. Another one for Nacho Correas, Joy Nadera, the Argentinian bred.
She's another horse that Nacho's hoping that more distance will help. She's handled a little less distance, but more distance down in Argentina.
That is the field for a nice allowance race as we get a shot of the turf course there at Churchill Downs. And want to remember, Twin Spires just launched a new player bonus today where you can get $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or via the Twin Spires app and play $25 to get your $25 of bonus bets right now. Turf course looking nice there in Louisville, Kentucky at Churchill Downs. We have a 4-5 favorite. We're looking now, though, at the 1 Vexatious. Andy, you mentioned this one. Barn has been pretty hot recently. She did run well in her last turf race at Arlington, though that was back in July.
Yeah, she's okay. I mean, she lost to Juliet Foxtrot, and while she didn't win last week in the Mint Julep, she's obviously a very, very talented runner. She finished behind the likes of Competition Ideas and Homer Eek in our New York here last year. She's okay. I mean, I don't want to be just overly dismissive of her. And in reality, she's run better races than the horse that I kind of like in here, Romantic Pursuit. I think Romantic Pursuit may have some upside. I don't know if Vexatious, as a 6-year-old mare, has any upside, but she's going to love the distance, and getting back on the turf should help her as well.
6-year-old mare by Giants Causeway, the full sister to Creative Cause and Destin, of course, who was second in the Belmont. I suppose with pedigree, you could understand why they tried the dirt in the last couple of races.
Yeah, speaking of fun birthdays for me, that was my birthday when Destin got beaten nose in the Belmont. I bet him at 11-1. And then in the following race, I bet the winner at 6-1, a Juddmonte horse that got disqualified. So thanks for bringing up Destin. I appreciate that. It was very sweet of you, Acacia. You're really getting off on a good foot today.
Maybe I should just leave now. How about we talk about something happier? How about we go to 5 Romantic Pursuit?
You never know what happens when you bring up horses from the past with me.
No.
It's a very dangerous thing. Be a lot of love and a lot of hate.
One thing I love about Andy Sterling, you are almost your memory amazes me every time. Your recall of races and great performances.
Well,
it's fun to hear your take too, just seeing some of those excellent
we
horses.
remember the things we love, and
Yeah.
I love the horses, and I love thinking about the horses. And, you know, been on the racetrack a long time and seen a lot of great horses over the years, a lot of memorable horses and performances.
We're looking now at the 5 on the track, Romantic Pursuit. She came off a layoff. The very one was her last race behind Elizabeth Way, who you had mentioned for Roger Atfield, a Franco filly who turned out to be pretty solid, winning that race. She ran a good second that day, though.
I have friends who would be very disappointed if I didn't correct you. It's actually the very one.
The very one.
It annoys
enough.
me so much. Right? There's two
The
races,
horse
right?
was the very
I
one,
know,
so
yes.
it makes sense,
Right.
yes.
I think she won the Japan Cup. Is that possible?
She could have, absolutely. Yeah.
I think she ran over there for sure.
did,
I'm
yeah.
going to have to ask the MIG on that. I'm not sure about that, but I think she's a wonderful horse. There's a 5 furlong race named for her, too, at Pimlico as well. They usually run on Preakness Day.
Yep.
Romantic Pursuit was a horse, and she's a classic example of a horse that dramatically improved with distance. The farther they went, the better for her. And the fact that she has speed helps her as well, because we see repeatedly in these long-distance races, especially, extraordinarily slow paces. Kieran McLaughlin did a good job with her. Of course, Kieran McLaughlin retired from training. He's currently Luis Saez's agent. And if some are wondering why we haven't seen Luis Saez here this week, I believe he's serving an 8-day suspension.
right.
So I imagine we'll see him next weekend, maybe next Saturday or Sunday here at Belmont. So looking forward to Luis getting back to add even more depth to this tremendous riding colony. I think Romantic Pursuit can take a step forward for Brendan Walsh's first star as a 4-year-old, or second star as a 4-year-old, I should say, controlling speed, and I think she's a dangerous alternative to the favorite.
The 5 Romantic Pursuit up there at 5-2 versus 4-5 on Gentle Ruler. You mentioned last time with Mean Mary being the controlling pace that Gentle Ruler had to be more forwardly placed than she normally is. Do you think we might see her back in that late closing style today?
You know, I don't. I mean, look at some of her races, right?
Sure.
She's got that. She's got that race where she finished. She won, right? She was 2 lengths off, and that was actually the Curtana. I want to say, is a chance this is the no, it's an allowance. Feels like it could be the Curtana. So I think she's going to have to sit close because listen, they're not foolish. Chris Landeros and Ian Wilkes know that the horse who has the speed is really the biggest threat to them outside of her. So I don't think we're going to see her that far off. And the fact that she's been able to still finish despite being closer to paces. So, you know, it's an interesting discussion with Romantic Pursuit. You know, what do you do? I don't know if you want to back it down that much and let Gentle Ruler into the race. Maybe you want to go a little faster. So if Gentle Ruler wants to try to keep up, she has to do a little more running. It's a tough decision for a rider, but I think if you back it down too much and bunch the field up, it takes away the advantage that Romantic Pursuit perhaps could have in here.
We do see that sometimes with a shorter field. It almost feels like there's maybe a little bit more margin, more room for error as sometimes horses do get bunched up. You don't get to see those race tactics you're used to seeing.
Right. Well, you know, it is funny. In a bigger field, you know, obviously if there's a bigger pace, it spreads the field out and you don't see as much trouble. We've seen some crazy bad trips in, you know, small fields. We're probably thinking the same race one at Saratoga a couple years ago with Flintshire when he got completely and totally bottled up in that race. Now, he still won because he was so much the best. But, yeah, some of these short fields, you get bottled up. And I think that's probably Chris Landero's biggest job. And I think Ian Will's going to say, don't get yourself in trouble. Lose the race for another reason. Don't lose because you got bottled up. And I think Chris is thinking, you know, if I have to be a little bit outside and out in the clear, it's better than getting jammed in behind horses and becoming a victim.
4-5 on Gentle Ruler currently. Now, we do have that entry. We talked about one part of it, the 1A English Affair. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. When you do have entries, you will have a stronger part and a weaker part. Because they're 2-1, are you staying away from the entry in here, Andy?
Yeah, I'm against the. I hate, as you know, I hate entries. I'm not way against vexatious, but for me, it's all 4-5. 5-4. I would bet a cold 5-4 exacta. That's how I would play this race. Rather than bet the 5 to win, I would just bet a 5-4 exacta.
Number 5, Romantic Pursuit. We'll see if she can pull the mild upset. A nice allowance race coming up next at Churchill Downs. We'll head up to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for Overthinking, Romantic Pursuit, and Joy Nadira. They're in the gate. And they're off. Juliana with a good beginning. Vexatious toward the inside is hustled for that inside draw. Those two match strides into the first turn. English Affair tucks in toward the inside to be third. Romantic Pursuit comes away fourth. Gentle Ruler, fifth and 6 lengths off the lead in the opening quarter mile. And then it's Joy Nadira and Overthinking at the back as they come for the head of the lane first time round. Juliana wanted the lead, and she's got it. Opens up to lead by 2. Vexatious challenged earlier, but is backed off since. Now settles in second toward the inside. English Affair follows in third. Romantic Pursuit is fourth. Gentle Rulers in fifth. Overthinking and Joy Nadira at the back. Nearly single file, biased the first time. Juliana at a big price, cruising along on a 2.5 length lead. Vexatious angles off the rail now to track from second. English Affair still running along in third, followed by Romantic Pursuit in fourth. Gentle Ruler is fifth in the early stages, settled well in between horses now as Joy Nadira moves up on that one's outside, and Overthinking is toward the rail trailing. They move for the backstretch run. Juliana trying to back down this pace just a bit, has done so. Leads by a precise length over Vexatious second. English Affair rides the rail third and down inside. Romantic Pursuit is racing in fourth. Now Gentle Ruler is bottled up inside of horses, racing in fifth. 4 lengths to make up from there. Followed by Joy Nadira and Overthinking at the back. There's a half mile to go, and it's Juliana to catch onto the far turn. Juliana leading by a length and a half. Vexatious cranks up the pressure now. Getting closer is she. English Affair tucked away in third. Romantic Pursuit is fourth. Gentle Ruler set to strike from fifth. 4 lengths to make up and 2 furlongs to do it. They come for the top of the stretch. Vexatious cranks it up on Juliana. Grabs the lead off the turn. Romantic Pursuit is there. English Affair in behind. Gentle Ruler pops outside, and here she comes. 3/16 to go. Romantic Pursuit strikes the front. 1 furlong to go. Gentle Ruler trying to switch leads. Does. Right outside the 8th pole and is coming after Romantic Pursuit, who is game. Romantic Pursuit still in front. Gentle Ruler working hard to get by. These two streaking through the stretch together. Photo! After 11 furlongs, it's a nose either way. Maybe Gentle Ruler over Romantic Pursuit. Farther back, either.
That's the beauty of horse racing. Doesn't matter how long the race is. It can still be exciting down to the finish. It looks, though, Andy, like the 4 Gentle Ruler might have gotten up outside.
Yeah, this is a very confident ride by Chris Landeros. You and I were commenting around the turn, coming the quarter pole, like, boy, Chris must think he can't lose here. He's just sitting so chilly on her, but Romantic Pursuit, it didn't go the lead like I expect her at least to do in there, but you can't fault it because she worked out a perfect trip and almost got it done. A tough beat in my 5-4 exacta, but Romantic Pursuit every chance to win. Gentle Ruler was just a little too much horse today.
Gentle Ruler coming out of those big graded stakes performances here in the third at Churchill. We'll bring you a lot more on America's Day at the races after this quick timeout.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
He's a good doing, good eating, good feeling colt that I think whoever gets him, it'd be a pleasure to train.
Colt himself is a very sound horse, says yes every day, which I love that about him, and I love his attitude.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. You see that great turf course there here at beautiful Belmont Park. We'll be on the main track, though, for this next race coming up. Maiden special weight, 4 to 5 on the second-time starter, Dreams of Tomorrow, for trainer Shug McGahee. And we'll welcome in for the first time today our paddock analyst, Maggie Wolfendale, who's standing by getting a good look at this field. Maggie?
Hey, Acacia, and we're about to have riders up in the paddock, and I'll start by talking about that heavy favorite here. Second time start out for number 5, Dreams of Tomorrow, who comes out of a race in which, at first glance, it looked as though it was a strong one, but now that these horses have run back, I'm starting to question the overall quality of that field. And granted, he was 18-1 that day, and he had probably the worst trip of any of them. He was down on the rail. He was hustled away from there. He rushed up on the inside, and he actually did well to stay on, I thought. Comes in here. He looks incredibly fit and strong for Shug McGahee, but very professional. You know, it's not as if his first start, albeit a somewhat dramatic one for a first-time starter, has rattled his cage whatsoever. He's very calm, cool, and professional here, so I like that about him. As we'll move on to the first-time starters, which kind of dominate the rest of this field, and that includes number 2, Life Changer for John Terranova, Joel Rosario in the irons, and this guy, big, good-looking son of Oxbow. But with that being said, I'm wondering if this is more just a starting point for him. He looks as though he might win a little more ground than the 6 furlongs he's offered today. I'll be watching him closely. I mean, he's very classy, he's fit, but just so scopy and rangy that it just feels as though he's not going to be the quickest out of there because he's also pretty laid back. Now, one that does look pretty quick is number 4. That's Pardsy, who does have a sprinting pedigree on the bottom side, a damn stakes winner, stakes-winning dirt sprinter, and he's on his toes. He's been forward throughout his time in the paddock, does wear blinkers first time out for Doug O'Neill, who has a string here in New York for this summer meet, is wearing front bandages, though. So I'm always a little leery of first-time starters with those fronts on, but he does look as though he may have some early speed. And then number 7 is Buonafina for Jeremiah Engelhart. This guy, I just went back and watched his breeze at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale, and he actually has a really nice way of going. He's another one that's pretty laid back here in the paddock, really well muscled, looks good overall. We'll see the light bulbs on with him, but I do like him from the overall standpoint. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. We have 5 first-time starters in this field, and we'll kick off the post-parade with one of them. Take charge, Charlie.
Going out for Tom Morley, who, like me, got his hair cut by Anthony Stabile this morning. More turf in the pedigree.
I haven't seen Tom's up close. Yours looks very nice. Anthony
Thank
did
you.
a good job.
Thank you.
We've
got
got
a lot to work with.
We've got the 2 coming up next. Life Changer, Maggie said, may want a little bit more ground.
Yeah, we'll see. It's actually a half to a horse used to run around here named Telefuki Story.
4-time dirt route winner. As we see him hook up with the pony. Next is first-time starter Break Beat.
Sired by Blame, who stands at Claiborne Farm. The second foal, and there's a 3-year gap between the first foal and this foal, goes out for Danny Gargan.
Up next will be the 4 Pardsy, firster for Doug O'Neill, who does have a New York string here this year.
I think he may prove to be the biggest threat to the favorite. They paid almost $400,000 a year ago, the 2-year-old sale, after working an impressive 9 4/5.
Up next will be your 4 to 5 favorite, second-time starter, Dreams of Tomorrow.
Now, we'll show this horse's race last time out, and I believe he ran extremely well and is 4 to 5 for a reason and the right reason.
6 to 1 is another horse with experience. 2 races so far for the 6 first line.
This is the horse that Orlando Noda told Dave Grenig before he ran his debut that he was going to be a Derby horse. Well, he's still a maiden, but we had a lot of time between, and with the Derby later, those Derby dreams are still alive for Orlando.
Kentucky Derby now the first week of September. He's got some time, so we'll see what happens as we wrap up the field with the firster Buonafina.
Maggie has some nice things to say about this horse and what she liked about the sales workout, which are good to hear. Not taking a lot of money, though, right now, but we do have a substantial favorite.
And that favorite is the number 5, Dreams of Tomorrow, as we check out him on the track right now. You wanted to expound on his first race as we check out the paint.
Yeah, I hate these head-on angles, these mile race at Gulfstream, but it seems pretty clear he got left. You can see a hesitation there, and you can see right away how far back he is when we get there. That didn't happen without getting left. He rushes up on the inside. Now, I think there's a mistake in suggesting that we have seen a couple of horses disappoint out of the race. The Todd Pletcher second-place finisher lost at odds-on last week at Churchill, and the winner, Basquiat, was a somewhat disappointing fourth in a very tough allowance race this week. The reality is, though, both of those horses took advantage of the fast pace that was being set by the horse in front, who finished nowhere. That horse also came back and disappointed at Churchill. I think that horse has entered this weekend. But to me, Dreams of Tomorrow gets left and rushes up to chase the fast pace and still holds on and runs a 71 buyer. So, yes, I understand some came back and didn't run as well as many would expect. But I think in general, it's more because of the dynamic situation. I also think that maybe the speed horse maybe just left a lot on the racetrack the first time. So I do expect this horse to run better and be more professional here. I understand that there's some knock on that race. I think it's circumstantial. That's just one person's opinion. Also, it surprised me this horse. I'm not someone who makes a lot of gallop outs because they can be misleading. But after this horse hustled the lead, fell back in the stretch, galloped out past everybody, and I'm thinking that's a good sign. I know he's a heavy favorite, but I think he's way the horse to beat.
You read my mind, because that was actually something I was going to mention. Watching that race live, it was something I had taken note of. The fact that he had to use so much energy early, it's positive that he had a lot left to gallop out.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of things to like. And also, 18-1, Shug McGaughey, first-time stars, often need a race. And this horse got a great learning experience getting left from the inside. And it's interesting that Shug cuts back a furlong, which suggests that maybe he doesn't think this horse is necessarily a horse that wants much more distance. He's dangerous, but I'm scared of Pardsy, and to a certain extent, I'm scared of First Line as well, because, listen, there can only be one Derby winner, and he could be in this maiden race.
First Line debuted at a mile. He turned back in distance last time out at Aqueduct to go 6 furlongs. Seemed to be an improved effort as well, and he does have that experience edge.
Yeah, I mean, he caught a very tough race first time out. The horse that won ran a stakes quality race. And he did run better second time out. Now, it's interesting that Orlando Noda, and you see him on the track, a little bit obstreperous. He stays at 6 furlongs, which I think says to me he wants to get another race into him. And, you know, I kid Orlando Noda, and he's a good sport about it. I'm sure he has some quality. Whether or not he's going to be good enough to win here remains to be seen. But I think you all have to be scared of the 4 Pardsy. You also have to think this horse is going to have speed, don't you think?
I would think so. 7-2 on Pardsy right now. Let's check in trackside with Maggie.
Yeah, I definitely think Pardsy is one that should have speed. At least that's what he's demonstrated throughout his time in the preliminaries here. As I just want to go back to your current favorite, and as if he needs any more accolades to add to his current heavy favoritism, he's moving beautifully out here on the racetrack as far as warm-up. And Jose Ortiz taking him immediately away from the pony, got a nice gallop into him. And I just like this horse's demeanor, you know, and I don't mind the fact that Shug turns him back a bit here. He just kind of takes everything in stride. He doesn't get worked up. He just goes out there, and it seems as though he just does his job. Now, we'll expect probably to see him break a lot more alertly, and 2 being posted more outwardly in the gate should help. But I really like your current favorite. I think he's going to be really tough to beat here. As we'll also check out the other one who has experience as number 6, First Line, as you heard Andy say, acting up a little bit out on track. He was a little bit tough in the paddock as well, just kind of really on the muscle for his connections, as he is coming back off of a layoff, which I'm sure was circumstantial given the pandemic. But he does look really fit in here. He is a horse where I see why Orlando chose to debut him going long first time out, because he is more of that kind of even frame, a little bit more leggy. So 6 furlongs still feels as though it might be on the short side for him, and maybe they're just getting this one in for a tune-up. But on the flip side of that, he does come in here very sharp, Acacia. So maybe we will see him kind of laying a little closer.
Nine to 2 on the 6 First Line now as we get set to load. Biggest price on the board there is Take Charge Charlie. Let's go back quickly, Andy, before they get into the gate with the 4 Pardsy. You mentioned this one might have some speed, and looks like he could potentially be sharp with that price tag.
You'd have to think a firster that worked as quickly as he did. Once again, 9 for his sale. Maggie likes how he looks in the track. You have to think he's going to be aggressive. But keep in mind, Dreams of Tomorrow has a lot of speed as well. I mean, he was running up into the teeth of a very quick pace after getting left. Presumably, he'll break better today. So it's not as though Dreams of Tomorrow figures to be some horse coming from 5th behind a horse that's crawling along on the front end. That's an interesting matchup. I think we may see a very nice performance in here from any number of horses, particularly the 4, 5, and maybe even the 6 first line.
One of the nicest things about these maiden races, you never know which future stars you're getting a look at. As they have a couple more to load here for the 3rd at Belmont, we'll send it up to John Embriel for the call of these maidens.
And the favorite Dreams of Tomorrow just went in. There goes first line. And the final horse will be number 7, Buonafina. We have a handful of first-time starters, plus a couple of horses that have run already, including number 5, Dreams of Tomorrow. They are in the gate. 3rd race at 6 furlongs on Belmont's main track. And they're off. Dreams of Tomorrow broke towards the back of the pack. Pardsy is going out for the lead. Life Changer is right there. Life Changer and Pardsy, and they are heads apart in the early going with first line 2 lengths off the lead in 3rd. Break Beat is next in 4th. Dreams of Tomorrow is 5th at this point. Dreams of Tomorrow about 6 lengths off the lead. And then it's Buonafina, and trailing the field at the back is Take Charge Charlie. The quarter 22 and 2, a battle up front. Life Changer on the inside and Pardsy on the outside, and now Dreams of Tomorrow begins to pick it up. Dreams of Tomorrow has moved into 3rd. To his outside is first line. They're coming for the top of the stretch. On the outside, it is Pardsy. On the inside, it is Life Changer. And Dreams of Tomorrow is 3rd. First line on the outside. The half went in 46 seconds as they come down for the 8th pole. Here comes Dreams of Tomorrow. Life Changer continues to battle on down at the rail. Life Changer and Dreams of Tomorrow. Life Changer with something left here. Life Changer, a tough customer. Life Changer's going to win it by almost a half length. Dreams of Tomorrow was 2nd. And farther back, first line finished 3rd.
Nice performance from first-time starter Life Changer for John Terranova. Your heavy favorite Dreams of Tomorrow just could not get by. Want to take a minute to welcome in Fox Sports, which is joining us. Welcome to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. We appreciate you joining us. We want to welcome in those of you joining us through Fox Sports 2. We've already had a lot going on America's Day at the Races, and we've got a lot more to come. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney, joined by New York Racing Association, the handicapper and analyst Andy Serling. Sports are back, Andy, and we've got great races coming up.
Absolutely. We've already seen some great races. We've seen some narrow finishes at Churchill Downs today. In fact, 3 close ones, 3 bang-up photo finishes here at Belmont, just one in a very strong allowance race, and the best is yet to come. 4 stakes, headlined by the Run Happy Carter.
We'll also be bringing you Churchill Downs, as Andy mentioned, and a little bit later on, the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby and the Cinema. Here's what you missed if you're just joining us. The 3rd race at Belmont. We had a heavy favorite in the 5, Dreams of Tomorrow, second-time starter, but the horse down on the inside is the one you want to watch. Verster, Life Changer, Andy. What a performance.
Trainer John Terranova kind of quietly does a tremendous job consistently. He and his wife, Tanya, do an excellent job with their stable, and Life Changer ran a terrific race to win, and I don't think we're dealing with some souped-up inside rail that carried him. Certainly weren't based on the first race, as this track is still drying out. The heavy favorite, Dreams of Tomorrow, he broke a little slowly again, so that hurt his chances, but he got a good trip thereafter. I think Jose Ortiz thought when he sort of, wheeled him out top of the stretch, it looked like he was just going to ease by, and Life Changer, who dueled with the hot first-time starter Pardsy, put Pardsy away top of the stretch, and he never stopped under Joel Rosario.
2-5 in the 3rd race at Belmont Park. First-time starter Life Changer getting the win for John Terranova, a colt by Oxbow. Impressive performance first time out, as Andy mentioned. The best is yet to come on America's Day at the Races. We'll take a quick time out and be back with more. Stay with us.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning, And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Orb, winner of the Kentucky Derby and Florida Derby. His runners have scored on both dirt and turf. His recent stakes success includes Mrs. Orb, winner of the Bay Ridge Stakes at Aqueduct, Pippin Stakes victorious Whoa Nelly, and Derlou, a determined runner-up in the Grade 3 La Cañada Stakes at Santa Anita. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We just saw the third race here at Belmont. There's the number 2 Life Changer on the inside, dueling with that first-time starter, the 4 Pardsy, as Andy mentioned. Very resolute down inside.
This was a very impressive win for him. He beat a good horse in Dreams of Tomorrow, and he dueled hard with the hot firster Pardsy in here. Put that one away and still held on to Joel Rosario. It was a very tough customer to get by in the stretch, and a nice job by John and Tanya Terranova to get the win. Life Changer looks okay.
Heading into the winner's circle, 3-year-old Colt by Oxbow. Joel Rosario aboard. What do you do with Dreams of Tomorrow going forward, Andy, after that race?
Well, I always wait. First of all, I want to see the speed figure. How fast did the race come back? Maybe it comes back a very fast race, and he just had the misfortune of meeting a really good horse. I don't love the way he hung. I don't like how he's gotten left now 2 times in a row, but I wouldn't give up on this horse. He's got ability.
Second today is Life Changer, paid $26.80. We're glad to have you with us this afternoon on a great day of racing across the country. Here at Belmont, we'll have it headlined by the Run Happy Carter, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And Andy, you have a best bet coming up.
I do. Now, obviously, from a price standpoint and just as a fan standpoint, I'm disappointed to see Performer not running, but I really like Vekoma. Vekoma has been a terrific performer throughout his career, and the only race he ever ran where he didn't run well was the Kentucky Derby, but I think he's really best going in these one-turn sprint races, and 7 furlongs hits him right between the eyes. There's not a ton of speed in this race, and I think he's going to be stalking the pace, if not in front in here, and I just think Vekoma is way the horse to beat in here, and I like Vekoma quite a bit in today's Run Happy Carter.
A big performance off the bench last time in the Sir Shackleton. George Weaver saying the Carter had always been the plan, but it'll just be run a little bit later than anticipated. We'll go back to Louisville, Kentucky and Churchill Downs. Here's the field for the 4th race. Maiden Claiming, Island Song to the inside on the drop for Eddie Keneally, your current favorite.
Yeah. Got so many PPs in front of me trying to figure. I actually was going more towards the outside here. We'll see if Island Song can bounce back, but does drop down off a maiden 25 claimer to maiden 10.
Here they come out of the tunnel at Churchill Downs. We'll start our post parade with that number 1 Island Song. He's had 10 starts so far. Will today be the day?
Yeah, now only 6 of them have been in the dirt and 5 of them in dry dirt. I don't know. I can't bet him off his last effort, but the drop down certainly wasn't going to hurt him.
Up next will be another drop-down runner and a turnback as well in the 2 Whiskey Chaser.
Yeah, we'll see what we get on the drop-down. Second off, a little bit of a freshening. I wasn't a fan, but ran fast enough last time to not be impossible.
The three-brother Aaron ran at this level last time out. He does have a little bit of speed.
He's the speed, but this horse has lost his form, and I just am concerned he has no stamina left.
Big price on the 4. Count Your Pennies. Another drop down.
Yeah, Count Your Pennies also showed some speed. Has never been on a dirt track before.
Big layoff for the 5 Mobilization. We haven't seen him since August of 2018.
Yeah, and also first time in the dirt. This horse was formerly in Tom Morley's barn, but as you say, it's been almost 2 years.
26-1 on the 6, skating on thin ice. He debuted at Churchill, a little bit of a homecoming today.
Yeah, he will have to improve on his one dirt effort, but it wasn't a muddy track.
7 Litany up next, taking some attention at 7-2.
Yeah, well, from a speed figure standpoint, he fits. He was at Will Rogers last time, but he's also dropping down to this lower level for the first time.
Gelding by Curlin is the 7. We have next the 8 Ego Buster, a second-time starter.
Yeah, Ego Buster would have to improve off that effort, and it's not as though he's dropping particularly from his one race at Fairgrounds.
10 is next, Flug, turning back in distance from that off-the-turf race at Gulfstream.
Yeah, the one dirt race, or both last two, just leave a lot to be desired.
Here's your now current favorite at 3-1 up next, the 11 Fantastry, bred in Brazil for Ken McPeak.
Yeah, he's actually my top choice in this race, cutting back in distance and dropping as well as he puts blinkers on. We'll see. He's a little bit sketchy, but I preferred him to the horse on the inside.
There he is getting a warm-up on the main track at Churchill. And finally, we wrap up with the 12 Celtic Mischief coming back as a gelding.
Yeah, we'll see. Another horse who's going synthetic to dirt. But, you know, this horse is not impossible. The concern with the 12, and he's a live price, is the best races were for Brad Cox. But he has not been on the dirt since he was claimed from Brad Cox.
It's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover, where we identify the horse that's attracting the most support and money late in the betting. And today, that's the number 1 Island Song, 3-1 right now on the board at Churchill Downs, making start 11 on the drop for Eddie Keneally. And Twin Spires is offering you $25 in bonus bets, so go sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or via the Twin Spires app and play $25 to get your $25 of bonus bets right now. We have dueling favorites in Churchill here, Andy, the 1 and the 11. How vulnerable do you think Island Song is with all those starts he's had so far?
You know, I don't love horses, but on the other hand, there hadn't many starts. He's only had the 6 dirt starts and only 5 of them, so I'd cut him a little slack. I just think he's a better turf horse, and I know he's dropping the bottom level. Listen, I don't think any of us are going to be surprised if he's effective in this race. He just didn't do a lot for me, to be honest with you.
He's up there at 3-1. You did say you preferred the 11 Fantastry. I know you like these turn back in distance. Blinkers also go on for this one.
I do. I mean, sometimes you feel like there's too much. Blinkers on, the cut back in distance, et cetera, et cetera. The last race to me was good enough to be a big player in here. He has some better races going shorter. And he got maybe perhaps too engaged in the pace when he didn't run well last time, the time back, 3 back, but his last dirt race prior to his one before that.
Faced Mr. Winston, I'm a Pharaoh, some horses that took money that day sprinting on the main track. He's 5-2 right now on the board. How about the 7 Litany? He was 12-1 on the morning line. He's 7-2 right now. You mentioned speed figures are comparable, maybe a little bit of form that makes sense in here.
No, I agree. I don't know why he's supposed to be a particularly, you know, he should be a big price. He's 7-2 right now. I think they're the logical players. I mean, you know, the problem is, sometimes you get overly caught up and you say the 1, well, he's had a lot of chances, and you start making excuses. But then you look at the rest of the field and you realize from a speed figure standpoint, horses are just sort of fast enough to win. I think we saw a case with a horse here the other day at Churchill that had a lot of chances, but sometimes they just find the right field.
Find their friends, so to speak, and this could just be the right place for Litany, making start number 8 for Chris Hartman. They special weight company at Will Rogers down last time, but did run for $20,000 at Oaklawn. 2 starts back. Ricardo Santana aboard once again. We're seeing the 2 on screen right now. Whiskey Chaser. Any thoughts about this one? A lot happening with this horse as well. Turn back in distance, little drop in class.
I didn't really like this horse. I do like the cut back in distance, but overall, I mean, listen, he's a little bit better price, and he's not that far off in the speed figures. I don't know. He just hasn't really done much running, but maybe the cutback will help him. It's only his second time on a dry track. I wouldn't these are the kind of races I'm not going to try to dissuade anyone on any horse in this race. And I like a horse who's the 5-2 favorite, so I'm not exactly giving people anything particularly clever to speak of.
Fantastry has a little bit of maybe a little bit of positional speed potentially from the outside with those blinkers on as they start to load. He's 5-2 right now. Island Song drifting up a little bit to 7-2. How about the stakes at Churchill today, Andy? We've got some nice ones coming up later.
Yeah, the Aristides coming up a little later.
Yeah.
Looks a little bit dangerous, I agree. And is the Philly stake as well, the Dogwood?
Yep.
That's coming up? I like that race. I like a horse in there. I got to see if I can find my PPs. We're not on at
We've
that
got
point.
We've got a lot.
I
Four
like
Graces,
a horse in there.
Byroness
I like
in
the
there.
5 Magic Dance a lot.
Nice. All
That's
right.
what I like.
Magic Dance for Steve Asmussen coming up a little bit later on in the Dogwood. We've got a lot of great races here on America's Day at the Races, and Fox Sports, the home of Belmont Park and Churchill Downs, and we'll go to Travis Stone for the call of the 4th at Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. In a bit tight there was Count Your Pennies, so too mobilization soon after the start. Celtic Mischief, that outside post to the rail. Quickly grabs the upper hand down the backstretch run. Whiskey Chaser on to be second now. Fantastry not far behind, third in keeping pace. Island Song is fourth. Count Your Pennies making up for lost time. Races up fifth and on the leader's heels. Then it's Eagle Buster running along in sixth. Fluke is seventh. Mobilization is eighth by 4. Skating on Thin Ice is back in ninth, just ahead of Mobilization, who runs along in 10th. And Litany is at the back. So they round the far turn. Celtic Mischief shows the way, leads by half a length. Whiskey Chaser right there. The opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Fantastry 3 wide round the far turn run, while Island Song saves every bit of ground and is going to try and squeeze through by the quarter pole. In a bit tight, nonetheless, found his seam. Island Song with a bold move up the rail to the front. Island Song taking over. Whiskey Chaser on the outside of Celtic Mischief. Farther back, it's Fantastry. Litany down the center of the track trying to come on late, but Island Song, with that move off the turn, has ripped away from the pack and is clear by 5 and opening up to the wire. Island Song rides the rail to victory, wins by 5 in the end. Whiskey Chaser, Celtic Mischief, Litany, and Fantastry.
Island Song on the drop today. Wins by open lengths this afternoon, Andy.
And our friend Travis Stone picked on it right away. He saw Corey Lannery cutting the corner and coming through on the rail, and that was all she wrote. No excuse for my selection, the number 11 Fantastry. She wasn't good enough, but nobody was nearly as good as Island Song for Eddie Keneally and Corey Lannery.
Pulling away from the rest of the field and start number 11 on that drop in class, making it a winning one. It looks like 1-12 down to the wire with the 2 Whiskey Chaser on the turnback, making a little noise way behind, but it was all about the winner in that race at Churchill. Island Song takes the 4th. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll wrap up Churchill. We'll bring you the next race at Belmont Park, the 4th race coming up next, and a lot more on America's Day at the Races.
If your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
We're still up at the break of dawn, committed more than ever to the health and safety of all our athletes. And with many of our other favorite sports on hold, we're still offering the most thrilling, heart-pounding action in all the land. And that, America, is something you can bet on.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Glad to have you with us on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Things are just heating up here at Belmont Park. We have maidens coming up next. Here's the field for the 4th race. Current favorite, 7-2 as it was on the morning line. The number 5, Michael's Bad Boy for Michelle Nevin. We'll go down to the paddock and check in with Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. And we'll first take, we have some bad actors here. Number 3, who I'll start things off with. I was just going to say how good he looks and how well he's behaving, having coming back been gelded, but then he goes and rears up and scares everybody here in the paddock. How they love to make liars out of you, and he didn't even give me a chance to make me a liar. Look, I think it is a positive sign as well that in this maiden 40 that they bring him back, first-time forward trainer Jimmy Bond, and protect him because we do have that waiver claiming rule. Oh, God, he's really acting up now. For this summer meet. So if a horse comes back at the same level or a higher price, then they can waive the claiming tag. And we see several horses who aren't waiving the claiming tag here, but he is protected. Now, before, I don't know what set him off here. He's been rearing up in the last minute or so, and he is a new gelding. But with that gelding, I will say physically at least, it has lightened him up, just made him more athletic overall. He was always a type of heavier runner. So I like that. Hopefully mentally, once he gets out on the track, it'll have taken hold. But I also like the fact that he comes back in this condition going a mile. It seemed as though previous connections wanted to make him go shorter, and maybe that will prove to be his best game, but I think he is more effective at this mile distance here at Belmont. So I want to give him a chance, and hopefully he minds his P's and Q's as we proceed through to the racetrack. Number 5, Michael's Bad Boy. He is your favorite as he drops down in class. He is more fit than what I've ever seen him in his 2 previous starts as a 2-year-old. So that will come. You know, a horse will get a little bit more athletic, a little more streamlined. They kind of shed that baby fat as they get older. But the problem is he has not gone forward whatsoever. Now his pedigree will lend itself to a horse being on the smaller side, and he is very much that. I mean, he's barely 15 hands. He hasn't grown whatsoever from 2 to 3, and I just like to see that. He's well prepared by Michelle coming back here, and yeah, the drop in class should help, but I just wish at his current odds that he had gone forward a little bit more than what he has. Number 11 is Scotty Brown coming back as a 4-year-old as John Terranova looks to go back-to-back here, and does not look as though Scotty Brown has been off for more than a year. His head's right back in the game. He came in here. He's marching around this paddock. He looks fit to me with that layoff in mind. I'm pretty positive on the Scotty Brown spectrum here as he'll show up for the 40 for the first time in his career. And he's certainly run races fast enough to suggest that he could be very effective here, and he has shown speed, at least in his turf races at this type of distance, and he's giving me every indication here again that he should be forwardly placed. He'll just have to overcome that outside draw. As we'll check out a first-time starter from Michael Dickinson, and that is Petrus, named after a very famous and expensive French wine. But this guy, by More Than Ready, out of a multiple stakes winning turf winner, as well as a half to Middleborough Romani and half to Vintage Matters. But the thing is all of those runners have been more effective going longer, kind of more at those marathon distance of 1.25 miles plus. So we'll see what he does here going the mile at first asking. He does come in here fit. He just seems not necessarily green, but just as if he's fairly laid back. But then again, that's kind of Michael Dickinson's MO. And the biggest problem I have with him is he shows up wearing front bandages first time out, and you don't often see horses on the turf wearing bandages whatsoever. So the fronts give me a little reason to be cautious with him. And 2, he just feels as though a race would be beneficial for A, that proverbial light bulb going off, and B, just to kind of strengthen up overall. And maybe the mile distance is more of a starting point, Acacia, for longer distances in his future.
Maggie, thank you. 9-2 on the 7 Patru, as she mentioned. Maybe we'll see him stretching out a little bit down the road, Andy.
Michael Dickinson, I don't think there's any distance that's too far for Michael. And I think he's a dangerous horse in here regardless. I'm going to tell you something. I don't like this favorite at all, Michael's Bad Boy. He did absolutely no running in those races on the turf. I know this isn't a strong field. He drops down. He has a good pedigree and a good trainer. I think there's so much more interesting stuff going on in this field that to take a short price on Michael's Bad Boy, to me, wouldn't be a great idea. I'll get him in the winner's circle.
Here's our post parade. We'll start with the 2 High Tone switching to the turf today.
He's a dangerous horse, got a tour of the track in his lone turf race and goes out for a sharp trainer in Mike Maker and figures to be forward here.
New York bred also in State Bred Company for the first time as we check out the 4 Political up next.
Only doing the even-numbered horses here. This one goes back to the turf for a good trainer, Mike Maselli, but didn't do much running behind Michael's Bad Boy, but only lost by a half length to a horse who's a much shorter price.
And here is that favorite, Michael's Bad Boy. He's been up there at 7-2.
Yeah, I'm just don't see a lot to love about him other than the drop down, layoff. He can win. I just think there's more interesting horses.
Here's a big prize. Broadway Joe trying the turf, and first time Keith O'Brien.
Well, Broadway Joe had some success on the turf in sports. This one does not have a ton of pedigree for Keith O'Brien.
3 will be next in our post parade. Here's the 3 Daring Disguise. A little bit of a bad actor today.
Jimmy Bond does a great job at switching to him, but so does Linda Rice. And this horse is a hanger, and I don't think more distance is going to help him.
We're back to the 7 now. Stay with us. We're finding them. Here's the first-time starter, Patru.
Michael Dickinson is always dangerous. A half to 3 turf winners. The Dam won 6 turf races. There is nothing but turf pedigree, but does start out for a tag. How good a sign is that?
Here's the 8 Plebe up next off the layoff for Bruce Levine.
Even if you liked him, do you think he's going to be effective going a mile?
The 9 5-Star Bandit. We were talking a little bit off air. Nice pedigree with this one.
Yeah, a full to 4-star Crook, but 3 turf winners total in the family, so not the only one. And I took a shot with this one at a big price for Charlie Baker on the pedigree.
Here's the 11 Scotty Brown that Maggie had some interest in.
Yeah, I think this horse is very dangerous in here, going out for John Terranova, looking for back-to-back wins. We haven't seen in almost over a year as a new gelding, but the turf races, at least this horse did some real running in his turf races.
On the outside, big price, the 12 Legend of Bam for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, it would be a big upset.
13 draws in with the scratch. Golden Idol will try the turf for the first time.
Yeah, tries the turf first time out. I just haven't been impressed with what I've seen. Would have to really move forward on the surface.
Last in our post parade now will be the 1 Drop of Bourbon coming out with the pony off the layoff for Ray Handel.
Yeah, this horse completely blew the break first time out, so who knows? I mean, you can't really hold the first race against, and I wouldn't knock some people if they took a shot with this horse at a big, big price.
11-1 right now on the board, as we did get word that the number 8 Plebe is loose on the track. Lost his jockey, Mike Luzzy. We do have some of the best outriders in the game here in New York, though, Andy. They are essential to a safe and functioning racetrack. We've seen them make some tremendous catches as well.
Yeah, I am forever impressed by the outriders here and catching horses, and they've caught him right away.
All is well there, 41-1. Let's go back to your favorite for a moment, the 5 Michael's Bad Boy. You're against this horse in here at 7-2. Looks like there's a lot of opportunities on the board.
Yeah, I mean, look at him compared to Political, who's inside of him. They ran together and hit the wire together, and he's a short price. I just didn't see much running. I wanted to touch on some other horses. Can we talk about the 2 High Tone a little bit? You know, I didn't originally particularly like this horse, but my friend Nick Tamaro, who I have a lot of respect for his opinion, was sort of pointing out to me that this horse just kind of needed his first start. He just got one of those first starts. You point out first time against New York breds. There's some pedigree to handle the grass. A good trainer in Mike Maker. His last race is arguably one of his best yet. He has some speed. Gets Jose Ortiz for a good barn. I mean, he's not a great price at 5-1, so it's not as though you're getting a huge payoff. But I thought he was a little bit interesting here.
Had a sibling that was 2 for 3 on the grass. Called by Tonalist, who's had some runners starting to pick up a little bit more recently. Anyone else interest you in this field,
well,
Andy?
I actually, like the 9 in the pedigree, 5-star Bandit on the pedigree. I don't mind taking a flyer at a big price with a horse trying the turf, and I don't care what this horse did on the dirt. I'm sure that 4 Stars Crook was terrible on the dirt, but she was a major stake winner when she got to the grass. Horses, as you know, are, they can be a stakes horse on one surface and a $10,000 claimer on the other surface. So I won't be shocked when she moves up on the turf. And it's not as though she's running against any tigers in this race. So if she takes the surface and improves, why not? Because I think Petrus is dangerous for Michael Dickinson, but I don't love the first time, running in a claiming race for the first time. Who in here are we supposed to be so afraid of? Scotty Brown certainly could win in here, but, you're talking about a long layoff for John Terranova.
Nice 19-1 on that 9 5-star Bandit with the big pedigree, and you did see the 8 Plebe, a late scratch after getting loose. Let's go check in with Maggie.
Yeah, that's right, Acacia. And jockey Mike Lezzi up and walking under his own power. And kudos to outrider Efrain Cancel, Eric Cancel's dad, for picking up Plebe, who is a late scratch here today. As we'll take a look at the horse Andy likes, and I'm right on board with him in regards to number 9, 5-star Bandit, as we just had a big roll of thunder as... the skies are looking pretty dark over there across the racetrack. Anyway, but as Andy said, a fool to 4-star Crook and a lot of turf in the pedigree. Looks as though he should handle the turf. And the biggest thing I can say is that going back to his first start in which he was intended to run on the turf, he is way more together. He's way more fit. He's way more defined. He's so much stronger behind as well. I think this horse is super dangerous at a humongous price. As we'll also take a look at number 2, High Tone. Same thing kind of goes for him in that also he'll be facing New York breds for the first time, as you guys were saying. But he also has recency over some of these. So that's very identifiable with him in that he's definitely probably the most fit-looking horse in this field. He stacks up nicely physically with his state-bred company, and he looks like a turf horse as well. So I'm not going to be surprised to see either of these horses running well, getting to the turf.
This is catastrophe.
Maggie, thank you. 5-1 still on the 2, High Tone, getting back to the turf after only facing maiden special weight company on the grass in his debut. Could be an interesting prospect, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, he was given one first time out, essentially, as a lot of first-time stars need their first start. Now, I don't think he meant any Tigers at Indiana Downs, but I mean, any Tigers here, and he goes out for a dangerous barn. I think you have to keep an open mind in a race like this, because when a horse like Michael's Bad Boy is the favorite, I think what it's really saying is how strong an effort you're going to need to win the race. And these are the kind of races you can find some prices. I'm guessing a bit with the 9, but the pedigree says, why not? And it around 20-1. I mean, who cares? Take a shot.
4-star Crook. Really nice stakes quality mare for Chad Brown, the full sister to this gelding. And they're off. Here's John Embry.
They're off. And it is Broadway Joe who comes out for the lead. Broadway Joe is joined on the outside here by Scotty Brown. Scotty Brown is in front. And now towards the inside, it's High Tone who is moved up. Legend of Bam and Broadway Joe. Far outside, Golden Idol runs in 5th. And then it is 5-star Bandit, who's next in 6th in mid-pack. Followed on the outside by Political, who's running in 7th. Then Daring Disguise next in 8th. Followed by Michael's Bad Boy in 9th. Then a break almost 4 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Petrus and Drop of Bourbon. The opening quarter mile went 22 and 4/5 seconds. Scotty Brown has the lead here by a length and a half. Big long shot. Broadway Joe is racing in 2nd, and down on the inside is High Tone in 3rd. Then Legend of Bam being passed there by 5-star Bandit. 5-star Bandit now up to 4th with Political up to 5th. Michael's Bad Boy now is gaining ground on the outside along with a Golden Idol. The half mile in 47 seconds as the field moves for the top of the stretch. It is still Scotty Brown with the lead. Michael's Bad Boy is looking for a way through. Scotty Brown is the leader. Here's High Tone, Michael's Bad Boy as they come down for the 8th pole. Scotty Brown, Michael's Bad Boy, and High Tone. Then on the outside, it's Golden Idol and Petrus. With the lead here is Scotty Brown as they come for the finish. Michael's Bad Boy will be second best. Scotty Brown the winner. Then Michael's Bad Boy, a photo for third.
Scotty Brown has not raced since April 18th of 2019, but he was ready to go, Andy, today once he got out to the lead and took him all the way.
Yep, set an honest pace, came back as a first-time gelding. Trainer John Terranova, he and his wife Tanya, as we said before, doing a sensational job. They win back-to-back races here. Jose Lezcano gets the win. And listen, he had run fast enough races earlier in his career, you know, and it's, you know, it's one thing to run a decent figure and run 5th or 6th. He was doing it while be effective behind decent enough horses in Duke's Point, Dashing Dan. Not a big shock, and, you know, not a bad effort from Michael's Bad Boy. I didn't like to finish second. He had a little bit of traffic getting through for Manny Franco, but he had his chance once he got through and just could not get to the winner.
First-time starter, Petru the 7 on the outside with a little bit of late run as well. We talked about him maybe getting some more distance down the road.
Well, Michael Dickinson will find a mile and a half race for him somewhere, whether it's here or somewhere else. Michael's always plotting a course, but he's also an exceptional trainer, trained the dual Breeders' Cup winner De Haas, among other good horses.
The number 11, Scotty Brown, first time in for the tag meeting. He was technically for sale today for that $40,000 claiming price. Off of the layoff, and John Terranova gets the double. Nice, another good-looking winner in Scotty Brown. We'll take a break and be back with more on America's Day at the Races.
Ironicus. This graded stakes-winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners, including Canadian champion and Horse of the Year Up With the Birds. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga, he won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. His first yearlings have sold for over 7 times his stud fee. The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires Distorted Humor. Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
And they're off. Second in the 2-path. Round her inside. Race. A quarter of a mile to go, and he's 6 yards out. It's last of the 12 as they roll into the backstretch.
Smiling Tigers Championship Sire performance continues. Each of his first 3 crops has produced a Horse of the Year, including California Horse of the Year Spiced Perfection and 2019 champion 2-year-old male El Tigre Terrible. 14 6-figure earners, including 7 with single-season earnings surpassing $100,000 in 2019. California's #1 second crop sire in 2018 and now #1 third crop sire of 2019. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms. Visit SmilingTigerStallion.com for more information. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy. Champion sprinter Run Happy raced medication-free and stands for $25,000 at Claiborne Farm. Beautiful shot of beautiful Belmont Park as we wrap up the 4th race. We saw Scotty Brown go wire to wire, making it a double for trainer John Terranova, Andy.
Yeah, a really terrific job, and gets this horse ready to roll, coming off a 14-month layoff occasion. I mean, you know, I understand they're all coming off layoffs essentially, or many of them are, but still, this takes a lot, and obviously there's some issue kept in the sidelines, but he's been gelded and came back, and a nice job by Jose Lezcano, and you get him ready, you know, to come off a long layoff, and Seton was a relatively quick pace, because I think there's a little bit of give in the ground. You know, it's not, they went 136 and change, so there's a little bit of give in the ground. 22-4 for the first quarter. It's not like this horse was walking the dog on the front end.
Ran a very nice race under jockey Jose Lezcano. Michael's Bad Boy, your favorite, checking in second. Scotty Brown pays $10.20 to win 11.52. Your order of finish in race 4 at Belmont Park. We're going next to Churchill Downs. The 5th race is coming up next. 6 furlongs on the main track in this maiden claiming race. 5-2 favorite on the outside, Baudette Blizzard. Second off the layoff, Andy, for Dallas Stewart. Blinkers on today.
Okay. I'm not going to knock anybody. He does drop down, or he does drop down here and comes from slop to dirt. I don't know. I liked a different horse in here, but nothing will shock me. I'm betting a horse in this race, actually. I bet the 8, Ugo.
We'll talk about him in a moment as our post parade kicks off with the 1 Magic Man's Touch.
Second-time starter for Al Stahl, makes the big drop from maiden special weight to maiden claimer. Definitely a player.
Here's the 2 dot for John Hancock.
Heading back to the dirt, but not much to recommend in the dirt races.
Big price on the 3 coming up next. Maiden special weight 2 claiming and Noble Companion.
Could say the same thing for Noble Companion we said about 2 dot. Back to dirt. Must improve off the dirt races.
A big price is the 4 Flatten. $450,000 yearling purchase.
The damn Hot Rodney who actually raced down in New York. I'm sure some people remember him. It's the first fall for her.
Here's the 5 Ingenico.
Yeah, there's really absolutely nothing to recommend whatsoever.
Colt by Soldat gets Sonny Leon in the saddle today. 6 first-time starter is up next, Booyaka Shah.
Well, in my heart, I'm always rooting for my friend Norm Cassie to do well. You know, there were about one foal was good from the dam, 1 okay.
Gelding by Cantharos. Here's another first-time starter, 4-year-old, the number 7, Lone Shark, up next.
First-time star goes out for Wayne Catalano, who does not have a great record overall as percentage terms, but he can win with a first-time star. It's I think the 3rd fall, but all were unraced, a 4-year-old firster.
Here's the 8 Ugo, a horse you're interested in, up next.
Yeah, Ugo I liked last time and got way over bet breaking down the rail. Well, breaks from the rail on a sloppy track. If you bet this horse last time at 2-1, why wouldn't you come back today on a dry track and take a much, much bigger price? I'm in on Ugo.
9-1, a nice price right now as we looked next at the 9 Queens Mason.
Yeah, Queens Mason takes another slight drop and has run competitively. Has back races that would win, but the recent form, not great.
On the camera right now, the number 10 Big Price Harding Park.
Yeah, first-time star at a big price. There were a couple of days from the foal. The last 4 foals not been very good.
And here's your favorite, Baudette Blizzard for West Point Thoroughbreds, 5-2.
Well, those West Point people, they love to bet their money. Has some races good enough, but I don't need a short price in this field.
Want to remind you here, too, that Twin Spires offering a nice sign-up bonus as well. $25 in free bonus bets. You bet your $25, you get $25 back. Use promo code GET25. Go to twinspires.com or download the Twin Spires app as we check out the number 1 Magic Man's Touch. Second-time starter for Al Stahl, Andy. We haven't seen this called by Congrats since November.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Where am I going? Give me a second. I'm trying to deal with these problems. Oh, the 1 Magic Man's Touch. Yes, I think this horse is dangerous. I always think Al Stahl's horses are dangerous. You know, he's such a good trainer, and he comes to Saratoga every summer as well. And you have to respect the drop down. We'll see. I mean, didn't do much running first time out, but at least this one showed some speed. So it's not as though he was 10 lengths behind the whole way.
Here's the 8, 7-1, who you're interested in. I mean, this horse makes a lot of sense. Does it concern you a bit that he is a little cool on the board?
No, not at all. I didn't bet him last time and I liked him. No, I think that people aren't being as forgiving as last start. Maybe I'm wrong to be forgiving, but from my perspective, I liked him last time. I don't want to bet on horses that are goofy at short prices at 5-2 anyway. This horse was way over bet at just under 5-2. So right away, the horse just over bet. Maybe he didn't handle the slop. Maybe he's not any good. But if I was going to bet him last time and now I get a dry track today, why wouldn't I go in on a much better price? It's not as though there are any tigers in this race, as we said.
Worth taking a shot at a nice price still up there on the board. Your current favorite is the 11 Baudette Blizzard. He faced Hugo last time out, finishing second in that race. He's second off the bench, blinkers on, but it is start 10 for him, Andy.
Yeah, that's my real problem. Do I need a short? First of all, I don't want a short price in any race, but much less this field. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins, but I don't know. What is so good about his recent form that he looks like a 5-2 shot in here?
He has shown a little bit of early speed, has that outside post in here. 5-2 seems like a very short price in this field on anybody, though, doesn't it?
I agree it is. I'm committed on Hugo, and I'm going to make an exacta box with the 1.
Got a couple of interesting first-time starters in here, potentially. The 7 Lone Shark, 4-year-old colt by Curlin, the first foal to race. There he is in the colors of Gary and Mary West. When you see a horse that's a little bit older debuting, put stock in that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, you have to ask yourself, they're not making money sitting in the barn, and so why have they not been running? And usually it means there are issues. It doesn't mean they don't win sometimes, but yeah, I mean, 4-year-old, it's the middle of the year. Absolutely, I definitely do put some stock in that.
First-time starter in this spot. We're taking a look now at the number 2 Dot. There goes 3 heading behind the gate. In just a few moments, we'll have Fox Sports 1 joining us as well throughout the rest of the day. We've got a lot of good stuff coming up for you on America's Day at the races. We appreciate all of our partners, including Run Happy, the sponsor of the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter, coming up a little bit later on. Also the sponsor of the Santa Anita Derby, Run Happy Santa Anita Derby, an important prep for the Kentucky Derby, and we'll see a nice rematch in that race, Andy, with Authentic and Honor AP.
Yeah, it is a great matchup between those two. They are serious 3-year-olds. We're sorry we're not going to see them in the Belmont Stakes, but glad to see the 2 of them hooking up in that race. And that's a real battle. Obviously, Honor AP has to take a step forward to beat Authentic, but maybe he can. It's really a battle between those 2.
They come out of the San Felipe. As with many races, we had to wait a little bit longer to see this Run Happy Santa Anita Derby, but we're thrilled to have it back in action, and we will be bringing you that race a little bit later on, 7 to 8 p.m. tonight. Lots of good stuff coming up on America's Day at the races. They're starting to load here for the 5th at Churchill Downs. Andy's horse, the number 8 Hugo, still up there. 9-2, he went down a bit.
Yeah, he's taking some money here. And once again, we apologize. There are issues on NYRA Bets, and our deepest apologies to people. I can't say enough, and we were working hard to get them fixed. Use the app. Stick with it. Keisha's been watching me. I have gotten bets in on the app. You've got to stick with it and keep hitting it, confirm. But we apologize. I'm not making an excuse for it at all, but please try on the app, and please try to keep getting your bets in.
Bets are going in, and again, we really do apologize that we appreciate all of our customers continuing to support us. We'll go next to Travis Stone with the call of the 5th at Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Baudette Blizzard toward the outside with Queen's Mason. Booyah Kasha showing speed toward the rail. 3rd and now 2nd coming after Baudette Blizzard. Magic Man's touchdown inside, advancing up from 4th. Noble Companion is back into 5th, and Genico comes away 6th. Hugo 7th, while in the clear. 2 Dot is now 8th. Flatten is on the move from 9th. Harding Park in 10th, and Lone Shark is last. Down the backstretch they go. Booyah Kasha was in tight there for a few strides. Lost a bit of ground as Baudette Blizzard clears off to a 2.5 length lead for the far turn run. The quarter was swift. 21 and 2/5 seconds. 3 furlongs to go. And it's Baudette Blizzard in front. Queen's Mason now 2nd. Booyah Kasha set to strike inside while 3rd. Magic Man's touches under pressure in 4th. The rest have to get going. They're at the quarter pole. Queen's Mason's looking for the lead. Down inside is Baudette Blizzard. Booyah Kasha popped outside for a final bid. Then it's Magic Man's touch. Farther back in the field, Hugo is late on the scene. 1 furlong to go. Queen's Mason comes away with a 2-length advantage. Baudette Blizzard, Magic Man's touch, Booyah Kasha, and Hugo down to the wire. Queen's Mason. Queen's Mason wins by 3 in the end. Magic Man's touch got 2nd. Baudette Blizzard was 3rd. Booyah Kasha 4th.
Number 9, Queens Mason, the winner at Churchill Downs. We want to welcome those of you joining us here on FS1. Glad to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Mind Control this afternoon seeking his 4th graded stakes victory in the Run Happy Carter. In our feature races of the day, we'll also see Code of Honor, last year's Jockey Club Gold Cup winner, back as the 6-5 morning line favorite in the Westchester this afternoon. And Newspaper of Record, a sensational 2-year-old. She's making her 4-year-old debut in the Grade 3 Intercontinental here at Belmont Park for trainer Chad Brown. And we'll also bring you the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby later on. 4-5 morning line favorite is Authentic for Bob Baffert, and he'll have that awaited rematch with Honor AP. Brought to you, as always, by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney, pleased to be joined by NYRA handicapper and analyst Andy Serling. Sports is back, Andy. We've got a great card assembled. We've been saying it all day, but it really just is so true. The stakes we have on tap today are sensational.
No, I agree, and they're coming up soon. Race number 5. After race number 5, races 6 through 9 will all be stakes. That kicks off, of course, that mandatory payout in the Empire 6 as well, the late pick 5. 2 strong allowance races afterwards. There is a lot to look forward to.
We'll give you a look of what's coming up with today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. Sensational card here at Belmont. We've also got stakes for you at Churchill Downs, and of course that Run Happy Santa Anita Derby and the cinema as well out at the Great Race Place at Santa Anita. We're good and good here at Belmont Park. Fast and Firm at Churchill and Santa Anita. We did just see them seal the track here at Belmont, Andy.
Well, you know, there has been some thunder rumbles. We're also there's been no rain here. Right. I don't want people to think that. And just because you hear some thunder and you see some dark clouds doesn't mean it's going to rain. And we have been relatively fortunate. And people look at their apps and they're on Twitter and say to me, oh, you're going to be off the turf. You're going to be this. We've gotten a little rain, but not that much. It feels like it may be moving a little bit away from us towards the east, so we're optimistic. I don't have much hair to begin with. I got what I had chopped off this morning. Acacia's hair is flying around a bit, so they're sealing it in case it rains as a dirt race is coming up. But hopefully it's passed us by.
I started out doing okay. Got a little bit breezy up here on the 3rd floor, but we want to say thank you to all of you who have joined us on FS2. You can flip over now to FS1 to continue to watch the rest of the show as Fox Sports is the home of Belmont Park and Churchill Downs. We've got a lot more of great things coming up, including that Run Happy Carter, the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby, and a lot more on America's Day at the Races.
Today, dual Grade 1 winner mind control races in the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter Handicap.
Oh, it's very close. Number 6, Mind Control was first.
And Run Happy Travers winner Code of Honor makes his return in the Westchester.
And Code of Honor and John Velasquez have won the Run Happy Travers.
Tune in to America's Day at the Races, home of the biggest races and the biggest stars in the game. Check your local listings.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms has sired over 70% winners from starters. His top runners include multiple stakes winner and Grade 3 victor Recruiting Ready, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Taylor Spirit, and juvenile stakes winner South Bend. In the Pennsylvania Derby, Algorithms notched his first Grade 1 winner with a thrilling victory by Matt Wizard. In the ring, his juvenile sold up to $275,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. There's a shot of the home of the Kentucky Derby, Churchill Downs. They're up next here on our show. With the stretch we're seeing now of race 5, Queens Mason, the winner there, Andy, as we check out prices, an $11 winner at 9-2.
Yeah, we said it before the race. I mean, she'd had a lot of chances, but, he had had a lot of chances, excuse me. They confuse me with these names, Queens. I'm bad enough as it is. I could say Bill, and I'd say she. But she just found the right field to get it done. A nice effort for Magic Man's Touch, dropping down for a second start for Al Stahl, but not good enough.
9-1-11, your order of finish. We'll switch now back to Elmont, New York. We have race 5 coming up next at Belmont. Here's a shot of our horses in the paddock. We've got a nice allowance coming up next and a lot more on America's Day at the Races after this quick timeout.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guy's win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
I was born inside this delta.
When you win, has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
I was raising horses.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Let your light shine through. Gotta get in, it's a winning. All the world's been waiting on you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Here's a shot of the tunnel from beautiful Belmont Park as we have our 5th race coming up next. We're going 6 furlongs on the main track. Nice allowance field as we kick off our post-parade. Andy with the number 1, Syndergaard.
It's not too often a trainer gets a chance to win 3 races in a row. It's not too often a trainer has horses in 3 straight races, but John Terranova has the 5-2 favorite, in my opinion, the horse to beat, as he looks to win his 3rd straight race.
Big price is the number 2, Arc in the Dark. Hasn't run since December.
Oh, it's a bit of a hunch bet with the dark here and a little bit of shower just blew through.
Here's the 3, Dark Money.
He has some speed. We'll see if he can be forward, as they should be moving up front.
The 4 is War Toxin, second last out.
It goes out for Uriah St. Louis, who's pulled some upsets here in the past.
He has indeed. As we check out the 5 up next, Morning Breeze.
He has the talent to be effective here and can stalk. He just doesn't like to find the winner's circle that often.
5-1 right now on that horse. Up next is the 6 at 7-2, Binkster for Ray Handel.
Is Dylan Davis going to be as aggressive as he should be with a horse who's really improved for Ray?
7, Honorable Service. Big price coming up next.
Yeah, he's found a tough spot to be coming in from out of town. We'll see.
Here's another price on the board, the 8, American Rule.
He has 1 race in his last 10 that could give him a shot and 9 that don't.
The Speedy C now is up next, the 9.
I tell you what, if the 6 doesn't get an aggressive ride, Kendrick Carmouche, you know he's going. He's the speed. Is he good enough?
He's a nice price at 14-1 as we look at the 10, Kosciuszko.
Comes off one of his better career efforts last time back in February. We'll see if he gets the speed. It doesn't hurt to pick up Joel Rosario.
The 12 will be next in our post parade. Mad Money's on the outside.
Well, we didn't get enough rain, thankfully, for Mad Monies, who appreciated the mud 2 back when he beat me by a nose. We'll see. This is a tough spot.
It rained for about 5 seconds and
Amazing.
seems to have completely stopped now. Here's the 11, Mr. Phil.
Mr. Phil broke his maiden last time, beat First Line, who ran earlier and did not run that well. We'll see. This is a tough spot.
And as we mentioned a couple of times, we do want to take the time to apologize to our customers. Naira Bets has been experiencing technical issues. We're working on it. We appreciate your patience.
No, we can't apologize enough. Absolutely, listen, I'm a bettor, trying to get bets into my account. I share your pain, but you're the customers, and you come first, and we are very sorry and doing everything we can. I do want to say to people on the app, I'm not making excuses, and I'm certainly apologetic, as everyone at Naira is, but I have been able to get my bets in by continuously hitting the enter and getting them in. So you can get your bets in, and if you're having an issue and your balance isn't showing up, suggest you hit refresh and your balance should show up. Please stick with us. We apologize. It's not excusable. We are very sorry. We're working on it, but you can get your bets in the app, so just please keep trying.
Thank you all for your patience, and thank you to all of our Naira Bets customers. We'll check out the 1 Syndergaard at 5-2. John Terranova, the trainer. This one coming out of some state-bred stakes and turning back, Andy.
Took an absolutely brutal beat in the Champagne here as a 2-year-old behind Practical Joke when he lost a head bob after dueling the whole way around. Well, John Terranova really got this guy back to life. He looked like he couldn't really run anymore, but John's done a great job getting back to life. Can he work out the right trip from the inside with the other speeds in here?
How do you feel about him back sprinting, too? He's turning back to the 6 furlongs.
I don't have a problem with that. In fact, in his last win at 6 furlongs, I don't have a problem. A little bit of moisture in the track, so he can handle that, as we do see some showers coming down. It's blue skies. About 60% of the track is covered with blue skies. Acacia and I are looking. Acacia's really experiencing the craziness of Belmont for the first time. The wind up here and the way it can be raining on one half of the track and apparently not raining on the other track. A minor shower coming through, should be gone soon.
I really am getting the full experience
The full
up
Belmont.
here. It's not as bad as it might look on camera. We do promise you that. Here's the 3 Dark Money. This horse had a nice race to win back.
Yeah, he had everything go his own way this day, in my opinion, against Softer, and there's just better speeds than here. I feel like he's in trouble for being outrun early, and I am not a big fan of this horse. I think he's dressed up very much by circumstance in his good races. So if you want to bet horses that I don't like, Mad Money is your horse.
He is up there right now at 5-1. Would you envision a scenario where he shows some speed and then just kind of ends up getting swallowed up in this field?
I don't see how he gets the lead from Kendrick Carmouche in the 9C now. He's going to need an awful lot of horses to get left, as it is raining a little bit harder right now. I don't see it happening. I don't see him in front. I don't see Manny Franco being on an absolute send as he would probably need to be.
The number 5, Morning Breeze, and for Bob Caceres, 3rd in State-Bred Stakes Company last time out.
Yeah, you know, I liked him a lot 2 back.
Yeah.
And I think he ended up making the lead a little bit soon in there, and he actually ran pretty well. And I think he ran fine last time, and he's got figures that give him a chance. The problem with him is he's just not a winning type with just the 4 wins in 30 starts and 17 seconds and thirds. On the other hand, he's 7-1 right now, so you're getting paid. I think you could do worse with this horse, and he can handle moisture in the track as well.
He absolutely can. A couple of good efforts on wet tracks at Belmont last year, as we see them behind loading in. Who's your top pick in this race, Andy?
I like Syndergaard. I actually picked the race 1, 5, 6.
All right. We'll see if Syndergaard, who'd been so well talked about towards the start of his career, gets the job done. And what a day it has been already for trainer John Terranova with 2 wins on the card. There's a couple left to load, and we'll head up to the voice of New York racing, John Imbriel, for the call of the 5th at Belmont.
Field of 12 in race number 5, going 6 furlongs. The main track currently good and sealed. And we do have some rain showers coming down right now as Kosciuszko moves into line. We're still waiting on the 6-horse Binkster. And then the outside two, Mr. Phil and Mad Monies. Mr. Phil goes in nicely, and Mad Monies will be the 12th and final horse to enter the starting gate. Actually starting to get a bit brighter here at Belmont, so that's good news. Mad Money's just about in the starting gate, and we are set for the start of race number 5. And Syndergaard has broken on through, so we'll have a delay.
Number 1, Syndergaard broke through the gate. It takes a lot of energy to come through on the other side, Andy.
It does. And, you know, obviously as a player, you'd prefer your horses don't break through the gate. You'd prefer everything goes well. He didn't run off that far. Horses have broken through the gate and won before. We saw about 7 of them at Saratoga a few summers ago. It's not a positive, and he's a short price, but they'll check him out, make sure he's okay, and he appears to be going back in. He did not run off at all, though.
Held in hand by his rider, Jose Lascano, picked up immediately by the outrider. We'll go back to John and Brielle.
Syndergaard back in, and we are once again set for the start of race number 5, and they are off. Syndergaard did come away well from that inside post position, but it is Sina who has the early lead as Syndergaard moves up into second. Right alongside is a Dark Money, who is a close-up third, and then it is Morning Breeze, who is next in fourth. On the outside is Mad Monies. And then it's a length and a half back to War Toxin, who is racing in 6th position. Then we come back. Morning Breeze now moving up from 4th. War Toxin is next in 5th, down on the inside. As the field moves for the top of the stretch, it's See Now on the inside, Dark Money on the outside. Mad Monies is next in 3rd, followed by Morning Breeze in 4th. Syndergaard is down at the rail and running in 5th. Binkster is 6th. The half one in 45 and 2. Here comes Dark Money now to take over the lead here. Dark Money in front. Morning Breeze driving on the outside. 16th to the finish. It is Dark Money with the lead. Clear here by 3. The battle will be for second. See Now or Morning Breeze. Dark Money is the winner, and it was close for second. Morning Breeze or See Now. Binkster finished 4th.
Number 3, Dark Money gets the win in here for Rudy Rodriguez and Manny Franco.
Well, I told you before the race, you want to bet horses I don't like. Send it in on Dark Money. I tried to help you. Manny gave him a perfect ride. Yep. You know, you did see the pace hold together. We did get those showers before the race. They're sort of seem to be ending now, finally. But I wonder if maybe that helped the speed up front, as both the speeds did pretty well here. And just seemed like horses weren't making much of a close. But give credit to Dark Money. Rudy's horse has been running well since the layoff. Second win today for Manny Franco.
Certainly have perhaps a barn to keep an eye on as we see the number 3, Dark Money. In just a couple weeks from now, jockey Manny Franco will be aboard Tiz the Law, pointing towards the Belmont Stakes. Fun New York bred he has been to follow.
Yeah, no, he's been a terrific horse. We saw him break his maiden in Saratoga, and he hasn't missed a beat.
We do want to remind you that today, Saturday, we will also have a mandatory payout in the Empire 6. That does start in race 6 this afternoon. Expecting to have a pretty good sized pool today too. Make sure you want to take advantage of that, as everything must go. Again, starts in race 6. You've got stakes action in that sequence and a fantastic card today at beautiful Belmont Park. Number 3, Dark Money, the winner. Will wrap up this race, bring you prices and a whole lot more on America's Day at the races after this quick timeout.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Flatter. This prolific son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. He's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. His yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row and sold up to $900,000 at Keeneland September. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We just saw race 5 at Belmont. Dark Money, under a perfect trip it seemed, by Manny Franco, Andy.
Yeah, Manny did everything right. He got out. Nobody went with the 9, as we were talking about beforehand, but you had said, how aggressive will Manny be? Well, he was a little more aggressive than I had expected him to be, and he got that good position and really wasn't in doubt. He did kind of duck out a little bit in the stretch, but was well clear, and it does look like the horse that doesn't really like to win just got up for second, the number 5, I think, right?
Picking up a check once again, 3-5-9. And as you said, the pace really pretty much holding together as Dark Money pays $14 to win the 5th at Belmont. There's the prices there, and as we wrap up that 5th race at Belmont, we do have race number 6 coming up next at Churchill Downs, but we're going to go and check in with our own Jonathan Kinchin from his home in Texas. And Jonathan, I hear you've got a best bet for us this afternoon.
Yeah, man, I always have a best bet, so it's a matter of whether or not it wins or not. So I like to pick 3 today. I like playing cold pick 3s, trying to run opinions together, and I'm going to give you one starting in race 7 at Belmont. I love Code of Honor in this comeback race. I just think he's the best horse in this field. He's run well at the one-turn configuration, and although his best race was in the 1 1/4 Travers, I think that some of his one-turn races might even be better. I love him in this spot. We'll start with him, the 9 in the first leg. Then we'll go on to Newspaper of Record. I got to admit, I am a card-carrying member of the Newspaper of Record fan club. I was constantly making excuses for her last year, but I think some of those excuses were valid. I think she just was going at distances that might not be ideal for her. I feel like maybe she was a little bit headstrong. It seems like looking at her workout videos that she seemed to kind of cool out a little bit. I think she's dangerous in this spot. I'm a huge fan of a filly who is so unbelievably talented and explosive at 2. I have a feeling that she's going to be explosive at 4 as well. And then on to the last leg, Vekoma. I thought Vekoma's Sir Shackleton was absolutely amazing, and I'm going to use him in this spot. Now, look, if you're a little bit more or less, risk averse than I am, maybe you cut this bet in half and you add mind control in that 3rd leg. But this is how I'm going to play it. Ice cold. 9 with 5 with 11. Good luck.
I'm guessing that Jonathan wasn't watching the show earlier, or he wouldn't be using my best bet of the day, Vekoma. Jonathan, did I catch you not watching earlier?
No, Andy. I mean, if it's your best bet, it's got to be. It's got to win.
They never lose, right? Never lose. I know. You probably just scored out on Dark Money, the worst I said I hated.
I did. I actually did. I know. I'm kidding.
Well, we're all on Vekoma, so he's got a lot of weight to carry today.
Yep, that's all right. I still think he's going to win.
All right, we'll flip the page now to race number 6 at Churchill Downs. Thank you, Jonathan. Keep in mind his pick 3 coming up a little bit later on with that great stakes action at Belmont Park. Churchill is up next, 6th race going a 1 1/16 on the main track. the number 4 House Limit, dropping a class for Bill Mott, who's still chasing that milestone, Andy.
Yeah, he's a big question mark. He could blow this field out, or he could get nothing. This is a very tough race coming up.
We'll start our post parade as they head out of that historic tunnel at Churchill Downs. We'll begin with the number 1 Conquest Lemon Raid, Eddie Keneally. We saw him win earlier.
Yep, he's looking for his second win today. We'll see. We'll see how he does this horse. I think he's more of a turf horse, but his dirt races are good enough to win.
Here's the number 2 Professional, had a win last out for the non-winners of 3 condition.
Yeah, now he really does seem to be much more of a turf horse.
Up next will be the number 3 Laddie Boy. He's 9-2, taking that drop in class.
I think Laddie Boy is one of the ones you probably want to use, and what a record he's got if you look at him. 45 times hitting the board in 82 career starts.
A 9-year-old gelding
Amazing.
by Warpass who still shows up every time. You
Amazing.
gotta love those horses.
Yep, backbone of the game.
Number 4 House Limit, your favorite. We mentioned him earlier.
What do you do with a horse that gets his form back that he'd shown earlier after losing it? Then he's eased, and now he comes back off a long layoff and he drops a class. I would never bet a horse like this, but obviously he's the horse to beat, especially if he runs one of his better races.
Next will be a big price, the 7 On Patrol.
You know, for a big price, his races 2 and 3 back are good enough to give him at least a chance to get a piece. His last race, though, leaves a lot to be desired.
Here's the 8 Gray for Bernie Flint, switching turf to dirt.
This is One Mean Man. Yes, he is not named after me, and he leaves. He looks a little slow in his recent form.
Number 9 Pinson is up next.
Yeah, you know, his last race is good enough, and he can be forward in this race. He has speed, but it feels like there is some speed in here, particularly with the favorite.
Here's the 10 Altito, second off the reclaim for David Vance.
Yeah, reclaim. I don't like the claim from Tom Amos, but the last race is good enough on a slight drop here to have a chance.
And stretch out runner towards the outside, second off the layoff, Mark My Way.
If you want to stretch out second off a layoff, this is your horse. I don't.
And finally, we wrap it up with a class dropper to the outside, Candy Carlos.
You know, when I was looking at this race, my first thought, is this a mile with 1 turn, a mile 16th? I hate the post, even post 10 with 2 scratches. I would bet this horse, but I'm worried about the post a little bit in here. Drops
There
down.
is the field. It's time for the Twin Spires Market Mover, where we identify the horse that's attracting the most support in money late in the betting. It is the number 3 Laddie Boy. Let's check in with Jonathan for some more thoughts on the 6 at Churchill.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, the 3, the market mover, the Twin Spires market mover here is the 3 Laddie Boy. Half the price of the morning line of 8-1. Look, I guess I understand why this horse is bet that way, dropping in from that starter allowance race where he couldn't really get the job done. I just don't like a horse who, if you look about four races back, was claimed off of Diodoro for $8,000, who was winning everything at Oaklawn. Just feels like a negative trainer move. Nothing against Chris Hartman, just that, you know, I think that Diodoro was hot then, and if he couldn't win with this horse for 8, what makes me think that Hartman's going to win here for 16? I actually like the 9 Pinson. Andy talked about having a little bit of speed. The one thing that gives me a little bit of comfort is that he's the outside, the drawn outside. So if there's going to be a speed of the speed situation, it felt like he was the one. He's an unbelievable price right now at 15-1. And I'm just upgrading everything coming out of Oaklawn. We talked about it on the show, how competitive that meet was. And so I like the 9 Pinson.
15-1 for Jonathan. Thank you. We want to remind you, Twin Spires is offering you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or via the Twin Spires app. And you can play 25 to get your $25 of bonus bets. If you like Jonathan's horse or anybody else, who are you landing on, Andy?
I don't have a strong opinion. I'm going to say my pick is the 12. I don't like the post, but I'm going to root for Jonathan here because I agree. Yeah. This horse, there is a lot of speed, but this horse should not be 16-1. That's a big price.
Big price right now as the number 4 House Limit. Still your favorite. Trainer Bill Mott 2 away. As somebody acting up in the gate a bit, looks to me like the 2, but trainer Bill Mott with the 4 House Limit, 2 away from that milestone victory of 5,000, and we'll go to Travis Stone for the call of the 6th.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Candy Carlos with that outside post, and he's hustled out toward the lead. Laddie Boy is there. House Limit in between, and up close to is Pinson, so those three go on with it. Candy Carlos tries to tuck in behind to be fourth as they race into the clubhouse turn. House Limit comes on to take the lead. Opens up a length and a quarter, putting Laddie Boy in a bit tight, who backs off to be second. Pinson is racing up on the outside, up to be second now. Laddie Boy is back into third. Candy Carlos for that outside post gets a good spot, tracking the top three from fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Professional down inside of One Mean Man. Also there is Mark My Way. They're at mid-pack, and they're all moving up quickly. Conquest Lemon Raid at the back of that first flight, running along in 8th, 4 lengths back out. Tito 9th, and On Patrol's at the back in 10th. The opening quarter, 23-3. It's House Limit showing the way with 4 furlongs to go. House Limit unopposed so far. Pinson tracking intently from second. Laddie Boy continues to save ground while third. In between horses, Candy Carlos fourth and trying to move up from there. One Mean Man is 3 wide of the far turn, racing in 5th. And then it's Professional down inside 6. Mark My Way wide in 7th. Conquest Lemon Raid is 8th. Altito and On Patrol. Coming for the top of the stretch. House Limit the one to catch. 2 furlongs to go. Pinson is right there. Candy Carlos comes outside for a final try. One Mean Man down the center of the track, racing for the mid-stretch marker. Pinson strikes the front. Pinson in front. House Limit's not done yet. House Limit battles on. Candy Carlos third, final 16th. House Limit has re-rallied on Pinson. Pinson fights on though. House Limit and Pinson heads up and down. Photo finish. House Limit or Pinson, Pinson or House Limit. Conquest Lemon Raid was third.
Photo finishes seem to be one of the themes today. House Limit on the inside. Jonathan's pick, Pinson on the outside. This one looks like it depends on the bob, Andy.
Please win the bob for Jonathan. This was such a great pick. I think he got it.
I think he
got
too.
it. This was
He
a
was moving
tremendous pick by Jonathan Kinchin here. Excellent ride by John Court getting the position. It really looked like the favorite was cruising along,
Right.
but Pinson came and got him. House Limit dug back in. I don't want to jinx him. We're praying. Oh my gosh, he dropped down to 9-1.
He did. He
All
took a
those
lot of
Jonathan
late money.
Kinchin fans. 9-1 is still a very good price. I
An
don't want
excellent
to.
price, yeah.
A tremendous price.
Over the 9-5 you had
win
on the
or
favorite.
lose, this was a tremendous selection by Jonathan Kinchin. But we know Jonathan bet his money, and maybe we can get him on, and let's hope he won the bob.
Big run from Longshot Pinson on the outside under John Court. That is tough when it depends on the bob.
That's
Horses,
a weird angle.
It
I don't.
is.
That
It's
that
tough
angle
to
didn't mean-
see from there.
I
It's
think
tough
he
to
got
see
the
from
bob. I'm praying he got the bob.
Obviously, the motion of the animal coming down to the wire depends whose head is down at that particular moment that the photo is snapped. And it's hard to tell.
Watching head bobs as a bettor when you're involved, they're showing the floor, please be wrong, is just one of the most excruciating. It's that and inquiries, you know, waiting for photos, watching bobs. I don't have enough experience watching Churchill or know the angles. It did seem like the 9 got the bob, though, didn't it?
And it felt a couple times like the 9 had a little bit stronger momentum on the outside.
I think he got him. Again, they just showed it here. Doesn't it look like he got him?
It looked to me. They're
got
both on
him. He
camera now.
got him.
There we
Excellent.
go. 9,
Tremendous call.
4, 1, 12 unofficial order of finish. 9-1. Top pick. Tremendous pick by Jonathan Kinchin as Pinson gets the job done. We'll wrap up at Churchill soon in this race, but back here at Belmont Park, the sun is shining now on a glorious day, and we have a mandatory payout in the Empire 6. It starts in race number 6 this afternoon. We'll be bringing you that and a lot more on America's Day at the races. Stay with us.
We're still up at the break of dawn, committed more than ever to the health and safety of all our athletes. And with many of our other favorite sports on hold, we're still offering the most thrilling, heart-pounding action in all the land. And that, America, is something you can bet on.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Solomini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Good Magic to the front of the field in the toy
bluegrass to win it. The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the BetFan.com Haskell Invitational.
Good Magic's in front.
Today, dual Grade 1 winner mind control races in the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter handicap.
Oh, it's very close. Number 6, Mind Control was first.
And Run Happy Travers winner Code of Honor makes his return in the Westchester.
And Code of Honor and John Velasquez have won the Run Happy Travers.
Tune in to America's Day at the Races, home of the biggest races and the biggest stars in the game. Check your local listings.
He's a good doing, good eating, good feeling colt that I think whoever gets him, it'd be a pleasure to train.
Colt himself is very sound horse, says yes every day, which I love that about him, and I love his attitude.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Glad to have you with us on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. It's time for stakes action at beautiful Belmont Park. The Grade 2 Fort Marcy is at first on the turf, named for the 1970 Horse of the Year. Tremendous turf horse Fort Marcy was. Your tepid favorite currently, the number 8 Social Paranoia, in a very tough race, Andy.
This race is wild. I've just got the last winner of the winner's circle. The only horses I didn't particularly like here were Social Paranoia and Devamani, but I can't rule anybody out of this race. I picked Synchrony, who I think on his best race, the best horse. I like him in Gucci Factor, but this race is as wide open as a race can get.
We have 4 runners in this race from trainer Chad Brown, and it does kick off that Empire 6. Jonathan, tremendous pick at Churchill. We'll see if we can keep the momentum going with this mandatory payout. What makes that a positive for horse players today?
I sure hope we can start this pick 6 off with a 9-1 shot. Look, it's a great opportunity because on a typical day, the Empire 6 only pays the entire pool out if there's one single unique winner. Today, it doesn't matter. If there's 1, if there's 20, if there's 100, the entire pool is coming out, and it should approach close to $1 million. Who knows? You never know what's going to happen, but it should go up in that direction. And so it's just a great opportunity to effectively reduce the takeout of the wager by having all of that free money kind of injected into the pool from the previous days of racing. I love these mandatory payout days, especially when there's a lot of stakes involved in the sequence. And the ticket. Why not? Let's go with it. Here we go. I'm going to spread in the first leg. I agree with Andy. I think this race is wide open. I will tell you, though, I really do like Some Like It Hot Brown. I thought his Breeders' Cup Juvenile was really good, and I was just waiting for him to kind of get into those longer turf races for Mike Maker, which he excels at. I think he could get loose in here. Very dangerous horse. I also am going to use the 4 and the 9 in the second leg. I think Code of Honor is extremely live, but I don't think you want to leave Payne off of your tickets. Going on to the third leg, I've already explained how much I love Newspaper of Record, but I'm going to use another Mike Maker trainee in Jakarta, the 6 horse right there. I think this horse ran really well on the dirt last time. I always like turf horses that run well on the dirt. I think it shows a little bit of toughness and versatility. On to the Carter, I'm going to use Vekoma and Mind Control, which I mentioned in my best bet. Mind Control, a dual Grade 1 winner, has speed and outside post. And then I am going to use in the fifth leg, I'm going to use Tale of Union for Bob Baffert. When Bob Baffert sends one out east, they typically mean business. And then the 10 for George Weaver has some really good races, back races that I want to use that one as well. And then to close this thing out, I thought about singling Lonesome Fugitive, who's named after our friend Andy Serling, but I'm going to use Mr. Jaggers as well. Bill Mott's way too close to the 5,000 to leave him off. Maggie, give us some help if there's anything we're missing.
No, you covered it, and you're doing right by using and leaning on Mike Maker a bit in these turf races. I actually won't talk about either of his horses here in this Fort Marcy, as you guys are lucky. You're at least covered upstairs on the set. Jonathan, you're at your house. I'm not covered. I'm getting rained on down here with the residual raindrops from the trees. Anyway, I shouldn't complain because the sun's back out. But we'll take a look at number 2, Gucci Factor in here. The 7-year-old making his return here, also New York bred. This is a tough spot for him to return to, I'll be honest, because I think 9 furlongs is pushing it with him, especially coming back off of a layoff. And 2, this is a pretty salty field. He looks fit enough, and he's a horse that throughout the years I've watched him, he's steadily mentally matured. And you always like to see that. He really now takes his racing in stride. Again, they have him with the pony, but he could care less. He's really chilled out. Like to see that. And while he looks fit, I've just seen him maybe look a bit better, a little bit stronger in the past, and that will come with racing. And like I said, I feel like this is just a jumping off point where just trying to get some stamina back into him. I don't feel as though he's a win candidate today, as we'll move on to 2 of the 4 Chad Brown horses, and we'll take a look at some of his imports, and we'll begin with number 4, Flop Shot, the rarely seen black horse. You don't often see horses labeled as being black. It takes a lot. They have to be very dark, and they can't have any points of brown on them whatsoever. As you see those dark bay horses, they'll kind of fade into brown at their points and their legs, their tail, their nose, what have you. So he's kind of unique in that respect. They also paid $933,000 for him last fall at the Arcana Horses of Racing Age sale at the Arc de Triomphe sale, as they call it. This guy finished behind Hedman, who is a pretty nice runner in Europe. He's a little bit on the smaller side, but there's some substance to him. He's solid, and I like that. He does look fit coming back here. Watching some of his breezes, which you can check out on XBTV. He's working with a horse by the name of Flavius, that another import that has yet to get the job done in 2 starts here in America. And actually, Flavius was going a bit better than Flop Shot, so I don't really know what to make of it. It's just workouts in the morning. But I'm interested, but I'm not over the moon. So I kind of will be watching to see what Flop Shot does here as Trabuvan. I know I'm going to get somebody saying I said that wrong, is number 9 in here. And he does have 1 start at Gulfstream Park here in the States. And he came with a very wide rally, and it just looked as though he needed a bit more ground. Well, he's going to get it. He's going to get a half a furlong more here, and he is a long, lanky individual, but he also looks a bit more fit than his other European-bred stablemate and Flop Shot. I like the. I know this is on the inner turf course, but he also feels like a horse that may appreciate the expanse of Belmont Park as well. So I think this is just a better spot for him overall. A very beautiful horse, elegantly put together. Like what I'm seeing from him, and he'll probably be one of the higher priced of the 4 Chad Brown horses. But the horse who garnered my attention the most was the other 7-year-old in here, and that's number 6, Synchrony, for trainer Mike Stidham. Now, while he's never run here in New York, or at least at Belmont, I have seen him down in his fairground races throughout the years, and he's so beautiful. And as a 7-year-old, he looks better than ever coming back in here. He was wired in his 2 starts this year at the fairgrounds by Factor This, who turned into quite a runner for Brad Cox. And with a win here, well, that would put him over the $1 million mark. He looks like a happy horse coming off a bit of a freshening, preparing for this start down at Fair Hill. We've seen horses from Fair Hill coming up here to New York and performing well out on the racetrack. So Synchrony, Acacia, he definitely wins the pick of the paddock.
Maggie, thank you. Synchrony, who you had interest in as well, Andy, 5-1. Get some good votes of confidence for Maggie.
Always happy to hear when Maggie has positive. Always happy to hear anything Maggie has to say, frankly, as we've been working together a long time, and nobody does a better job at their job than Maggie Wolfendale does. As far as instilled regard, listen, as I said, I'm not going to surprise by anybody. I'll tell you more why I don't like him. He's really a horse when he's been successful. He's gotten very, very good trips. And we're taking a look at him in the Fort Lauderdale, and this is a perfect example. He won this race because others got bad trips. Channel Cat was going too short. He has a stablemate in here, the number 3, who I think is going to be very tough to beat in Archiper tomorrow, who just got an absolutely ridiculous trip in there, and he was right there at the wire at the end. He ends up getting nipped for second, late stages. Instilled regard got a brilliant ride by our artisan. Everything worked out perfectly. Got a great trip in the Pegasus. I don't know why Irad, though, dragged him out last time. There wasn't much speed on paper, and the horse has been effective sitting closer. And Irad just dragged the horse out of the race, and Irad's a fabulous rider, but that was not one of it. That was Johnny Velasquez, actually. It was not Irad. I didn't think that was a particularly good ride. He's okay. He's a good horse, but I just feel like he's been successful. He's had good trips, and I feel similarly about Social Paranoia, who also does his best running at Gulfstream.
His Appleton, he had plenty of pace to run at 2 starts back, and that's what we're looking at. Last time he chased his stablemate Halliday, who got a lone lead on the front end and couldn't make any mark.
Right. Which race are we looking at?
This is the Appleton.
Well, that wasn't him because he's actually wheeling out.
Right.
He's not. That's not him. That's not him.
He was
he's
the
not in the
number
picture.
7
He's
that
all the
day.
way on the
There he is.
outside. And he could not have gotten a better trip. And this was a brilliant ride by Florent Giroux. He took him back, put him on the rail. He saved ground. They were battling up front. There were like 7 horses going after each other at different times. And the races came apart at the end, and he made that clean run. He saved all the ground in the turn and angled out in the stretch. It was a great ride. I think he's a little better going shorter. And he can win. He's just not. At some point, you have to make decisions here, and I'm against it.
Yeah, how about that? The fact that after going longer, I mean, he ran in the Belmont Derby, the Pennine Ridge, going longer distances, came back off the layoff with a huge run at a mile.
Yeah, I wonder if like the one-turn mile on the Widener would be perfect for him, where closers have more of an edge, because these races on the inner, they slow the paces up.
Here's our post parade, beginning with one from the Mike Maker barn in Temple.
So Jonathan tempting fate using 7 and not using Temple. I don't love him, but can he work out a good trip from the rail?
We shall see. Here's a New York bred. In fact, the New York bred champion male turf horse of last year, Gucci Factor.
Isn't he the overlay on the board right now at 8-1? If he doesn't get left, every start he's had in the last eight starts has been absolutely terrific. I think he's a player.
Here's the other New York bred, another one from Mike Maker. Some like it Hot Brown.
He's the speed, and Eric Kinsella has one job. Just go to the front. If the horse can't deliver, that's not Eric's fault.
Here's one Maggie was intrigued by, Flop Shot, the Irish bred.
And we'll see. Chad Brown has terrific numbers with Euros in a stake race, first time out in the turf. I didn't love his race in Europe.
There goes the 5 Instilled Regard.
We gave a speech on him. Can he win? But he's gotten some good trips when he has.
Synchrony, the 6, still a nice price.
I like Synchrony. I think if every horse runs their best race, I'll take my chances that he wins.
Devamani beaten a nose in Graded Stakes Company last out.
I don't get this horse at all. He got an absolutely perfect trip last time, and I just think he's way too tough.
And perhaps one that will need a trip as well, Social Paranoia.
They all do. They hit the turn fast, and getting an outside post doesn't do him any favors. He's taking a lot of money. I know a sharp friend of mine likes him. I don't.
And here's the 4th of the Chad Brown quartet.
He doesn't draw well on the outside, but he's a big price for a horse that didn't have the best of trips last time, but this is a tough spot and a tough post.
Very tough field. It did come up, and the 2 Gucci Factors you mentioned up there at 7-1. He seems to be pretty much the model of consistency.
Yeah. Gucci Factor got completely left and lost all chance, and actually probably ran the best race of anybody in his one lousy performance. If you look at his last, 8 straight races, of which he's won 6 of them. We saw how good some of these horses. He beats Voodoo Song in this race. He's got good efforts against some very nice horses. He won that blanket finish in our poker. He's just a solid, hard-trying horse. He has enough speed that he shouldn't get that far behind a race that has a very dubious pace. And I think that's the one thing you'd like to see with Junior and Christophe Clement. Be aggressive enough to get him in the hunt. He draws well on the inside. He's got a layoff, but geez, at 7-1, he's a model of consistency. And don't act like just because he's been running against New York breds, he hasn't run well. I also think that Synchrony is a very dangerous player. I love the rider change in the 6th Synchrony to John Velasquez, who's riding, to my opinion, as well as he's ever ridden in his Hall of Fame career. And last time out, Joe Bravo just completely took him out of the race in that paceless race. And he's got nothing but triple-digit buyers, fast figures. The one thing we haven't seen is him run well in New York, but he looks fabulous, and Maggie pointed out as well.
Really touting himself on the track right now is Synchrony for Mike Stidham, training at Fair Hill. He did win the King Edward up at Woodbine on a turf with a little bit of moisture in it. That give you some more confidence, too?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. The turf is listed as good, and we said there was some give in it. We'll see. Keep in mind, we're on the 4th day of racing, so these courses are in such fine shape that I don't think it'll be a big factor, but it never hurts to see that he's handled a little bit of giving the ground. Boy, look at him. Neck bowed, ready to roll.
He looks great today, as many of Mike Stidham's horses do. For more on the number 6, Synchrony, and this fantastic Fort Marcy, let's check in with Jonathan.
No, I agree with Andy. I like the 6 a lot too here, Synchrony. If I wasn't taking this long shot chance with something like a Hot Brown, this would be the horse that I would key in on. I like Johnny Velasquez here. Johnny's only rode the horse once back at Churchill, but it's interesting. A horse that's 7 who's had 27 starts and has been running in all of these stakes races to make his first start at Belmont, I think is unique, and I'm interested to see if he likes the configuration. There's a possibility that he enjoys the way that the racetrack is set up, and he really can excel here. I think he's a very dangerous, consistent horse. He's got the ability to stay close if he has to. He's done that in the past, and I think he's sitting on a big race. And then onto the 3, Some Like It Hot Brown. I wanted to elaborate a little bit about the thought with this horse. Mike Maker is one of those guys that if he claims a horse and switches something up, going 1.5 miles on the turf with a horse that's never gone over 1 1/8 miles, it always seems to improve. And so I always thought that Some Like It Hot Brown as a 2-year-old was only going to get better as he got older and only get better as the distances got longer. And he didn't really have an opportunity to do that in his 3-year-old year. They kind of got on the Derby trail for a second. Then he had some setbacks. And obviously he's been running on the Poly as of late. I'm just really excited to see him run on the turf. He'll be finishing as all Mike Maker horses do. And if he can get brave out on the front end, I think he could have an opportunity to, if not win, but at least hit the board at a nice price at 12-1.
Jonathan, thank you. A nice price indeed. Remember, this does kick off our Empire 6. We have a mandatory payout. For some final thoughts, let's check in with Maggie on this great field.
And they're circling right in front of me, Acacia. It is a great field, and you can see that with the way these horses look. And I want to touch on a horse who is a short type of price. It was favorite when I was back in the paddock. That's number 8, Social Paranoia. And I like Social Paranoia for the mental progression that he showed. I mean, going back to last year, I remember him getting it a little hot and washy and just plain bothered before some of his starts. And he's just so much more relaxed, and that's always a good sign. And that's a sign of a good horse and a horse that's going in the right direction. And at first, I was of the same thought process as Andy, thinking that he just seemed to really like Gulfstream. But his 2 races last year here at Belmont in the Pennine Ridge and the Belmont Derby weren't bad. And I think he's a better horse now. And 2, now that he gets back out to 1 1/8 miles, shouldn't he be laying somewhat closer as well to Some Like It Hot Brown? And whenever you can get that position going forward and lay closer to the pace, I think it obviously puts you in an advantageous spot. So I think so. I have nothing against Social Paranoia, and I'm not going to be surprised when he runs very well here, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Social Paranoia, winner of the Grade 3 Appleton, 2 starts back, coming out of a third beyond his stablemate Halliday. I want to give a quick mention, if it's okay, Andy, to Tribouvan. It's a big step up for him, but he did run well last out.
He did. He ran fine. He was 2 to 3 wide in the first turn. He got, pushed out to 5 wide after being 3 wide in the second turn. And, I don't like the draw. He's a big price. I don't want to knock anybody in here. I'd be surprised if Devamani wins. After that, nobody is going to shock me in this race.
You're getting 16-1 on a Chad Brown runner. He does have 4 in here, and we have just about $2 million in that Empire 6 pool. Remember, it's all got to go today. It's a mandatory payout. We'll head up to John Embriel for the call of the 6th, the Fort Marcy at Belmont Park.
And they're all in the gate. And they're off in the Grade 2 Fort Marcy Stakes. And Temple was away well from that inside post. Some Like It Hot Brown is now moving up. Social Paranoia is right there as they race around the clubhouse turn. Some Like It Hot Brown goes on with it now and gets clear by 2.5 lengths. Temple is in second. Social Paranoia runs in third. Gucci Factor is fourth. Tribouvan is making a move on the outside. Tribouvan, a little bit ranked there, has moved into second position and is moving to the outside here. Tribouvan with some issues there. It is Some Like It Hot Brown in front here by 4 lengths. Tribouvan way out in the middle of the course. Temple is racing in third. Social Paranoia in fourth. Gucci Factor is fifth. Then it's Instilled Regard, who's racing in sixth, followed by Flopshot, Synchrony, and Devamani is the trailer in ninth. The quarter over the good turf in 22-4. The half mile in 46-4. Some Like It Hot Brown leads here by 2. Tribouvan is now dropping back there, about to be passed on the inside by Temple and Social Paranoia. Some Like It Hot Brown with the lead going around the far turn. It is Some Like It Hot Brown, still the one to catch, Temple. And on the outside, it is Social Paranoia, along with Instilled Regard, who has made a move there. Flop Shot has now come on, and the field is at the top of the stretch. Temple had to check out of it. 3/4 went in 1:11.1. And here is Instilled Regard to take over the lead in the stretch. Some Like It Hot Brown in second. Then it's Synchrony. Devamani gaining on the outside, but just a 16th to the finish. It is Instilled Regard with the lead. Devamani closing fast. Instilled Regard is the winner. Instilled Regard holding off the late charge of Devamani.
Chad Brown finishes 1-2 with Instilled Regard over a late-running Devamani, Andy, in what turned out to be a pretty strange race.
It was. You know, the whole race changed when the 9 sort of ran off. We don't know if there was an equipment issue or what really happened there. He was bolting and running off on Jose Ortiz. Not Jose's fault what happened there. Obviously, those are not the intentions. So quickened the pace up. And frankly, Some Like It Hot Brown actually ran very well when you consider how fast that pace was. Excellent ride by Aaron Ortiz, getting him in the good position and getting the job done. And I'm really on fire today with the horses I don't like today. I mean, I'm good, but I'm not usually this good. Only horse I didn't like, Devamani, we thought he was going to get the money in mid-stretch, and he did run very well. And what a job Chad Brown has done improving this horse.
Absolutely. Devamani, second last time out. He does make a big run for second. What a performance from Instilled Regard, and a nice trip, certainly. Things did set up for him, as we do want to mention that the 9 Tribouvan picked up by the Outrider seems to be moving okay after the race.
Right, and I'm assuming that the inquiry involves that.
Right.
We don't know. They're posting that to see if something went wrong with him. And wow, the late money came in on this horse. They knew.
The proverbial they knew. The beautiful, he truly is Son of Arch. Instilled Regard will wrap up the Fort Marcy here at Belmont. As we flip the page and go back to Louisville, Kentucky for the 7th at Churchill Downs. Up next, we have a maiden special weight on the main track as they start to head out of the tunnel, Andy. And we pick up the post parade with the 1 Tipsy Gal.
She ran very, very well two-back, and I know Jonathan knows that as well. Disappointed last time between a very hot second-time starter for Steve Asmussen.
Here's the 2 Capiolani coming up next.
This horse would have to improve cutting back a little bit in distance for Brendan Walsh.
The 3 Big Price Majestic Blend Sophie Doyle aboard for Anna Mia.
Ran well last time when finishing third and a little bit behind Skinny Dip, who's in here. I thought kind of married herself a little too much to the inside last time and hampered her late run.
On her toes on track, and also 12-1 is the next horse, the 4 Extra Effort.
Yeah, would have to improve off that effort, switching barns since the last start.
Your current favorite is the number 5 America's Surprise, the half-sister to Songbird.
Yeah, I picked her before I knew she was a half to Songbird. I like this horse kind of a layoff. I expect her to try to wire the field.
Filly by American Pharoah. Today is 5 years to the day since American Pharaoh's Triple Crown win.
Wow.
Pretty crazy how time flies when you're having fun as we look next to the 6 Skinny Dip.
This horse got left last time, and I know the pace was slow, but made a really nice run, and he's okay. If he can run back to his last race, he's very dangerous.
And it's behind
Or she is,
Belmont
excuse me.
Saint-Moi. Filly. Here's the 7 Shelby's World Firster for Ian Wilkes.
Ian Wilkes horses often need a race.
8, another first-time starter up next. This one for Dale Romans, Free Cause.
Not taking much money either, this one for Dale. It's not an easy race.
Very tricky race indeed. And on the outside to wrap up the post parade is the 9 It's Mine, second-time starter for Steve Asmussen.
Ran okay in the slop in her debut, beating a very promising Bob Baffert horse who was bet heavily and ran off from the field. And she took some money that day to be that price against the heavily bet winner.
And she is touting herself on the track, as it does seem that all of Steve Asmussen's horses are. And we want to remind you that you can go to twinspires.com or the TwinSpires app and sign up today. Use code GET25 for $25 of free bonus bets. You play your $25 and you get $25 in bonus bets back. Sounds like a good deal to me. So go and check that out as we look at the number 5, America's Surprise. Anthony Stabile, one of the biggest Songbird fans, I would say, our colleague Anthony, This is the sister here to Songbird, America's Surprise.
Between the two of us, we're neutral.
There you go.
Yes.
I prefaced it with that because I know that you are the opposite end of the
No,
spectrum.
she was a wonderful horse. I would say that Songbird's one of the best 2-year-old fillies I've ever seen. She was a phenomenal 2-year-old. I just never saw she got that much better, but she was so darn good as a 2-year-old that it didn't really matter. But she was a phenomenal 2-year-old, and obviously a truly terrific racehorse. I mean, I did not like her. I just thought some people overrated her. We'll see if this horse can get it done for Jerry Hollendorfer. Has not run since last August at Del Mar, but she finished third. Bast, who was second, was one of the top fillies in the country last year. She's since been retired, but I think she's going to be dangerous near, and you have to think they're going to try to wire the field, but 2-1 seems a little short.
Taking money, we would imagine, about the pedigree, but it is a tough maiden special weight race, so let's go check in with Jonathan for his thoughts on the 7th at Churchill.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Actually, Andy took the words out of my mouth with the 9. It's Mine. Right behind Merneath, who is a very, very nice filly, but also right in front of Ocean Breeze, who we saw on the show maybe it was last week. I don't know. It all runs together. Ocean Breeze almost ran off the screen at Churchill for Wayne Catalano. So that race seems to be very productive. The biggest concern, it was on a sloppy racetrack, so you don't know exactly what you're going to get. But Andy pointed out to looking at the price there, the fact that this horse was 7-1 in a field with those two horses, Ocean Breeze, who's obviously well thought of, and Merneath, I think that's a sign that she could be pretty good. And I love the outside draw for these lightly raced horses, the 9. It's Mine.
Jonathan, thank you. He mentioned the outside draw, Andy. How much of an advantage is that to let the race play out to your inside?
Yeah, I mean, unless you have a track that's heavily favored the inside, but I agree. I mean, to be able to see what happens inside you and see it certainly doesn't hurt. I don't think you're buried by being inside, but it's never bad to draw on the outside post in these 7 furlongs. Not never, but rarely.
Nice maiden special weight coming up here. We'll head to Travis Stone for the call of the 7th at Churchill Downs.
Waiting for It's Mine. They're in the gate. And they're off. Majestic Blend, good start. It's Mine outside. America's Surprise at mid-pack fires out fast as well. So the field races up the chute, heading for the main track. Extra Effort, short lead. America's Surprise right there second. Majestic Blend at the inside is third. It's Mine comes away fourth. Capiolani fifth, and over to the inside in behind that firing line. Then it's Tipsy Gal coming away in sixth by 3. Shelby's World is racing seventh. Skinny Dip down inside is eighth. And a break of 6 or 7 back to Free Cause, who's struggling at the back of the pack and is already 12 or so lengths off the lead. The opening quarter was 22 and 2/5 seconds. They're on the far turn. Majestic Blend, short lead. Extra Effort right there. America's Surprise, 3 wide on the outside. It's Mine 4 wide. Tipsy Gal set to strike well in behind. Capiolani's lost a bit of ground. Shelby's World's coming with a rally. Skinny Dip in a bit tight toward the rail, nonetheless saving ground every step. At the quarter pole, America's Surprise comes away with the lead, opens up a length and a half. It's Mine to the attack on the outside in second. Shelby's World is also right there coming with a bid. Tipsy Gal dives to the rail. Skinny Dip is coming on through between horses, 1 furlong to go. America's Surprise has to fend off Tipsy Gal, who's rallied down inside to the front. Tipsy Gal takes over and comes down to the wire, pulling away by 3. Good ride from Brian Hernandez Jr. to do it. Wins by 4. America's Surprise second. It's Mine was third. Is tight for fourth. Skinny Dipper Shelby's World.
Tipsy Gal up the rail under Brian Hernandez Jr. to pull away. Got the win in her 4th career start. Andy.
Yeah, an excellent ride by Brian Hernandez to get the money coming down the inside. And she had run well, too, back. I know Jonathan liked her last time. And she just got caught behind a horse who was sort of a juggernaut. We were talking about watching the race. When you're coming off that layoff, like America's Surprise one, going 7 furlongs, that last furlong could be a very long furlong.
3 wide early. Looked like she was in a good position coming around the turn. She did get knocked a little bit at the break, but not really here. It looks like she'd have an advantage to get to the lead if she had the ability.
Yeah. No, I agree. They're not, yeah. She didn't seem to just get it done. She just didn't seem good enough today. And the winner got the right trip and the right ride and got it done. No knock on America's Surprise. It's tough to get that 7. She wasn't that aggressively ridden, but I think at the end of the day, it was really just the extra furlong.
We'll give you prices at Churchill in a few moments, but here we had our first stake of the day, the Grade 2 Fort Marcy at Belmont Park. Instilled Regard in the red cap got the win for Chad Brown, with his other runner, the 7 Devamani, closing to be second.
Yeah. I mean, even when Chad Brown doesn't look super strong on paper, he seems to be tough at the end, and Instilled Regard gets done. An excellent ride by Irad Ortiz, and I got to say, it was an excellent effort for third by Some Like It Hot Brown, because with the horse running off early, he was forced to go in a very quick pace, and that turf course is anything but good that time. The turf course is in very good shape. It's early in the meet, and so Regard gets it done. But Some Like It Hot Brown, a big improved effort for him.
Strong effort, holding on with the pace there. Instilled Regard, your $6.40 winner, and piloted to victory by Irad Ortiz Jr., who's standing by with Maggie.
And here with winning rider aboard Instilled Regard for this Fort Marcy, Irad Ortiz. And Irad, before we get to your ride on Instilled Regard, some anxious moments for your brother out there as his right rein broke as you went around that first turn. Talk about what was kind of going on with you guys talking on the backside.
He just go by us by the first turn so fast, and he say, my rein's breaking, so I just look at him, man. I know he's in trouble. I say, hopefully, thanks God everything ends up the right way, thanks God the pony boy do a great job, he can take his rein, but that's a scary moment. Nobody wants to be in that position.
I can only imagine the feeling out there going that fast and not being able to control your horse. But you were very well able to control Instilled Regard, a horse you have a nice rapport with as well. And he seems to be a horse that kind of puts you in the right position to strike and pounce.
He's a nice horse. I've been riding him like probably 4 times now. And since the first day, we connect good. I think he relaxed so well. And he got a huge stride. He's that kind of horse that need the mile and 8. And I think he's a nice horse. He's doing so good right now. He come back to me whenever I want. When I ask him, he's there for me.
All right, congratulations, and you're running away with this Belmont meet, so congratulations as well on a successful start.
Thank you, and thanks God for keeping me healthy and sound and stay with me all the time.
Maggie, thank you. And there we have the silks of Larry Best OXO stable. Irad Ortiz aboard Instilled Regard getting the winner. And just wanted to quickly note, you might see him first we're going to look here. You can see the rain break. Good information there for Jose Ortiz, what happened on the 9 Trevavant.
Yeah, it seemed pretty clear that something went wrong.
Right.
Because he's not a horse that's been a bad actor in the past, and right there it happens. And yeah, fortunately everybody's okay, but that's a tough situation. And real professional, Jose Ortiz, and glad everything turned out okay.
And this was where you were mentioning why it was so impressive to see Some Like It Hot Brown, who's on the lead now, have a horse that Jose was having a hard time controlling, inject some more pace into the race.
No, I agree. You'll see right here, and you'll run up against him. And, to open that much ground, Some Like It Hot Brown, this was a very good effort by him, but we're just glad that obviously the 9 is okay and Jose's okay. There's a lot that can go wrong. It seems like there's a lot more that can go wrong, Acacia, in a horse race that can go right.
It is important to remember that these jockeys don't have a use of their legs either. So not having control of the reins makes it very difficult to control your horse and to keep him where you want to go. So great job by Jose Ortiz. And again, we're thrilled everybody's okay. But it was Irad Ortiz and Instilled Regard, the winner of the Grade 2 Fort Marcy. As we look at what's coming up, the Grade 3 Westchester Code of Honor, even money now, Andy.
Yeah, and they are harrowing the track, by the way, and opening up as the rain is gone. Code of Honor is a wonderful horse. He could have turned out to be the best older handicap horse in the country this year. It wouldn't surprise me. It's his first start back, though, but he should be ready to roll. I'm going to try to beat him with Payne, as you and I are going to be leaving for the day, and see if Payne can be aggressively ridden in here, but it won't be easy. Code of Honor's pretty darn good.
Number 4 in Payne, currently 5-1. We can't wait to see the debut of 2020 for Code of Honor up next in the Westchester. Andy and I are going to step away. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up next on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off. Second in the 2-path. Round by Hurts inside. Race. And a quarter of a mile to go, and he's 6 12 as they roll into the backstretch. I was born inside this delta.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races and continuing live coverage on Fox Sports 1. Great to be with you. Greg Wolf alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliori. Of course, Belmont Park back, which means live racing and sports is back in the state of New York. That is a great thing. Today was supposed to be, before we knew about COVID-19, Belmont Stakes Day, third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Now this year, in an unprecedented year, it of course will be the first leg of the Triple Crown, a one-turn mile and an eighth. We'll talk a lot about that in the show to come. But first and foremost, just great to be back with sports and with racing again in New York.
Yeah, it really is. Just getting back to some sense of normalcy and being treated to some outstanding racing. We've had amazing stretch duels, a lot of photo finishes, long shots, something for everybody. And it's just great to be in one of the most beautiful venues in North America for racing, Belmont Park.
We're going to see some of the top 3-year-olds from last year back in action today, and some of the emerging 3-year-olds from this year that have Triple Crown dreams in action.
Well, it's really interesting. You've got the, now 4-year-olds, horses like Code of Honor making their comeback. It's going to be interesting to see how he's matured, how he's filled out physically. Mentally, he was always a horse that was very focused, but physically, he needed to grow up a bit. And now these emerging 3-year-olds in the Santa Anita Derby, that's what I'm most looking forward to. Get a handle on, or a report card, if you will, of these 3-year-olds.
First and foremost among those authentic, Bob Baffert said he believed he was his best all along. We'll see. We have him live in the Santa Anita Derby from the West Coast later on today. Here's our remaining race schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Good and good at Belmont on the main track of the turf. Churchill Downs, Fast and Firm Santa Anita, where we'll have that Santa Anita Derby, that Kentucky Derby prep. They are fast on the main track. We'll bring you races 8 and 9 firm on their turf course. Up next, the Travers winner from last year moved up to second via disqualification in the Kentucky Derby. Code of Honor making his 4-year-old return to the races for Shug McGahee. Let's head downstairs and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, this is kind of an interesting matchup. And Code of Honor, he definitely deserves to be a big favorite in here, in my opinion. But it was always funny going back to last year as a 3-year-old, I always preferred Endorsed over Code of Honor. But Code of Honor beat him soundly and resolutely in all their meetings. But looking at Code of Honor, he's never going to be this big, imposing individual. It's just not him. But what I can say is that he has definitely filled out a bit more, especially behind the saddle. I actually saw him schooling the other day and have gotten a couple glimpses at him out on the racetrack here at Belmont since Shug has moved him up here from Payson Park. And furthermore, you know, as Shug said, his main goal last year, obviously winning the races he did, but to get him to really mature mentally. And he really achieved that through the latter half of 2019. And it's still being shown here once again as he does come off of that layoff dating back to the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's really calm, cool, collected. He looks fit. He looks ready to go. All things positive here on my end, at least, for Code of Honor. Now we'll move on to that rival that he faced, at least in the Travers last year, with number 1 Endorsed. Last time, I think although it was just an allowance race, I think he faced some decent horses, especially Pirates Punch, and Bankit is a kind of overachieving New York bred as well. But Endorsed would not be denied in that effort for his first start for trainer Bill Mott, as he'll look to get closer to 5,000 here again. And Endorsed, he's actually gotten longer in his frame, and I like what I'm seeing from him. It's probably one of the more fit times I've ever seen him appear. And 2, he's forward, he's marching around here, and I like that for him. I think Endorsed is certainly a main rival for Code of Honor. Now, number 2, Monongahela, Ford trainer Chad Brown will make his first start for this barn, and Chad has this ability to kind of make horses lose some of that bulkiness. He'll not lighten horses up, I think that's the wrong word to say, but he'll make them more streamlined, almost more aerodynamic, if you will. And that's exactly what Monongahela has done here. He was always this bulky, heavy type of runner, and he just looks more like an athlete now. And he is kind of that one-pace grinding type, so we'll see how things set up for him and where he's placed in the early stages of this affair. But he's keen enough here in the paddock to suggest that he will be somewhat forward here, and I like what I'm seeing from him. He's definitely one that has caught my eye here, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Grade 3 Westchester coming up, the starting point for now, a 4-5 favorite. Last year's Travers winner, Code of Honor. Want to let everyone know we've been having some technical issues with Naira Bets. They have been resolved. We want to thank everyone for hanging in there, being patient with us, but it has been resolved. So if you're looking to get any of those bets in, now is the time. It is all resolved and good to go. New Naira Bets members, of course, can get a $20 free play with the promo code BET20. Go to NairaBets.com, enter that code BET20. It's sign up, $20 in your account within minutes to bet any of the races on our show this afternoon. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com/bet20. And just in time, we get that resolved for the start of a late pick 5 here coming up. There's Code of Honor. Shug McGaughey is Hall of Fame trainer. Always said he thought this horse would get better with age. And from what he's seen so far, he's been resting on the farm ever since the Breeders' Cup. He likes what he's seen.
And here we're watching him in the Jockey Cup Gold Cup, where he was bothered by the winner, Vino Rosso, who came back to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. Code of Honor was beaten in nose, but placed first via disqualification. And he was a lighter framed horse than Vino Rosso. Vino Rosso came out into him a couple times, really hampered his forward progress. And think about it, like if a bigger guy bumps into you on the street, if you're a smaller guy like me, you're going to be the one that moves, not the bigger guy. Kind of a similar situation here with Vino Rosso and Code of Honor. And one of the benchmarks of Shug McGaughey as a trainer, as a horseman, is his horses get better with age. He gets them to develop over time. It's a slower process, but it leads to longer, more successful careers.
And look, we know this as you see some rain starting to come down again. He loves Belmont Park. He ran huge in the Derby. It's not take anything away from him.
Sure.
But when he came back and rested up, and the performance that he showed in the Dwyer, it looked like he really then at that point took a big move forward.
Yeah, his Dwyer to me was his breakout 3-year-old performance, and then obviously following it up with that big run in the Travers. And he gets an outside draw going a mile and a 16th, which is, I think, a big advantage.
To celebrate opening week of Belmont Park with racing back in New York, NYRA Bets offering a 5% rebate on Belmont Park bets through June 7th. Every customer, every Belmont race gets 5% back. Details on that 5% rebate available at nyrabets.com/rebates. So Hall of Famer John Velasquez on board for fellow Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey again, as we just mentioned a moment ago. Those technical issues, they have been resolved on NYRA Bets. We again thank you for your patience and hanging in there, but able to wager away again as we bring you our post parade, and we start off with Endorsed for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, 2 shy of 5,000 wins for his career.
Endorsed, a really good-looking son of Medaglia d'Oro, has not been able to handle Code of Honors yet, but now they're both 4. Let's see who made that step.
6-year-old veteran Monongahela now in the barn of Chad Brown.
Certainly in the hands of a master horseman, and I like what Maggie said about him lightening up because he's always kind of a thick horse.
Here's Mios. He was on the Triple Crown Trail briefly last year, and he faced Code of Honor in the Dwyer.
Jimmy Jerkins showing a lot of confidence stepping up from an allowance score Gulf Stream.
Payne, a 5-year-old who's really starting to come around for Chad Brown.
And he's got speed. Speed's always dangerous with a very aggressive rider in Kendrick Carmouche.
Frendimi, trained by Chad Summers, coming off back-to-back seconds. Big step up here.
Big step up, but a horse that could have a say in how this race is run because he possesses sprint kind of speed if he wants to.
Gregory Sacco, he has mind control later today in the Run Happy Carter. He has the 3rd-place finisher from last year's Belmont here.
This is a real nice, consistent horse, but I think he also adds speed to the party. I'm seeing a lot of speed in here, Greg.
Here's an old 6-year-old who's on quite a roll right now. He's won 3 in a row, senior investment.
And another one that likes to run up close to the pace.
Trainer who is known for massive long shot upsets, Uriah St. Louis with Forewarned.
And this is a horse actually that is a very deep closer, and I think the pace scenario could help him with a late run.
This could be one of the best horses in the handicap division this year. Last year's Travers winner, Code of Honor.
And, you know, it's just good to see him back, a horse that I had so much fun following last year, and I'm looking forward to seeing this 4-year-old debut, seeing a bit of a more mature horse. Just quickly, Greg, when it rains, riders wear cellophane over their goggles. The valet puts cellophane over the goggles. Johnny Velasquez has no cellophane. I don't know if the valet expected it to rain, but that could be problematic vision-wise because by the time he gets to the gate, he's going to have a lot of water running down through all of his pairs of goggles, and jockeys wear multiple pairs of goggles.
Yeah, rain is coming down actually pretty good right now. It just started, and it looks like there's going to be plenty of kickback here, and Code of Honor is going to be the recipient of some of that. As we take a look at the cross-country Pick 5, the returns in Belmont Park Racing, it begins in the Westchester. Then we go to the Grade 3 Intercontinental. The 9th from Churchill. Run Happy Carter is leg number 4, and that anchor leg, a stakes race in Louisville. The Grade 3 Dogwood. It all kicks off here in just a few minutes. 50-cent base wager for that cross-country Pick 5 from Belmont and Churchill.
It's just great racing coast to coast. I mean, we're so fortunate to be here covering it. One thing the rain did, though, it broke the humidity. Because it was very humid. It's cooled off. It's dropped at least 10 degrees since we sat down.
You know, and for Code of Honor, it was a sloppy racetrack at the Kentucky Derby when, you know, for a moment he took the lead in the stretch.
And, you know, he's a lighter framed horse. Lighter framed horses tend to get over or through slot very well. They just don't have to, they don't get down as deep into the track as a heavier horse would.
Meanwhile, looking at Endorsed, the one horse here, used to be with the Kieran McLaughlin barn. Of course, he retired, now a jockey agent for Luis Saez. This horse now in the care of Hall of Famer Bill Mott, who is just 2 wins away from 5,000 for his career.
Just a remarkable feat. What a number.
And a photo finish denied him number 4,999 a little bit earlier on our program.
We have seen this consistently where somebody gets right to a milestone. It happens to jockeys, and then they take a week or 2 to get by it. Same thing with trainers, but he'll get to it before too long.
So Endorsed, he is the second choice on the board, but this is Code of Honor's race to lose, the starting point for Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey's son of Noble Mission, who was moved up via disqualification to second in last year's Kentucky Derby. He was impeded by Maximum Security, who would be DQ'd out of that victory. He would go on to win the Travers, and he would go on to win the Jockey Club Gold Cup via disqualification against the horse who would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. Code of Honor, his 4-year-old return to the races. You're watching live coverage here from Belmont Park on Fox Sports 1. Send it upstairs to the voice of New York racing, John Imbrial with the Grade 3 Westchester here from Belmont Park.
A few more still to go in. Number 4, Payne, is now moving into line. And
And then I believe we still have the outside 3, Senior Investment, the 7, also number 8, Forewarned, and the favorite, number 9, Code of Honor. These 9 horses going a mile and a 16th. Still having some rain showers here at Belmont. Code of Honor has now moved in, so we are just about ready for the start of the Westchester, the 92nd running of this event. And they're off. And Code of Honor broke well from that outside post position. It is Prendimi who will grab the early lead. And Jovia is racing in second. Senior Investment is next in third. And Payne is running in fourth. Now it's 2.5 lengths. Code of Honor is on the outside in fifth. Right now about half dozen lengths from the lead. Mijos is in between horses in sixth. And Dorst down to the inside runs in seventh. And then it's Forewarned in eighth. Monongahela is the trailer in ninth. The opening quarter mile was run in 22 and 4/5 seconds. And it is Prendimi who shows the way here. It's Prendimi by about a length. Jovia is giving chase in second. And Dorst now makes a move down on the inside. And Dorst is moving up. Senior Investment is on the outside. And then it's Payne who's racing in fifth. Code of Honor now picking it up just a bit from sixth. And he's followed by Mijos and Forewarned and Monongahela. The half mile 46 and 3, and Dorst has made his move and has taken over the lead as the field races midway around the far turn. It's endorsed by 3/4 of a length. Prendimi runs in second. Jovia on the outside. Code of Honor, the Travers winner, is now fourth and gaining ground on the extreme outside. Then it is a Payne and a Forewarned. They're at the top of the stretch. It's endorsed with the lead. Ran 3/4 in 1:11. Here's Code of Honor on the outside. Endorsed has the lead as they come down for the eighth pole. Code of Honor continues to gain. It is endorsed on the inside and Code of Honor on the outside. And the two of them are putting on a good stretch run. Code of Honor now takes the lead inside the 16th pole. And Code of Honor wins his 4-year-old debut. Endorsed was second, and Forewarned finished third. The time was 1:42.1.
Very professional effort in the 4-year-old return here from last year's Travers winner, Code of Honor.
Very professional effort, very confident handling by Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez. Didn't mind losing a little bit of ground, keep that kick back out of your face. But you could see Johnny's mostly hands and heels here to go engage Endorsed, to put in a big run around the turn to get up to the lead. Joel Rosario, one of the stronger finishers. Johnny gave him a couple of underhanded love taps to just keep him to his task, but I think this was a very measured kind of victory.
And yeah, again, this the starting point for a horse that Connections, they have the highest of expectations for this year.
And I think he really delivered the right kind of comeback performance. These are preps, a starting point, but you also would like to win them. He won it, but I don't think they got to the bottom of them.
John Velasquez, Code of Honor, they deliver for Hall of Famer Shug McGahee here. Last year's Travers winner, runner-up in the Kentucky Derby. And Code of Honor now wins for the 6th time in 11 career starts. We'll wrap that race up momentarily. It is back to Louisville and Churchill Downs. Post-parade for the 8th race, the Aristides. 4-year-olds Nup going 6 furlongs. We look at Manny Wah.
Manny Wah, a closer, finished third against Whitmore at Oakland Park in the Count Fleet.
Honest Mischief, he's won back-to-back starts for trainer Chad Brown.
And another horse that'll appreciate the amount of pace that's in this race. This is a beautiful horse, really good-looking son of Into Mischief.
14-1 on a horse who was a stakes winner and who was graded stakes placed, Heartwood.
And this is a horse that possesses speed. He actually shipped all the way to Seoul, Korea for their Grade 1 sprint. Came back last fall on a turf sprint. He's part of the pace.
Bobby's Wicked One, he dusted a Grade 1 winner, Hog Creek Hustle, 2 starts back.
And this is a horse that needs the lead. He does not run unless he clears. And I don't know if he's going to get that luxury here. He's going to have to be used hard to do so.
Here's 7 Nation Army. Ron Moquette sends out, and the horse comes in off a win.
Another horse that possesses speed. I don't think he's a need the lead type, but he's going to be part of pressing it.
And Volatile, 2 to 5 on the board. We're going to see there's the 6, who has won 3 of his last 4 starts for Steve Asmussen.
Another horse that possesses good speed. You can see he's a horse that goes over to the gate with a lip chain. That's to keep them calm, keeps their mind off of other things. Steve Asmussen, he employs that a great deal with more nervous type of horses.
He is taking all the money on the board right now. Time for the Twin Spires Market Mover. We identify the horse attracting the most support late in the betting, and for our market mover, we go to Jonathan Kinchin.
Well, I think that I have to probably give you the 6 here. Volatile is a market mover, but the truth of the matter is I absolutely love this horse. I'm going to make a bold prediction. I think he's going to win this race, but I also want to go out on a limb and say that he will win a Grade 1 race this year, which if you're not familiar with our sport, a Grade 1 is the highest level of racing that we have, and I think Volatile, the 6, is that good. Now, he is 1 to 2 on the board. You probably have to get creative in a way that you're going to wager to make some money, maybe play a cold exacta in here with a horse like Honest Mischief maybe, or you can play a double into the 5. I like the 5 in the turf sprint. The next race, High Crime. Maybe there's an opportunity there to make some money. It's kind of short for a win bet, but he might drift up a little bit. I think after the race is over, we'll look back and say that 3 to 5 was free money, and I think later on this year when he wins a Grade 1, we'll think it was even more of a gift.
Horse he beat last time out, Strike That, was 3 for 4 coming into that race. Horse who finished third, 16-time winner of over $400,000. So he beat a good group last start. If you want to bet the market mover or you like another runner in this race coming up, Twin Spires offering you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or via the Twin Spires app. Play $25 to get that $25 of bonus bets in your account right away. So 1 to 2 MIG on the Son of Violence, who is lightly raced, but he has shown a ton of talent in his 4 career starts.
He's tremendously talented. He is fast, but he doesn't need the lead, and that outside post gives his jockey, Ricardo Santana, the luxury of being able to stalk from the outside, follow some of the other speeds if they're going too quick, and move when he wants to, and that's a big luxury for us. Boy, he really motored away here. Visually, you could see him running through the wire. Sometimes horses win by big margins, but their stride starts to deteriorate. It's just everybody else is slowing down too. He actually finished.
A lot of milestones that we're keeping our eyes on right now among trainers at Churchill Downs. Trainer Steve Asmussen, 2 wins away from equaling Dale Romans as the all-time leading trainer under the Twin Spires. Dale Romans, fantastic trainer in his own right, but with the volume that Steve Asmussen has, just a matter of time before he holds that all by himself.
It is a matter of time, and it seems also, too, like Steve ran up to this milestone and had a bit of a lull. It just seems to happen consistently.
This race, of course, named after the first ever Kentucky Derby winner back in 1875. Aristides, he was actually a rabbit for his more highly regarded stablemate Chesapeake. He went on to win that race anyway.
Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that he was the rabbit. It's kind of like Sir Barton. Sir Barton was the rabbit, and he wound up being winning the Triple Crown.
Back, I believe, 1919?
1919.
Here's Honest Mischief. This is a Chad Brown runner at 5 to 1 who ran in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. He was actually favored in that race last year.
I like this horse. He's just a really good-looking horse coming off the layoff, which isn't a very big concern when they're trained by Chad Brown. He's just so proficient at it. I'm interested in using the 1 underneath the 6 Volatile. I think this horse closed against a really tough group of horses. You think about Whitmore and Flagstaff. These are hard-hitting older horses. I'm going to use Manny Wah underneath Volatile.
Meanwhile, the 4 right here, this is Bobby's Wicked One. I don't think there's any question it's going to be this horse who gets the lead, who's in front. He's 6 for 16 lifetime, and I mentioned 2 starts back. He beat Grade 1 winner of the Woody Stevens Hog Crate Hustle. Dushare was 3rd in there. He's a Grade 3 winner. He has a pretty good resume.
He has a good resume, but the only thing I don't like, look at his bad races. It's when he gets engaged or he can't get clear. He's a horse that needs to be off by himself. That's when he gets brave.
And you think he gets company here?
I do. I mean, I know he's very fast, and maybe he'll just run them, dizzy and nobody can keep up, but I don't think it's going to be that easy.
Well, everyone seems to think this is simply going to be a procession for Volatile. He was 2 to 1 on the morning line. He wasn't even the morning line favorite. It was Bobby's Wicked One. 1 to 5 favorite. That's almost like people think it's going to be a walkover here.
Yeah, but again, great draw. Ricardo Santana has options as the rain starts again here. So it'll be interesting, but I mean, that last race was so impressive. If he runs that race back, he will not lose.
Sat just behind the front runner in that race. He draw off to win by 7.5 lengths. That was at Oaklawn, and that was his starting point for his 4-year-old season. So here comes start number 2. Can he take a move forward? If he does, that 1 to 5 will be warranted on the 6 Volatile. Let's send it out to Travis Stone for the Aristides from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Aristides. Good start for Volatile, so too Seven Nation Army. Bobby's Wicked One is there. Honest Mischief down inside with a forward spot. Backs off just a bit to track the top two. And then it's Heartwood who comes away racing in fifth. And Maniwa is at the back in sixth. 5 furlongs to go. Bobby's Wicked One shows the way. It's a narrow lead. Seven Nation Army right there running in second. Volatile to their outside is third. Honest Mischief is right in behind the leaders in fourth. And Heartwood is right there too. These first 5 tightly packed onto the far turn. The quarter was fast, though, 21-2. 5 lengths back to Maniwa, who's 8 lengths behind with 3 furlongs to go. Seven Nation Army takes over the lead now. Bobby's Wicked One is back into second, but Volatile looms on the outside. Second and a neck behind. Honest Mischief finds a seam. Honest Mischief cuts the corner off the turn in contention. Top of the stretch now. Volatile's in front, and Volatile takes off. Volatile, just like that, in front by 3, now by 4. Honest Mischief full out back in second. Seven Nation Army is third. Maniwa is fourth. A 16th to go. Volatile is fast. Very fast. Wins by 5 lengths on the wire. And the time, 0.02 of a second off the track record, 107.57.
We may have just seen the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. Volatile just keeps improving and improving, as you heard from Travis Stone. Just misses the track record.
And anytime they run a sub 108 6 furlongs, that's flying. You see, the only trouble he had was he was on his right lead. He jumped back to his left lead. Ricardo Santana had to kind of shift his weight around. You saw his head shifting around to get him back on his right lead, and then he wrapped up on him. This horse is some kind of fast.
Look at him out of the gate. And Bobby's Wicked One, he did get company early from Seven Nation Army, unable to get a clear lead. I don't think it would have mattered what happened here.
No.
Volatile, 4 for 5 in his career for Steve Asmussen. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, Grade 2 winner Sharp Samurai, International star Shamal Nibras, graded stakes performers Uncapped and Sweet Sammy D, and Bal Harbor, runner-up in the Grade 1 Woodward Stakes. His 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First, Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit springhillcheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
If your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
You're watching America's Day at the Races with live sports back in New York with the opening of Belmont Park earlier this week. And we just saw the Grade 3 Westchester and a measured return and win as a 4-year-old for Code of Honor. You feel like he could have done a lot more if he wanted to.
Yeah, and I think Johnny Velasquez, the Hall of Famer that he is being mindful of this is a starting point. There are bigger things to come. Why get to the bottom of them now? Just do enough to preserve the victory without overusing him. And it's a very hard thing to do. You have to have a lot of confidence in your horse and really know your craft to cut it as fine as he did. But you know, you can see he gets after him a little bit, but really did not go to the bottom of the well with him, that's for sure.
His trainer, Shug McGahee, said he had a very good winter, had some time to grow up, get a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, and they really like what they've seen from him maturing and hopefully getting better as a 4-year-old. It certainly looked like he has from that performance we just saw in the Westchester. Maggie Wolfadale had a chance to catch up with his trainer, Shug McGahee, on Code of Honor's win.
Well, he kind of said that way, and you know, and Norris is pretty good too. And you know, he made the lead like that, and then I thought, well, we're going to have to come and catch him. And then he said a couple horses were stopping in front of him, and I had to go wide, and I gave him a little bit of a breather. But he said, you know, he told me, he said, I didn't ride him real hard. You know, I knew it had been a long time since he ran. So I said, we're all back on the right track. He said, we're on the right track. So.
And obviously, he tried the Breeders' Cup Classic last year as a 3-year-old. Is that the end goal? Are you working backward with this somewhat interrupted season from there?
Well, obviously, with it being in Lexington, it would be great for me and for Mr. Parrish to have a participant in there. But, you know, I got to think about the next one down the line. I'm not really smart enough to be able to think that far ahead. But it would be, you know, that would be a nice thing to be able to go to Lexington with a horse like that in good shape.
Shug, you're in the Hall of Fame. You're smart with your horses, that's for sure. But talk a little bit about how this guy has gone forward now as a 4-year-old.
Well, you know, we gave him a long time off. In fact, you know, it was only going to be till the 1st of January, and then we gave him till the 1st of February. And he came back, and he's so athletic in what he does, is that, you know, I didn't have to do a whole lot with him. You know, I mean, we did plenty with him down there, but it wasn't like we had to keep churning it out to get him ready to breeze and this and that. You know, he was ready to go, and you know, he had a great winter. All of his works were good. We got him up here, and you know, his two works were really good here. In fact, I thought his work here Monday was about as good as I'd seen him go. So, you know, you never know after I hadn't run for 7 months, but you know, we were confident that he would run his race.
Well, Shug, that he did. Congratulations.
Code of Honor, 4-year-old return to the races. A winning performance, and it looks like onwards and upwards for the son of Noble Mission. John Velasquez, Shug McGahee, Will Farish team up for the victory in the Westchester. Plenty of more stakes action on the way next here on Fox Sports 1.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
You're watching America's Day at the Races with racing and live sports back in the state of New York with the opening of Belmont Park. We have more stakes action on the way. Grade 3 Intercontinental. We got a deluge of rain. It was coming down pretty hard right before that Grade 3 Westchester track, as you could see, being worked on.
Yeah, and the track was harrowed, so it was open. That allowed some more moisture to get in, obviously, with the amount of water. Now you see they're kind of blading it now, trying to move some of that water off of it and kind of pack the track down to keep it a more uniform surface.
Well, this next race, it will be on the turf. It is the Grade 3 Intercontinental. We have Chad Brown with 4 runners in this race, including one making her state's debut. Let's send it downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And before I get into this race, which is pretty much dominated by Chad Brown, just to kind of elaborate more on what's going on with the track, in that, yeah, as Mig said, it was open. You could see the lines when they were running that Westchester in the track of where the water had gone on. Now what they're doing is they're basically floating it. So they're pressing down on the dirt to get that water to come up and hopefully roll off of there. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay here in the paddock while the tractors do go around twice and do that to get it ready for the next race, which is the Carter, obviously the Run Happy Carter Handicap. So we'll have horses in the paddock a little bit longer than expected here, but that's okay. Gives me more time to watch them as we'll check in with the Chad Brown mass parade here, if you will. I think he has a pretty firm hand on this race, as he'll bring back the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner of 2018, newspaper of record. After an abbreviated season last year as a 3-year-old, things just did not go well for her. She was very free and rank in her races as they tried to get her to go further distances of the Edgewood, the Belmont Oaks at 1.25 miles even. Now she's going to go the 7 furlongs, and I like that for her. I'm still concerned that she may have just been that big 2-year-old, and that a lot of these progeny from Lope de Vega, they do seem to be very precocious types that have a little trouble going on. But a couple days ago, I interviewed Chad, and unfortunately this question didn't get aired, and I had asked him about newspaper record coming back in the Intercontinental, and his eyes literally lit up. He's very excited for her to get back to the races, especially going the 7 furlongs. And as you can go over to XBTV and check out some of her works, which have been taking place at Palm Meadows, she's done most of her work primarily alone because she can get a little bit overzealous and do too much. And so before that, though, she did have a couple of works with Rushing Fall, obviously, who came back and won the Beaugay here on opening day. But I like the fact that number 5, talking about her still, newspaper record, has filled out tremendously. She looks stronger, and so far, she's very relaxed in the paddock. As we move on to number 1, who will make her stateside debut, that is Viadera, and she is a very pretty filly. I like what I'm seeing from her. I do think ultimately maybe she wants to go a bit further than this. But she does have that kind of middle distance form over in Europe. And looking at her and watching her works, she's been going quite nicely with her stablemate, who's also in this race, Regal Glory. She's actually been hard on the bridle and going a bit better in those works than Regal Glory. She's extremely fit coming off the layoff dating back to September. Big, good-looking filly. I like what I'm seeing from Viadera. Now, number 7 is Regal Glory, and she, she's been successful going shorter, so I can't really say 7 furlongs is too short for her. But last year, I just kind of coined her as that typical turf miler. She just has that frame. She's the one that maybe underwhelmed me a little bit coming back off the layoff. Maybe just needs to strengthen a bit, but really, I can't falter too much here. And Greg, as I get it back to you, it just feels like this is Chad Brown's world, and we're just living in it in regards to this Intercontinental.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to be loaded with the kind of talent he has. I mean, it's like in another sport, maybe like the Yankees, when they had just the unlimited amount of money to buy the kind of lineups and rosters and pitching depth that they have, and he has that kind of talent in his stable.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing for Chad Brown is keeping all of his owners happy, because if you have multiple owners in one race, only one of them can win. But he's so successful for all of them that I think they have a lot of patience with it.
He's got the defending champ in this race, and she's not even favored right now. That was significant for him. The 12, Newspaper of record, a former Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf winner who you're looking at. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. And JK, obviously a lot of issues with Newspaper of record in the last few starts that we saw from her being rank. And Chad Brown saying maybe that she needs to have a target a little bit longer in some of her races.
Yeah, she didn't have the ideal year that I think that most people thought she would after a 3-year-old year, as most people thought she would after her 2-year-old year. Look, I think that they were trying to do something with her with the Turf Tiara Series last year. They were trying to see if she would go further. It's an honest chance. I mean, we see it all the time in the Derby, in the Kentucky Derby. People are trying to stretch their horses out to see if they'll do it. And it doesn't always work out. And I think that's what happened with Newspaper of Record. And she was beat by Cambier Park here. And, she was beat by Concrete Rose last year. I think she had a lot of excuses. She ran into really good horses, and she ran into distances that weren't her friend. I think they understand now what kind of horse she is. I'm actually, to be honest with you, I'm a little bit annoyed. I've been a huge fan of her, and I'm annoyed that it kind of rained a little bit because I think that people, if she wins today, are going to lean on that. But I guess that's a better opportunity for me to bet her when she shows back up off of this win on a firm turf course.
All right, well, a lot of question marks, but right now, so she is the 9-5 favorite. Meanwhile, this is a look at Chad Brown's now 5-year-old mare who won this race last year, Mig, and loves this turf course.
Boy, she looks like she's actually gotten bigger and stronger from 4 to 5. She's a beautiful mare owned by Stephanie Seymour Brandt, and she's going to get that nice outside trip with Johnny Velasquez.
Here's one of the 4 from the Chad Brown Brigade here. State's debut for Viadera.
And comes off of some good races in Europe and gets some give in the ground, which she handled over there.
She's out of a Beat Hollow mare. Of course, Beat Hollow was trained by Chad Brown's mentor, Bobby Frankel. Here's the 3, Eye in the Sky, Marcassi.
Yeah, stretching out actually from 5.5 furlongs to 7. She'll have to show she can handle that jumping distance.
Newspaper of record. She had a perfect 2-year-old campaign. She looked like she was going to be brilliant. At 3, she has dropped off a little bit.
I agree wholeheartedly with Jonathan Kinchin. She's going to appreciate the 7 furlongs and the perfect case scenario with the 6 outside of her, Jakarta.
Can she settle? Can she not? She got so rank her last couple of starts, and maybe tactics, they will be different. Try and give her a target to go after. This one likely going to be in front of her.
This is a perfect case scenario for her to have this kind of speed drawn directly outside of her. It'll almost create like a running block where she won't have all that daylight because that filly will be in front of her.
Another graded stakes winner for Chad Brown. Lining up here, Regal Glory, Jose Ortiz.
And she's 2 for 2, turf sprinting, getting back to 7 furlongs.
It's a grade 3 winner, Get Mother a Rose.
Yeah, for trainer Tom Bush, and she's going to be hoping that they can get hot up on the front end.
And here's 8-year-old mare, New York bred JC Shooting Star for trainer David Donk.
She just really hasn't run a race that makes me think she could be fast enough in this spot.
51-1, Dylan Davis on board there. Here's another New York bred, Saratoga Treasure. She comes off a stakes victory sprinting on the turf at Aqueduct.
And really found herself turf sprinting, likes giving the ground. She should get that. And the Generazio family have bred so many good horses over the years. Nice to see them with another one.
And yet another Chad Brown runner, and this is the defending champ of this race from last year. She won it from an inside post. Now she'll have to do it from outside.
She's just a good filly, a good mare, and is well drawn. Johnny's going to have her in the right spot.
And Rose Flower, intriguing here for Christophe Clement, making her 4-year-old debut.
Has performed well on good and soft ground over in Europe. The turf is labeled good, but I think this race will give us a better indicator of how much rain actually affected the course.
Yielding is what it's being listed as right now here on this turf course. We're on the Widener turf. 4 from the barn of Chad Brown, who's our 4-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning Trainer of the Year. Holds a strong hand here coming up. Want to remind everyone, get signed up, started, play along with Naira Bets. Use that promo code BET20 at sign up. You'll get $20 in your account within minutes to play any of the action that we show you all afternoon long. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com/bet20 to get involved.
Just very interesting the way this race is going to set up, though, for Newspaper of Record. And, she was ranked with much slower paces than the scenario she's going to get today.
All right, loading up momentarily here. First prices back at Churchill, and this is a horse whose name you want to remember. Volatile for Steve Asmussen. Ricardo Santana Jr. on board has now won 4 of 5 career starts. This could be one of the leading contenders in the sprint division this year.
I was just blown away by that performance. I thought his performance at Oaklawn was jaw-dropping. This was even better. And, you know, for a horse to run that fast, as comfortably as he did, that was special.
Again, just missed a track record in this performance at 6 furlongs at Churchill. Looks like he has an incredibly bright future as Steve Asmussen now 1 away from equaling Dale Romans for all-time wins at Churchill Downs.
It won't be long. He runs so many horses, and he spots his horses so well. The job of a trainer is not just to have them physically prepared, but also put them in positions to succeed, put them in races where their ability will shine.
So significant form, outside post. Again, we mentioned she won this race from post 2 on the inside last year. Now she's going to be stuck outside. This is a look at the Noble Damsel Grade 3 win at Belmont back in September.
Yeah, and this filly just is so consistent, shows up pretty much every single time. The end of the season last year, she threw a clunker in the Matriarch, but I think with the give in the ground, too, it's good for her to be outside. It gives her an opportunity to find her stride, get in a good rhythm, and then Johnny Velasquez can find his path.
She obviously loves this turf course, too. The Matriarch, what do you make of that performance, though, at Del Mar? Look, it was a big step up for her. It was Grade 1 company. Got Stormy at that time, was in some of the best form of her career.
Yeah, I think she just had a really good campaign last year, and it was just the end of the season. And, you know, some horses just get over the top. And now she's had her freshening. She comes back to her home base where she has run her best races, in my estimation, Belmont Park. I like Newspaper of Record. I don't think they'll beat her. I love the turn back for her, and I love that she's got that other speed outside of her that is going to lead the way. And like I said, when you can hide a horse a little bit, not let them see all that empty track, they'll switch off a little bit more. The pace scenario will be more in a favor. But if she's going to be beaten, I think it's most likely from the other Chad Brown runner. I mean, he has 4, but this would be the other one I would go to.
Yeah, the 12 here, significant form. So Jonathan Kinchin, 4 Chad Browns, including the top 2 choices on the board here.
Yeah, I love Newspaper of Record, but I will mention that significant form. I think when she ran in the Caress going that 5 furlongs, for whatever reason, a switch went off in her head that she kind of realized she didn't have to pull and be aggressive early. She could just sit back and relax. Once upon a time, it was a racetrack tale that significant form was supposed to be better than Rushing Fall. Well, I guess we'll have to see here in a few minutes or seconds.
There she is. Keep your eyes on this one early on in the race. Newspaper of Record. She was sensational as a 2-year-old, and then she got rank unsettled in the last couple of races of her 3-year-old campaign. Can she settle in this afternoon? It is the Grade 3 Intercontinental. Of course, she needs to hold off her stablemate who won it last year. Significant form, the 12 from the outside post. We send it upstairs for the call to John Imbrial here, the Grade 3 Intercontinental from Belmont.
Final horse going in, number 12, significant form, one of 4 Chad Brown runners. They are in the gate for race 8, going 7 furlongs on the Widener turf course, and they are off. Slow beginning for the inside horse, number 1, Via Dara. Jakarta is out for the lead, along with Newspaper of Record. So it's Jakarta, Newspaper of Record. The 2 of them are right together. They've got 2.5 lengths on Regal Glory, who is next in 3rd. Eye in the Sky is down on the inside and racing in 4th. Significant form on the outside. Rose Flowers in between after the hesitant beginning. Via Dara has now moved up into 7th. Saratoga Treasure is in 8th, and it is JC's Shooting Star and Get Mother a Rose. The opening quarter over the yielding turf in 22 1/5 seconds. A Newspaper of Record has opened up here on the turn. Newspaper of Record is in front by 4 lengths. Regal Glory moves into 2nd, passing Jakarta there in 3rd. And then farther back, it is Rose Flower. On the outside is significant form. Then Eye in the Sky and Via Dara. The half went in 45 1/5 seconds. Newspaper of Record confidently ridden here by Erod Ortiz Jr. Now asked for more here in the stretch. It is Newspaper of Record in front by 2. Regal Glory is giving chase in 2nd as they move for the 16th pole. It is Newspaper of Record now by 3. And Newspaper of Record will record the victory in the Intercontinental, 1 by 4 at the end. Regal Glory was 2nd, then significant form and Via Dara. Chad.
Well, so much for having a target to go after. Newspaper of Record, there is no holding her back. Straight to the front, 7 furlongs, she hangs on for the win.
Well, during the running, I was thinking that there was a mistake. Obviously, it wasn't. She won. Not the way I thought she'd win. I thought she'd win, but I thought she'd be following Jakarta. It looks to me like they've decided to just get out of her way and let her do what she wants to do. Because he didn't even attempt to rate her. He just kind of threw the reins at her and said, go ahead. I think the way she ran today with giving the ground, she'll get up to a mile if they just leave her alone the way they did today. She's fast.
And so maybe just that's her limit. Don't go beyond a mile.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. And don't get in her way. I think fighting with her takes more energy out of her. This was impressive because this was fast for the ground, I thought. I mean, obviously, it's not as soft as I thought it might be, but you could still see some give in it.
Look, and I say holds on for the win. She won convincingly here at 6-5. Her stablemate, Regal Glory, and her all four Chad Browns.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Newspaper record, Regal Glory. Significant form, Villadera. The top four finishers. We'll be back with more after this.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Start winning at the races with Daily Racing Form's new Mobile Pass Performances. Access the most trusted information in horse racing, including exclusive buyer speed figures and DRF analysis and selections. Experience the new mobile optimized DRF Pass Performances on your phone from anywhere at any time. Go to drf.com/Fox. Use coupon code FOX to get a free single card and get the power of DRF in the palm of your hand.
I was born inside this delta.
Win, you win. Pass tick and command close to home. Win, you win.
I was raising horses. They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Post-parade at Churchill Downs. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. First allowance condition coming up as we look at Newsflash. Mike Maker.
Mike Maker, first-time turf. Always got to pay attention to Mike Maker on the turf.
My man Flintstone also gets on the turf for the first time.
Possesses some speed. We'll see if that translates to 5.5 on the grass.
Ike is great. We'll see next. 7-2 on the board for Kelsey Danner. Had an 8-length score. That was a race taken off the turf.
Yeah, and then he ran okay last time in the Texas Glitter on the Gulfstream Park turf course. I think this horse could get a good trip.
Ace Destroyer at double-digit odds. 3 starts on turf. Has not hit the board, but he's quick.
He's quick, and he will be part of the pace.
High Crime, our 8-5 current favorite for trainer Darren Miller.
Yeah, a horse that has run well at Churchill Downs, sprinting on the turf, and I think he gets a good trip, too. He's fast, but he doesn't need the lead.
Florent Giroux will be aboard the Son of Violence. Johnny Unleashed at double-digit odds as well, and he is ultra quick.
Another one that will lend himself to the pace.
John McKee on board there for Eric Foster. Royal Commission is the 7, 24-1.
And trying the turf for the first time, showed high speed his first start and then seemed to lose his speed in his next 2 starts.
Meanwhile, the 8 Williston Way, he was in the Animal Kingdom on synthetic at 94-1. He was well behind my man Flintstone that day.
Yeah, and he'd have to find a race that I haven't seen yet, but it is his first time on the turf.
The 9 double-digit odds on yet more pace, and this is a horse coming off a maiden win on the grass at Ellis.
But he's shown high speed last year as a 3-year-old. Now let's see what he does here. I think there's going to be too much speed for him to have any kind of advantage. He's going to be chasing wide.
And never easy to win first time out. It shows you have talent. That's what Alfie Solomons did in his debut for Wesley Ward. He looked so good. Wesley put him into a stake in his next start.
And, I mean, look at the fractions of that race at Santa Anita. 20 3/5, 43 4. That's not down the hill. That's on the flat. So this is another pace player.
Get signed up. Play along with Twin Spires. They just launched the new player bonus today. You can get $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or via the Twin Spires app. Play $25 to get that $25 of bonus bets right away. You can do it to get down in this race here coming up if you're quick enough here as we get set for this 9th. 5.5 here on the turf and 9-5 on High Crime. If he could repeat that race at Ellis, even that good race at Saratoga, he's going to be tough.
He will. I'm going to go to the 3. Ike is great. I think he's going to get the right kind of trip with all this pace, and he's going to save ground under Tyler Gaffleone, who's been riding lights out at Churchill Downs.
You're watching the home for racing from Churchill Downs here on Fox Sports. Travis Stone with the call. Race 9 from Churchill Downs.
Waiting for Tohui and Alfie Solomons. They're in the gate. And they're off. My man Flintstone, good beginning. High Crime is away well, too. Those two fastest out of there. Newsflash comes away third. One on inside. Tohui racing up into 4th. Johnny Unleashed in some traffic while 5th. Ike is great is 6th. Alfie Solomon's in the clear, advancing up from 7th. 5 back to Williston Way in 8th. Ace Destroyer 9th. Royal Commission racing in 10th and at the back. Onto the far turn. High Crime's in front. High Crime kicks away to lead a length and a half now. Tohui on the outside, chasing from 2nd. My man Flintstone was in very tight there, took an awkward step, but has been wrangled back to the back. Alfie Solomon's picking it up with a 3-wide rally. Farther back, it's Ike is great and Johnny Unleashed. Top of the stretch for High Crime. High Crime is off the turn with a 3-length lead. Alfie Solomon's on the outside, put to the test in 2nd. Tohui down inside 3rd. Ike is great and Johnny Unleashed, but they are all chasing High Crime. High Crime, fleet-footed from start to finish. Skitters home to win it by 6 lengths on the wire. Ike is great over Williston Way and Tohui.
So when you win a turf sprint at 5.5 furlongs by that kind of margin, that in NBA terms, that's like a 30-point blowout.
It was a blowout. And, you know, we've seen this so many times this past year. Florent Giroux, he takes no prisoners. I mean, there looked like a ton of speed in here. He just let this horse roll. And basically, he throws down the gauntlet. He tells the other riders, this is what I'm doing. You guys figure out your plan, but I'm going. And it's been paying off from aggressive riding pays off.
No doubt about it. Victory in here. This is a horse who had not won on the turf. 3rd time, more than a charm, though, it looks like, for High Crime.
Another son of violence.
I was just going to say, as we saw on the dirt with the Steve Asmussen runner Volatile, back-to-back sons of violence, looking ultra impressive. Meanwhile, back at Belmont in the Intercontinental, defending champ defeated by her stablemate. This time it's newspaper record for Chad Brown.
And they just left her to her own devices. They said, okay, we're tired of trying to teach you to do something you don't want to do. We're just going to put the reins down and let you be the pilot as well as the racehorse. And she responded. She is faster than turf sprinters the way she ran. I mean, I thought she'd win, but I thought she'd be stalking one.
Yeah, I mean, Jakarta, that 6-horse, we all thought would be on the lead. True sprint speedster, wasn't even close out of the gate. Let's send it downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with winning trainer Chad Brown in the Grade 3 Intercontinental, training the first 4 home. But the story is about newspaper record, Chad. You were so excited to get this filly back to the races. Was that the game plan, though, to go to the lead like that?
Not really. I mean, she was inside some other horses that had some speed, or some prominent horses in the race, so the thing was just go out and get some position. She sort of found herself inside of another fast horse, so he just told me he went on with it. I'm really pleased with the effort. We knew she'd handle soft ground. Probably had a little harder effort than I wanted to, given the fraction, so I'll need a little, see how she recovers out of it. And we've done so much to get her relaxed. We have a 45 race now to work with, so now we have to get her relaxed again. So, but I'm really happy with the effort, and hopefully she can stretch out to a mile next time.
Does that mean just a game?
Yeah, that was the prep. I know it's back a little soon. That's why I'm just a little concerned with how hard she ran internally with the fractions, but she's a top-class horse, and if she comes out of the race without too much taken out of her, and I feel that week of the Just a Game she's well, I'll run her in there.
Well, Chad, congratulations. She's exciting to have her back like that.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chad Brown, who I think most would agree, maybe the best trainer on the planet right now, certainly on the turf. Reigning 4-year Eclipse Award winner, is outstanding trainer, but this has to feel incredibly satisfying to be able to turn around and fix what was wrong with a horse that had been so good for him.
But, you know, one of the things that stood out from that interview and what makes him so great is it's not just about winning. It's about how they come out of races, what those races do for them physically, mentally. It's like he's playing chess when a lot of other guys are playing checkers. He's thinking 3 and 4 moves ahead.
Finishes top 4 in this race with his 4 runners. It's just incredible. We talked about the depth that he has, the talent that he has in his stable, and they all perform.
They perform, and he's talked about it a great deal, and he's so readily complimentary of his team that they put it together. But like I said, you could just see the way his mind works. It's like, okay, she ran today, she went a half in 45, a little faster than I wanted. How is that going to affect her? I got to keep an eye on her, how she eats, how she bounces out of it, her energy level. He's always thinking, like I said, 3, 4 moves ahead. I think that is the key to his brilliance, because it's not just about today, it's about where this gets us to the next point.
Great for this division, too, to have a filly that was a superstar come back like this. Newspaper a record. Back to her top form with a gate-to-wire score. Up next, our feature race, the Grade 1 Carter Run Happy. Carter Handicap in Vekoma. He was on last year's Triple Crown Trail. He looked brilliant in his 4-year-old return to the races at Gulfstream earlier this year. He lines up next.
Smiling Tigers Championship sire performance continues. Each of his first 3 crops has produced a Horse of the Year, including California Horse of the Year Spiced Perfection and 2019 champion 2-year-old male El Tigre Terrible. 14 6-figure earners, including 7 with single-season earnings surpassing $100,000 in 2019. California's #1 second crop sire in 2018 and now #1 third crop sire of 2019. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms. Visit SmilingTigerStallion.com for more information. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
He's a good doing, good eating, good feeling colt that I think whoever gets him, it'd be a pleasure to train.
Colt himself is very sound horse, says yes every day, which I love that about him, and I love his attitude.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 with live sports back in New York. And up next, it is the ABR Race of the Week, the Run Happy Carter Handicap. Run Happy, of course, the undefeated sprinter in his career, never lost while sprinting, and he did it all while racing medication-free. Of course, he now stands at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. So the Grade 1 Carter Handicap, extremely prestigious event, and we have a loaded field that will line up. Right now, our favorite MIG is Vekoma. He was on last year's Triple Crown Trail, and he gave all his connections every right to think he deserved to be in the Kentucky Derby with his win in the Bluegrass and earlier in New York in the Nashua.
Yeah, a horse that's shown quality. He's got an interesting way of running his physical action. He does what we term in racing paddling. It's not like it doesn't look like he gets as much extension, but obviously it doesn't inhibit this horse. It's just not pretty to watch.
Almost looks like he's flailing.
Exactly. It's just not a pretty smooth action. Now, that being said, the only question I have is, will the sloppy track affect that because of the action? Again, you can see it's just different than the other horses. He kind of almost sidewinds his front legs a little bit. And he did run in the Kentucky Derby in the slop. I don't hold that against him. I think mile and a quarter was probably too far for him.
But having said that, it's a good point to bring up. If that running style was a concern, that's the only race where he really didn't show up, that sloppy track that day at Churchill Downs.
Yeah.
Maybe that wasn't it, but it's a concern.
Well, it is a concern, and honestly, I like this horse very, very much with the Scratcher Performer, who would have been my top selection. But I'm looking a little bit in other directions because of my concern about it.
Well, his comeback race as a 4-year-old, you saw it there, that Sir Shackleton, it was dominant what he did in that return. Now, obviously, this and the group he's going to face in this spot, this is a whole nother level of what he faced in that 4-year-old comeback race.
Well, but he's got a great draw, and he's fast enough to get position. So, there's a lot to like, too. But like I said, if I have to worry or have a concern about one thing, it's his action.
Well, Mind Control, this is a 2-time Grade 1 winner. He loves it at Aqueduct. We know that much. He's won 4 stakes there, 3 graded stakes. But he's won at all different tracks. He's won at Saratoga, where he won a Grade 1 as well last summer in the Alan Jerkins, and he loves this distance.
You got to give so much credit to his trainer, Greg Sacco, for this horse's success. He could have been so tempted to put him on the Kentucky Derby trail, try to stretch him out. He recognized that this horse was a sprinter, and he wanted to keep him at one-turn races or shorter races. What makes this horse doubly dangerous, Greg, is if they go slow, he's on the pace. If they go fast, he can come from off the pace. He's so versatile. He does not need a specific trip to be at his best, and he has one of them on a wet track.
And that race we showed you, that Grade 3 Tom Full win, he had no business winning that race.
No.
Somehow, he still got it done. He has issues in the starting gate. We'll keep an eye on that as we send it down to Maggie Wolfendale.
And if you don't like Mind Control, then I don't know how you can be a fan of horse racing. As I'm not going to talk about him here in the paddock, but I want to start with the horse down on the rail who is taking some early money, and that's number 1 Firenze Fire, probably with the Scratcher Performers, what's leading to that shorter price. But Firenze Fire, he'll make his first start for trainer Kelly Breen. He doesn't look the same. I'm dubious. He'll have to prove me wrong here today, but I can't really endorse Firenze Fire based upon what I'm seeing here in the paddock. As we'll take a look also at number 4 Nitrous, who has never run on a wet track, but I'm very intrigued and optimistic about his chances on a wet track. He looks fantastic too. He's one of those horses just has those really big hindquarters to him that just power home, and you like to see that with your sprinters, and he's nicely on the bridle. He's got that quiet forward confidence, and like I said, I like him getting on a wet track because he's one of those horses that's just really straight up and down through his pasterns, and those types, they tend to cut through this sloppy going in the right kind of way. As we'll move on to number 5 Network Effect, who I don't necessarily like on paper, and I've never really liked him much when I see him prior to his races, but today it's a different story. This horse looks utterly fantastic. He finally has kind of become more of an athlete. He was always kind of awkwardly put together. He has a little bit of a roach back, and he just looks the best I've ever seen him. And I don't want to fault him too much. He ran fast, but he was only beating state-bred horses in the Florida-bred Big Drama Stakes last time. But I think he could move forward from that effort. As we'll also take a look at Vekoma, as Mig was saying, yeah, it's not pretty to watch, and I don't think I necessarily love to ride Vekoma. or look down when riding him. I'm not sure if it's going to play out well with his action and this wet track. Obviously, you can forgive him for his Kentucky Derby, but he'll have to prove me wrong. But overall, he definitely looks the best here in the paddock, Greg. He looks really, really good second off the bench. I'm just worried about the racetrack.
Thank you, Maggie. Sloppy going. We'll see if he can get it done. He usually just keeps on rolling whatever's thrown at him. Here's what's at stake this afternoon. This is a Breeders' Cup win and you're in race. Automatic entry to the Breeders' Cup Sprint with a victory here. $60,000 entry fee paid by Breeders' Cup, $10,000 award to nominator, and travel allowance if stabled outside of Kentucky. Of course, the Breeders' Cup this year will be in Lexington, Kentucky at Keeneland.
Well, Keeneland surface can be at times speed favoring, and it'll just be interesting. Vahot will love Churchill Downs enough. I think he could transfer that form to Keeneland just as easily.
Approaching the 6-minute mark to post. There's another look at Vekoma. He's still your 2-to-1 favorite on the board, Jonathan.
Yeah, hopefully people played the best bet. They're live pretty good here. Live, I think, about $180 on a $20 bet to Vekoma here. So hopefully George Weaver, Vekoma can get the job done. I won't make any puns about his paddling action on a sloppy racetrack, even though that was kind of a way to do it without really doing it. Look, I think Vekoma's a really talented horse. And the race that he ran in the Sir Shackleton, which is a tongue twister, was very, very impressive. I love the outside draw, especially on a track that could have some kickback. You want to kind of be outside there. You can be in the clear. If he doesn't make the lead, he's not going to be in behind horses getting kickback in his face. So I'm very happy about that. And then I also like the 10 mind control. Same idea, drawn to the outside, has tactical speed to avoid getting that kickback, which I think is one of the biggest things that horses that don't run well in the slop is the reason why they don't. And I think that mind control, obviously a dual grade 1 winner, drawn to the outside, should both be extremely dangerous. I will give a quick mention to Nitrous, who I think is interesting at a price.
Jonathan, you bring up Nitrous, who's a price. I've got a crazy idea about a price horse, and maybe not to win, but potentially to hit the board. Do you have any affinity for the 3 Still Having Fun, who, won the Woody Stevens here and is a deep closer that he can come and get a piece of it?
He's run on an off racetrack twice and hasn't won there. So you got to think he's going to be coming from out of it. I've never sat on a horse when there's mud getting kicked back in my face, but I imagine it's going to be a pretty tough trip. And he's got some pretty good horses to run down. Can he hit the board? Sure. Do I like him to win? I'd probably look elsewhere.
Let's not forget, too, there's some horses that just go to that next level. And on cue, here's Firenze Fire at certain racetracks. Firenze Fire at Belmont Park is just a different horse. He won the Grade 1 Champagne here as a 2-year-old. His coming out party, where he just became a totally different horse. His first start since the Derby was the Grade 3 Dwyer back in his 3-year-old campaign. 107 Beyer. He won that race. He won the Run Happy here with a 106 Beyer. He was second in the Vosburg by a nose. This track, he just becomes a different horse.
Yeah, no, he's obviously run his far and away best races at Belmont Park. I think the question mark is he's transferring barns. This is his first time for a new trainer. And Kelly Breen's a very capable, good trainer. But is he going to bring that form from this barn?
That's the big question. 3-to-1 right now. Firenze Fire, he will have the rail. He brings in a 3-race win streak, including a Grade 3 win in the General George. And a loaded Run Happy Carter again. Breeders' Cup win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And favoritism going back and forth between Vekoma and Mind Control. I feel like Mind Control is sort of that horse that just does not get a lot of respect, even though he's a multiple Grade 1 winner.
He shows up every time. He brings his lunch pail and goes to work, and that's why he doesn't get the respect. He doesn't do anything flashy. He just shows up and wins. I love this horse. He's going to be my top pick because of my question marks about Vekoma on the track. Those are the 2, though, that I like the best, and I'm going to use the 3 Still Having Fun underneath.
First Grade 1 sprint of the year in North America for the Run Happy Carter. Here we go with a post parade, and here is the horse for course, Firenze Fire.
Firenze Fire, certainly very capable, very accomplished, has to show that he's carried that form from his last barn.
Grade 2 winners, you mentioned Woody Stevens was a Grade 2 back then, Still Having Fun.
If I'm Dylan Davis, I ride him to get a check. Just let him drop out. Hope other guys get going too fast and get lucky and get a piece.
Nitrous, he was second, beat a neck in last year's Woody Stevens for Steve Asmussen.
Steve Asmussen does great work, and this horse is a deep closer.
Yeah, I know Chad Brown was high on Network Effect going into the Cigar Mile against Maximum Security.
Son of Mark Valesky. You don't see a lot of them. One at first asking, and Maggie says he looks good. That's a good sign for me.
Here's former Bob Baffert trainee, American Anthem.
Horse turning back a bit in distance for Danny Gargan. Has a good race in mud, though.
He won the Woody Stevens back in 2017. Here's Bon Raison, 4-time winner on this track.
And a hard-knocking older horse. You gotta always respect those kind.
George Weaver, he has Vacoma. He also has Majestic Dunhill. Well, that horse is scratched. Here's Mind Control, 2-time Grade 1 winner, Johnny V aboard.
Mind Control, just so good at the distance, and has had a win over a wet track. It's Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez.
And Vacoma, he is favored yet again here. Again, his only poor performance came in the slop in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing here. Javi Castellano, leave the pony. Let him get a good gallop over this track, kind of get his confidence, let him feel it out, sort himself out. I like this horse. He was my top selection. I just drifted away from him because I'm concerned about the surface.
These silks, this barn, and that rider, they strike fear in a lot of the other connections lining up at the gate. That's Klarovich Stables, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr. This horse won first time out. He actually was second to Vacoma in the second start of his career in the Grade 3 Nashua.
Yeah, interesting that now they're meeting up again as 4-year-olds. I'm sorry, guys. Who are we watching here?
This is in the big drama last time out
drama.
for Network Effect.
Yes, okay. So, yeah, Network Effect. And look how brave he was coming to a very, very tight spot along the inside. That's not easy to do. When horses show that kind of courage, they win me over because I know how many horses would refuse to go through spots like that. He showed a lot of guts there.
Still, with that performance, you would think he would still probably need to make a forward move to beat this field.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, Chad Brown isn't the successful trainer he is by overmatching his horses. This horse must be showing him a lot in his training and off of that win for him to step up and take a chance here.
As you look at this field, we look at the board, maybe we should ask Jonathan this as well. Does it feel like Firenze Fire maybe is the forgotten horse in here because of that move to a new barn?
Well, I think there's a lot of question marks there, and I think a lot of people are probably taking a wait-and-see approach. I know I am.
Minute to post in the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter. We head downstairs and check in with Maggie.
And we got to check in with our boy here, Mind Control, as he'll look to rattle off, well, his 4th win in a row. And, I mean, how can you just not like this horse? He has over $1 million in earnings, and he has just danced every dance as far as this sprint kind of division is concerned here in New York. And if anything, he looks as though he's grown quite a bit in the interim. I was not there for his 2 efforts in 2020, but I'm going back from when he won the 8 Challenger Jerkins up in Saratoga. He's gotten taller. He's gotten bigger. He looks like a happy horse. I mean, I'm going to just try to swing for the fences, and I'm going to pick Nitrous here, but Mind Control, he's got my vote of confidence, and I would love to see him back in the winner's circle as well, Greg.
He is a fun horse. He gave Greg Sacco the first Grade 1 win of his career, and he always shows up. The thing with him, and we mentioned it briefly, as his trainer says, he gets a little antsy in the gate, and sometimes he tries to come out of there running a little bit too fast, and it gets him in trouble.
Yeah, I think it's good then that even more so that he's drawn towards the outside, less waiting time in the gate. You get a horse like that, the more you have to wait for the other horses to load, the antsier they get. It's almost like the pressure builds up. Think of a balloon, and it's swelling, swelling, swelling. You just hope they open the doors before it pops.
We talked earlier about the horse that maybe loves this racetrack more than any other. That is Firenze Fire. With more on this 5-year-old, let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, Wolfie, I heard you mention how am I handling these types of horses, and I'm not playing any of them. I got beat a couple times with horses off of Jason Service that have won, but Firenze Fire won't be on any tickets for me. He's got a bad draw. He's down on the inside. He's got to deal with kickback. I want nothing to do with him in this spot.
Jonathan, thank you for that. There he is about to load up for Firenze Fire. Some of his best moments of his career have come right here at Belmont Park, including that Dwyer victory in his 3-year-old campaign. It's the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter, win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint as you're watching the home for Belmont Park Racing here on Fox Sports 1. We send it upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
Just a few more horses to load in this 7-furlong, 120th running of the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter. And the last one will be number 11, Vekoma, a field of 8, set to go 7 furlongs. And they're all in. And they're off. And Vekoma broke well on the outside and is going right out for the lead. And then American Anthem is moving up. Mind Control is up close at this point in 3rd. Network Effect is in between horses in 4th. Frenzy Fire advances at the rail from 5th. Then it's the gray Nitrous in 6th, followed by Still Having Fun in 7th. And Bon Raison trails the field in 8th. Long Shot American Anthem has taken over the lead from Vekoma, the opening quarter. In 22 and 1/5 seconds, American Anthem leads by 2. Vekoma runs in 2nd. Firenze Fire is in 3rd. Room on the inside for Still Having Fun, who's coming on through now to take 4th. Then it's Network Effect. Mind Control in the clear on the outside. It's a break of a length and a half to Nitrous, who's running in 7th. And way back is Bon Raison. There goes Vekoma now, making his move on the outside to regain the lead after a half and 45 seconds. It is Vekoma, the one to catch as they come into the stretch in the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter. It's Vekoma with the lead. Network Effect driving up on the outside of American Anthem. Then Firenze Fire. Vekoma has a 5-length lead, and Vekoma is pouring it on in the stretch. He really loved the slop in this Grade 1 Run Happy Carter. Much the best. 7 furlongs over the off-going in 1 minute, 21 seconds. Vekoma takes this Grade 1 stakes.
Those paddles working just fine on this wet track for Vekoma here with a win in the Run Happy Carter. Wind's going away.
You knew leaving the half-mile pole he was going to win. He was traveling. I had questions about how he'd handle the sloppy surface. Well, he answered those emphatically. As a matter of fact, I'm starting to think Vekoma might mean one that loves the mud.
Looks like he improved over it, didn't he? And we just saw a horse at Churchill Downs that we said, obviously huge contender now for the sprint. Vekoma, though, this was a big-time performance, but he's got some options where they can send him.
Yeah, well, he can stretch. You would think maybe a mile might be his best distance. Look forward to seeing him potentially in the Met Mile.
That'd be a great spot for this horse. Vekoma now 5 for 7 in his career and an all-important Grade 1 on the resume. What does that do for a horse?
It makes him, have a second career as a stallion to win a Grade 1 sprinting and a Grade 1, not just any Grade 1, the Carter, a race with so much history, a race that people have respected over time. I tell you what, he paddles, but he actually looked like it straightened his stride out a little bit in the mud.
Network Effect winds up 2nd in the race. American Anthem, long shot there, checking in 3rd, but it was all about Vekoma and the Run Happy Carter. Jonathan Kinchin hitting his best bet as well in the pick 3 as we go to the Grade 3 Dogwood at Churchill, and we start with Clovetti here for Don Chatlos Jr.
Yeah, Broker Maiden, first time out at this distance, then tried turf to no avail.
3-year-old fillies going 7/8 of a mile. This is 4 graces for Ian Wilkes. She's 2 for 3 in her career.
2 for 3. She's 2 for 2 at the distance. Ian Wilkes, a guy who gets horses to kind of improve steadily and hold their form.
Longtime assistant to trainer Chad Brown. Cherie DeVoe sends out Bayerness.
Yeah, when she stepped up to Grade 2 company, was well beaten, but her first two starts were really good.
Ain't No Elmers. She won the first 2 starts of her career at the fairgrounds.
And then stretched out to a mile and 16. She's going to appreciate the turn back in distance.
Another one who won the first 2 starts of her career, and it's Steve Asmussen. This would equal him with Dale Roman's Magic Dance.
And his main man, Ricardo Santana, up. This filly stretched out over the winter, but she's getting back to what she really wants to do, and that's sprint.
One of the biggest prices on the board, Rafael Bejarano rides Lady Glamour.
And I think rightfully so, she's a big price.
Should see pace from the 7, and she's a stakes winner as well with Tyler Gaffleone. Naughty Thoughts.
Naughty Thoughts, yeah. She should be a major pace player here. Maybe she has some bad intentions about trying to steal it.
I like it. And on the outside, Edgeway, this is a filly the trainer John Sadler, before she ever started in the afternoon, thought she could just have an absolute ton of talent. She produced in her debut.
She produced in her debut, then she was part of a very fast pace in the slop. Loved the fact that she showed versatility last time. Rated, came from off the pace. With that outside post going 7/8, it gives Tyler Bays options. She'll be close, but she's not forced into anything.
Time now for our Twin Spires Market Mover to identify the horse attracting the most support. Late in the wagering, we check in again with Jonathan Kinchin.
Hey guys, yeah, I like the 5 in here, Magic Dance. She's a Twin Spires Market Mover. I think that off of that poor performance last time, the fact that she's still 4-1 on the board, to me that's suggesting there's a lot of money that's still coming in on her, and I kind of agree with it. She kind of caught my attention last time because it was a little bit too long. This filly is a half to Guarana, who we saw basically running off the screen earlier this week at Churchill. And look, it kind of runs in the family, obviously. These really good fillies. If one's good, sometimes the other one can be just as good. And I think Magic Dance shown that she can sprint. And unfortunately, she didn't like the long distance at Oaklawn Park. She might not like the slop as well. So if she's anything like her sister, I think 4-1 is a very fair price on Magic Dance.
Jonathan, thanks. 4-1 on Magic Dance. If you want to bet the Market Mover, or if you like another runner in this race coming up, Twin Spires offering you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or via the Twin Spires app and play $25 to get you $25 of bonus bets right away. Jonathan was talking about Volatile as a horse that he thought was going to win a Grade 1 down the line. This could be a filly that we see win a Grade 1 down the line.
You're talking about
Edgeway.
the Edgeway, yes. Yeah, I agree. And I love the fact that she showed a different dimension. When a horse possesses speed, it's about getting them to use it properly. Obviously, she's fast, but they got her to change tactics a bit, come from off the pace, and that makes her doubly dangerous.
She ran so big first time out. Is that a concern that her numbers have steadily dropped in her next 2 races?
Well, it's funny. I looked at that earlier and I thought that, but I could forgive the second race. She was in part of a very fast pace on a sloppy
An incredibly tough field.
A very tough field. She stepped up right at the State Company. But I don't think the speed figure tells the whole story, particularly with the third start, changing tactics and having her learn something. It's like a boxer. They spar to learn tactics and how they're going to prepare for a fight. Well, I think that was a race to prepare her for this.
She used just her natural ability, gate to wire in that debut, and then learned to sit off the pace in that second win of her career. As we look at 4 Graces, certainly a contender. 7-2 on the board here. She is 2 for 3, and she's won at 2 different racetracks, including here at Churchill Downs.
It's a really pretty filly, very elegant. I like the way she carries herself, just seems very classy. 2 for 2 under jockey Julien Leperoux. And Ian Wilkes, conditioner I just have so much respect for. He's a real horseman.
Right now, she is the 3rd choice on the board. 4 Graces. She won first time out at Gulfstream at this distance at 7/8. That's not easy to do, to win at that distance in your debut. She got beat at a mile, and then she came back and won again at 7/8 right here.
Well, and for people that don't follow racing every day, the 7 furlong distance is tough because it's run like an all-out sprint. 6 furlongs, it's an 1/8 of a mile shorter. It's unforgiving 7 furlongs. You have to be fit, you have to be ready, and you have to be good to be able to win on debut because you're going to run pretty much the whole race.
Meanwhile, one we didn't talk a lot about, Ain't No Elmer's the 4. She won the first 2 starts of her career. Then she stretched out for the first time, so she went a mile and a 16th against maybe the best 3-year-old filly in the country. That's a filly named Gamine for Bob Baffert, who, when she won, she went a mile and a 16th faster on the same day, same track than Endorse did, who just ran very good in the stakes race here.
Right. And the fact of the matter is she was chasing, a fast pace going long. That's a recipe for disaster if you have a horse that wants to go long. This is a filly that obviously seems more comfortable sprinting.
So back to what she's undefeated doing now, sprinting for Ain't No Elmer's. Started her career 2 for 2. That was at 6 furlongs. Can she get the 7 here on the cut back in distance? We're going to find out momentarily.
Ain't No Elmer's. Can she stick?
Ah, very nice. You got them all today, don't you?
Just, it's a gift.
Were you up late last night? It just comes naturally.
I'll drive home.
The favorite, Edgeway Connections, thought she might be something very special before she even debuted. She ran a 94 Beyer speed figure in her debut. She won by 5 lengths in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Then she faced real tough company. Kamari for Wesley Ward. Frank's Roquette for Bill Mott, who's running one of the biggest figures this year for a 3-year-old filly. She came back and won off that performance. Can she get it done here? For John Sadler, send it upstairs to Travis Stone for the call. The Grade 3 Dogwood from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And the rough, and Magic Dance with a good beginning. 8 No Elmers is also there. 4 Graces toward the inside. Lady Glamour, Naughty Thoughts, and farther out is Edgeway. They race up the chute and head for the main track, and it is 8 No Elmers with a narrow lead. 4 Graces comes on through toward the inside and takes over. Now Magic Dance right there too, Lady Glamour. And on the outside, it's Edgeway. 5 across the track down the backstretch run. A margin of 5 from there back to Naughty Thoughts outside of Bayernus, who's biding her time toward the rail, and 4 back to Clavetti, the last of them all. So down the backstretch, contested opening quarter in 22 1/5 seconds. It's 4 Graces heading for the far turn, taking over. 8 No Elmers keeping pace in second. Edgeway spun out 5 wide, far turn run third. Lady Glamour right there too. Magic Dance in a bit tight, had to take up momentarily. Bayernus is asked to go now, saving every step of ground. Farther back, Naughty Thoughts and Clavetti. Coming for the top of the stretch, 4 Graces turning for home in front. Here comes Edgeway on the outside, wide trip and all, challenging 4 Graces. 4 Graces turns for home, still in front. Edgeway fully extended, still in second, 1 furlong to go. 4 Graces turns back the first challenge. Edgeway's going to try again with a 16th to go, but 4 Graces keeps on going and repels the second challenge and everybody else to win the Dogwood. 4 Graces scampers home 2.5 clear. Edgeway second, Bayernus was third, and Lady Glamour finished fourth.
4 Graces wins the Grade 3 Dogwood. She's now 3 for 3 at 7/8 of a mile and 2 for 2 in Louisville.
Yeah, and it was a tale of 2 trips. And 4 Graces, Julien Leproux was aggressive, used her speed, got up the inside. He had the inside draw. Unfortunately for Tyler Bays on Edgeway, everybody stacked up, so she was caught 5 wide for much of the turn. No fault of his. It was just the way the race broke, and usually the outside post is an advantage going 7 furlongs a mile. Not the way this race set up. Unfortunate for Edgeway, but a good run from the winner as well, 4 Graces.
4 Graces wins the Grade 3 Dogwood. Edgeway winds up second. We'll wrap this one up when we return here on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
Constitution. He's still the fastest tappet ever around 2 turns. He's got the strength of the founding fathers, top and bottom, and he's passing that strength on.
And it's the Constitution Colt Independence Hall to win the Jerome.
Laura's Light takes the lead close to home, and Laura's Light prevails. And it's time to respect the law. 'Tis the law is your Florida Derby winner.
Constitution. He's the son of Tappet we've all been waiting for.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 with live sports action returning to New York earlier this week. Continuing on through the weekend here at opening week at Belmont Park. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today it was Vekoma loving this sloppy going in the Run Happy Carter, now with a Grade 1 win on Vekoma's resume.
Very impressive. He, we made so much about, or I made so much about his paddling action. Actually, looked smoother in the slot, but he looked like a winner every step. When he broke so sharply, set himself up stalking, very well deserved. I like this horse. He's so honest.
Owned by R.A. Hill Stable, Gatz's Stables, and trained by George Weaver. We go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer George Weaver, who brought Vekoma back to be undefeated now as a 4-year-old and take down the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter. George, quite a job by you to get this guy back from the Kentucky Derby setback to what he's put forth. That was a serious racehorse time as well in the slop.
He's always been a special horse. We're just grateful he's in our barn, to be honest. And I want to thank my wife back in Florida, Cindy. She's been getting on him all winter. Thank Javier, thank the owners for supporting me, and it's just so nice to have a horse this good. He really is a special colt.
And based upon that, this was 7 furlongs. He came back at the 7 furlongs as well, down the Sir Shackleton. But does he go further than this, or do you keep him and focus in on the sprint races this year?
I think off of that effort, we've got to look at the Met Mile. If we can get him back over there in 4 weeks, if he's doing well, we could think about that. I mean, I think he's such a good horse that he's one of those horses that will do things that even maybe you don't think that ideal for him. He's just that good. I've never had a horse with this much talent and determination in him. He just knows what he is.
He's uber confident right now. George, congratulations. Job well done with Vekoma.
Thank you, Maggie.
Well, if it is the Met Mile for Vekoma, he could be meeting the Westchester winner we saw earlier on the card, Code of Honor. Shug McGahee saying that is now an option on the table.
And that would be a nice matchup, wouldn't it? Contrasting styles, Code of Honor coming from a bit more off the pace. Vekoma, horse that possesses a lot of natural speed.
More from Belmont Park coming up when we return. Bob Baffert back with the horse to beat in the 10th race. Tale of the Union. That's next here on America's Day at the Races.
If your Run Happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your Run Happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
Go from Railbird to Winner Circle. With My Racehorse, you have access to top horses and trainers, backside tours, exclusive ownership experiences, and fast payouts to your online account. With shares starting as little as $100, the Winner Circle is waiting for you. Go to myracehorse.com or download the My Racehorse app today to join the thousands who have already started their journey as a racehorse owner.
Orb, winner of the Kentucky Derby and Florida Derby. His runners have scored on both dirt and turf. His recent stakes success includes Mrs. Orb, winner of the Bay Ridge Stakes at Aqueduct, Pippin Stakes victorious Whoa Nelly, and Derlou, a determined runner-up in the Grade 3 La Cañada Stakes at Santa Anita. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Live continuing coverage from Churchill Downs and Belmont Park. We also have the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby still ahead. It's presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Julian Leperoux, Ian Wilkes, and Witham Thoroughbreds, daughter of majestic perfection. 4 graces, now 3 for 4 in her career.
And was impressive. She took up the running early from that inside position, and that made all the difference. Julian Leperoux, good job.
And as you mentioned, really just a tale of trips. Edgeway, that tough outside post, wide around that first turn. That was the difference.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure that people want to criticize Tyler Bays. I just don't see the options he had. He just got strung out there, and he was trying his best to get over, but there was just no opportunity.
Meanwhile, more coming up from right here at Belmont Park. The 10th race, 6.5 furlongs. New York bred, maiden special weight. We'll be back with more right after this. Stay tuned.
Golden Sense was Intimicious' best son at the racetrack. I think Golden Sense has a real chance to produce a classic distance horse. They've got a ton of heart. They're very competitive. They've got athleticism. They've got speed. The Golden Sense just have that it factor. They look like the good Intimicious.
Everybody else chasing Mr. Money.
By my standards, has won the New Orleans Classic.
I think he's got a big future.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Thoroughbreds. In Kentucky, it's not just a business. It's a living, breathing industry, dependent on the care of skilled tradesmen and women on a daily basis. Many of these brave individuals have continued to make the safety and welfare of every horse their top priority through these uncertain times. And for that, we're all grateful.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, live continuing coverage of opening week with racing back in New York at Belmont Park. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, still to come later on this afternoon, the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby, and authentic, undefeated for Bob Baffert, who also happens to have the favorite in this race here at Belmont.
Yeah, and interesting, this horse started his career, Tail of the Union, we're talking about number 4, at Del Mar 2 years ago, August of 18, then came off a layoff, ran at Santa Anita. What's interesting about it is he's a New York bred. So now he's running against horses. This race is restricted to horses that were bred in the state of New York. And to give you an idea, over 20,000 foals nationwide, 1,600 born in the state of New York last year. So the gene pool narrows a bit.
Here's our post bred. We start with Morgantown. He's not a West Virginia bred. He's a New York bred to get in this race, yeah?
Yeah, Morgantown. You know Morgantown, huh? That's where the college is. I've been there.
Long shot cryptographer just went by for Rudy Rodriguez. He comes in off a win. Here is the favorite for Bob Baffert.
And a rightful favorite. He's getting New York breds. New York breds are really good. Don't get me wrong. They're great, win grade 1s all over the place.
Jeffrey Englehart trains his son, a central banker here, the 5 centrist.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve from anything I've seen so far from him.
Quick Flash, his first try against winners off a maiden score. He was second, beat a neck.
And he's been a pretty consistent performer. Comes back off a bit of a layoff.
Manny Franco on the 3, more grateful for Brad Cox.
The 7, yeah. He to me, he's going to have to improve also. I'm sorry.
That's microscope there at 32-1. Huge long shot for Ruben Silveira, riding for Gary Siaka. Here's the 8, Bulwark. I thought a contender here.
Yeah, I thought so too. From Addition Farm, Rick Schosberg, we see does such good work with retired thoroughbreds. This is Mrs. Malloy's homebred.
The last ace, Kendrick Carmouche, he was on board for the debut. A maiden win going away. Seems to fit this one perfectly.
This horse is very interesting, and I think he's going to have a say in the outcome.
Quintarelli, Heman Harkey, James Ferraro.
Yeah, another one that's just going to have to improve.
And here's financial stability for Chad Brown. Second time out, he won at Saratoga.
Yeah, and he has to, I think, find some of that form he had when he was younger. He seemed like he tailed him off just a bit.
Huge long shot, True Golden. He does have a win on an off track.
Yeah, albeit though at Finger Lakes, he just seems a bit slow.
And there's the 10, Thorny Tail. Javier Castellano rides for George Weaver.
Well, they're certainly coming off a high, winning the Carter. And I love that warm up. They leave the pony, really get a good gallop in.
See if that combo trainer jockey can go back to back off that grade 1 score. Thorny Tail, big price. But it's Bob Baffert, who, by the way, we need to congratulate. He just became the 3rd trainer in the history of this sport to hit the $300 million mark in career earnings. So congratulations to Bob Baffert. Now it's onward and upward to the next $300 million with this horse right here as we check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, Wolfie, I actually like Bob Baffert's horse in here. When he sends out a dirt horse to the East Coast, they usually mean business, and I feel like Tale of the Union is one of those horses. And look, the race that he had at Del Mar back in 2018 as a 2-year-old was fast, like extremely fast. And obviously he had some issues and took some time to get him back to the races. And then his last race wasn't very good at Santa Anita, going 5.5. But they paid $925,000 for this horse. And if you're not familiar with the sport, you don't typically pay that much money for a horse that's built to run 5.5 furlongs. It's just not how it works. Sometimes it ends up that way, but it's not how it works. I think the extra furlong is going to help him. The fact that Baffert decided to put him on a plane and ship him all the way out here for this race, I think is a sign of at least some sign of confidence. So for me, I like the 4 Tale of Union. But I also like the 10 Thorny Tail a little bit for George Weaver. Obviously, George just winning with Vacoma. But Thorny Tail is another one that had a big number as a 2-year-old and just kind of hasn't found that form again. But he's had a big break since August. And I think that sometimes that just a time to kind of reset, be a horse again, and then come back. Maybe that reset button, like in your old Nintendo that you used to have, and you used to have to hit the reset button, pull the cartridge out, and blow on it. I'm assuming that maybe that's what happened with Thorny Tail, and maybe he'll show up, and now the game will work.
Wow, when my video game system went bad, it never came back. It didn't work that easily for me. 14-1 on Thorny Tail. We'll see if things get better here in his 4-year-old debut for George Weaver and Javier Castellano. Still riding that high, as Mig mentioned, off that grade 1 win in the Run Happy Carter. We head downstairs to Maggie.
We just did get a word from John Embrial over the loudspeaker that number 2 Cryptographer, a long shot in here, will be a late scratch upon advice of the veterinarian at the starting gate by the stewards. As we'll take a look at number 4 Tale of the Union, as Jonathan was just talking about. And not only is $925,000 a lot to pay for a horse that you don't think is necessarily cut out to run 5.5 furlongs, it's also a lot of money for New York bred. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Chestertown, he sold for 1.2 or $2 million, I think. So they do earn a lot of money, but still, it's a lot to pay for any horse. And Tale of the Union, he was coming back off of, pushing on 2 years away from the racetrack, and it just felt as though he needed that start. And I know he was going out for Bob Baffert, who does excellent work coming off the bench, but he just is a bigger type of runner that will probably needed that start and should move forward from it because he looks so fit here. I really think he's set up to run well in this spot. As number 3, More Grateful. Now, I haven't really gotten a chance to take a look at him out on the racetrack, but back in the paddock, he was acting up pretty badly, just really full of himself, not nervous, but just spending quite a lot of energy. It could be a good sign, but he was definitely giving his handlers quite a run for their money, but he does look look good overall and going out for the really dangerous Brad Cox barn. But I'm most interested in number 9, the Last Ace, as he will get Lasix for the second start. Really well bet. First time out for John Morrison, whose horses aren't usually really well bet. And I was underwhelmed by him in the paddock that day. He's come back. He's filled out. He's gotten stronger behind. Still a very quiet horse. I mean, it's surprising that he has that much early speed because he just walks around the paddock with his head on the ground, very kind of demure in his attitude. But he gets out there and he runs, and I think he could move forward from that debut effort. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. Kinder Carmouche, he's so quick out of the gate. He excels on horses with speed. He's a speed rider and fit this horse perfectly first time out, and that should be the game plan again today.
Yeah, I would think so. And this horse is out of a mare, AC Ducey, who's a Grade 1 winner here, a homebred. I thought he was very impressive, and if he can move forward, I think he's going to be the horse to beat. I like him a great deal. I was at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale when Tail of the Union sold for that $925,000. One of the most impressive 2-year-old breezes I've seen, and I think that's why one of the reasons why he brought so much money. And they're actually going to have that sale at the end of this month. So that's another good sign, some normalcy coming back, particularly within the racing community.
Well, as he gets set to move into the gate, odds on now 4-5 on that 4-horse in the background for Bob Baffert. $925,000 son of Union Rags, who of course was a Belmont Stakes winner. Baffert with the horse to beat. We're still going to see Bob Baffert's undefeated 3-year-old Authentic in the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby still to come later on this evening. Right now, race 10 from Belmont Park and John Imbrial with the call, this New York bred first level allowance.
Field of 12 in this 10th race. Number 12, Financial Stability, about to move into line. And then we'll be waiting for a couple more. Number 7, Microscope, and number 14, True Gold. Main track is sloppy. This 10th race is at 6.5 furlongs. And the favorite is number 4, Tail of the Union, with Johnny Velasquez. True Gold now moving up. And when he goes in, he'll complete the field. And we should be just about set for race number 10. Here on this Saturday at Belmont Park. And they are off, and it was a slow start for number 4, Tail of the Union, who is now moving up down towards the rail after that hesitant beginning. And from the inside post, it is a Morgantown who's up close along with Thorny Tail. The great quick flash is right there, and Bulwark. So 4 of them heads apart for the lead. Tail of the Union has advanced now into 5th. Financial Stability's on the outside, racing in 6th. Then comes More Grateful in 7th. More Grateful now passed by Bulwark as the field goes around the far turn. A Morgantown, Thorny Tail right together. And Tail of the Union has quickly advanced up into 3rd. Quick Flash is next in 4th. Financial Stability is running in 5th. Far outside, it's True Gold in 6th. Then Bulwark in 7th, followed by the Last Ace in 8th. Then Quintarelli, followed by More Grateful. The half went in 45 2/5 seconds, and the field is in the stretch. And the leader here is a Thorny Tail in front. Quick Flash drives up on the outside. Thorny Tail has a 3-length lead. Quick Flash giving chase in 2nd. It is Thorny Tail who's going to win. Like the off-going here. Thorny Tail won by 5. Quick Flash was 2nd. Tail of the Union, not a good start. Had to settle for 3rd. Financial Stability was 4th.
Well, yeah, the big favorite, as John Imbrial said, not a good beginning. Cost him the race right out of the gate, it seemed like, but dominant win here from Thorny Tail.
Dominant win. George Weaver, Javier Castellano making it back-to-back. These mudlarks, they just cruising over this sloppy track here at Belmont Park. Yeah, it was unfortunate for the favorite, Tail of the Union. He got left, made up a lot of ground in the middle of the race, and rightfully tired. The outside runner making the run here, the 6 Quick Flash, kind of looked like he had dead aim, but the winner, Thorny Tail, kept finding.
And hard to find him being sort of this mudlark, because he'd been on and off track 4 times before, including a sloppy track at Saratoga last summer. Didn't seem to like it.
Yeah, George Weaver's done good work off the bench here. This horse was last seen in Saratoga last year in the slop, but he's had his horses ready to fire off the bench. People need to pay attention to that when a barn gets hot.
Well, certainly hot right now. George Weaver, Javier Castellano, back-to-back. When we return, the run-happy Santa Anita Derby in a rematch. Authentic, Honor AP, they go at it one more time after that showdown in the San Felipe.
By the two-time Horse of the Year Curlin, the sire of Grade 1 Stakes winner Vino Rosso.
$4,000,001.
In 2019, Curlin sold more million-dollar yearlings than any other sire. Sire of 11 graded stakes winners in 2019, including Breeders' Cup champion Vino Rosso.
Vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Curlin.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Shine through, gotta get in, it's a winning. All the world's been waiting on you.
You're watching the Home for Racing from Churchill Downs here on Fox Sports. And a look at the field for the 11th here at Churchill. Maiden special weight, mile and an eighth on the turf. This was the morning line favorite right here, Urbana for Steve Margolis.
I thought enough of her off of her debut to put her into a stake. Now she gets back with maidens.
You can get signed up, started with Twin Spires. They just launched their new player bonus today. You can get $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or via the Twin Spires app and play $25 to get that $25 of bonus bets in your account right away. So one, obviously a major contender in here, Mig. Sport and 40-3 for Roger Atfield, daughter of Scat Daddy, another one.
Yeah, another one that, Roger does such good work, and I just see this filly working out a good trip. All of her turf races are good. Her form gets a little muddied up because of her dirt races.
Meanwhile, that 4 filly, Stand Tall for Rusty Arnold, her turf debut, she had all kinds of trouble early on in that race.
This race was much better than it appears. Really kind of got shuffled out, lost any kind of position, and I thought she ran on sneakily well to be beaten 5 lengths. I think this filly, the 4, Stand Tall, is a major player.
Favored, though, right now it's the 8, Queen Medba, and her first 2 starts in Ireland, she just missed in both of them. She was 1-5 in that second start of her career.
Yeah, and then, she was in the Chad Brown barn. Now she's with Brendan Walsh, very capable conditioner. I only kind of wonder, though, if a mile and an eighth is what she really wants. She started over in Ireland in 7 furlongs. Those are 2 of her better runs. And the Europeans have such a good handle on how far their horses want to race.
It's the nightcap here from Churchill Downs, here in the home from Racing from Churchill. Fox Sports, Travis Stone with the nightcap from Louisville.
They're in the gate. In the rough. Golden Lock squeezed back just a bit at the start. Queen Medib is there toward the outside. Share the Good Times showing some speed. Sport in 40 up close as well. Fate Factor is right in behind with Stand Tall. They're biased the first time, and Share the Good Times out there to set the pace. Leads by 3/4. Queen Medib. Mild pressure from second. Sport in 40 is racing third. Fate Factor is fourth. Stand Tall's now fifth. Risotto moves up on the outside in sixth. Urbana's down inside seventh. El Gaidu Hawarete runs second to last in the early stages, and it's 4 back to the trailing Golden Lock. So around the turn they go. The opening quarter was 24 seconds flat. And the leader is Share the Good Times. Narrow lead at that as Queen Medib is keyed up on the outside, and now she tugs up to take over. So Queen Medib has taken over the lead. Share the Good Times is backing out of it. Fate Factor's up to be second now. Sport in 40's racing third. Share the Good Times is down inside fourth. Farther back in the field, Urbana's in between horses running along in fifth. Risotto in sixth. Stand Tall's in seventh. El Gaidu Hawarete is eighth and on the outside. And then it's Golden Lock at the back and pulled up out of the race there. Share the Good Times. Share the Good Times is out of it. Far turn run. Queen Medib comes away with the lead. Fate Factor's on the chase, racing second. Urbana's picking it up with a 3-wide rally from third. Sport in 40's inside fourth. Stand Tall fifth. El Gaidu Hawarete's picking it up from sixth with Golden Lock. They're off the turn. Queen Medib trying to see it out. Fate Factor to the attack. Sport in 40's bottled up in behind. Urbana is there. Stand Tall swings outside for the final eighth, but Queen Medib is still there. Queen Medib is holding on. 1 length advantage. Fate Factor final try. Stand Tall outside with Urbana. Here's the wire. Queen Medib won it. Queen Medib fends them all off to get the job done. Fate Factor was second. Multiple horses in the photo for third. Among them, Sport in 40, Stand Tall, Urbana, and Golden Lock.
Queen Medib second-itis, no more. 4 seconds and 7 career starts coming in. She finishes this time under Tyler Gaffleone.
Great job by Brendan Walsh to have her ready off the bench since August of last year. Tyler Gaffleone has been riding so well at Churchill Downs, and he's so strong. We've seen so many of these young guys who are just such strong finishers now. You know, they're really taking their fitness serious and their diet serious. It's like a whole new generation of riders that really are taking care of themselves.
And waiting to hear on Brendan Walsh and his connections. Will Maxfield be coming to the Belmont Stakes this year? Just 2 weeks from today will be the first leg of horse racing's Triple Crown, a 1 turn, mile and an eighth, I should say.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, you know, the fact that it is a mile and an eighth this year because of the circumstances brought on by the pandemic. I would have to think it's very attractive, and they've got to be looking at it long and hard.
Impressive winner in his 3-year-old return in that Grade 3 Matt win. Queen Medib impressive here in her 4-year-old debut for the Walsh Barn. Meanwhile, back in the sloppy track at Belmont, Thorny Tail picks up the second win of his career and his first win on the off-going in 5 tries.
Yeah, you know, usually by this time of year, George Riva, the trainer, has got his base all settled in Saratoga. Obviously, circumstances this year, a lot of the horses had to stay down at Palm Beach Downs and, you know, the ones he had at Belmont, but this horse actually trained down there for a little while. He's streaky. When he gets hot, his barn, all the horses start to run well.
Biggest price we've seen so far in the Empire 6 on a mandatory payout date. Been pretty formful to this point. Not anymore. $19 winner might open things up a little bit.
But who liked him? Jonathan Kinchin liked him, and he's been on fire.
There we go. Instilled Regard, Code of Honor, Newspaper of Record, Vekoma. Form was holding for the most part until now. 8-1 on Thorny Tail with 1 leg still to come. Here our nightcap at Belmont. Mile on the turf. It is a maiden special weight. And right now, Lonesome Fugitive, Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz on a horse who was second in the debut against a horse who would come back and run very good his first try against winners.
This horse ran well first time, but he has a habit of lugging in. We're going to keep an eye on that.
Talk more about it. It's the nightcap from Belmont Park coming up. And, of course, the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby. Prep for the Kentucky Derby still to come as well. Stay with us.
He's a
a good doing, good eating, good feeling colt that I think whoever gets him it'll be a pleasure to train.
Colt himself is very sound horse, says yes every day, which I love that about him, and I love his attitude.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
DeMarshall offers breeders a rare opportunity. Out of a full sister to champions yesterday and Quarter Moon, his picture-perfect pedigree includes 8 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. A winner in his 2-year-old debut at Aqueduct, he was named a TDN Rising Star. He captured a decisive victory at Keeneland and won the Grade 3 Pennine Ridge Stakes at Belmont. The only son of top sire Dubois standing in Kentucky. DeMarshall, new for 2020 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
Back on America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 1. Live sports has returned to New York with the opening of Belmont Park and, of course, Churchill Downs continuing along as well. Their nightcap in the books in Louisville. And Brendan Walsh getting Queen Medb home. $7.80. Tyler Gaffleone aboard.
Did a great job, too. She was a bit keen down the backstretch. Instead of getting in a fight with her, he put his hands down. He let her kind of run on. I'm going to give the 4 Stand Tall another shot. Had a difficult trip again.
8-6-4 finish at Churchill. The New York Racing Association launched a new charitable initiative designed to raise funds for the backstretch community of Belmont Park during this COVID-19 pandemic. You can support the cause. Fans can purchase a Belmont Tough or Saratoga Tough t-shirt online. NYRA will donate all net proceeds in equal allotments to the Belmont Child Care Association, the Backstretch Employee Service Team of New York, and the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy of America. To purchase a shirt, visit shop.nyra.com, and all those proceeds, as you heard, going to a very good cause. Nightcap in New York, mile on the turf once again, maiden special weight, and it's Chad Brown's Lonesome Fugitive. Has some things to work out, did some lugging in that debut at Gulfstream. We'll see if he's turned the corner here in his second start of his 3-year-old campaign as we head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Greg, as you touched on, number 6, Lonesome Fugitive, was a bit green in that debut at Tampa, and you would just have to hope with racing experience he kind of irons out those kinks that he had first time out. And looking at him here in the paddock, I like the fact that he gets to go the flat mile, I should say. It's almost a 1-turn mile here at Belmont, because he is actually a little bit on the smaller side and kind of unassuming. That kind of goes with the bloodlines of the Zoffany line. And he's very fit here. I mean, I don't see any kind of extra equipment on him to assuage him from not lugging in or anything like that, because it's really not Chad's MO. He corrects things in the mornings. So he is a very viable favorite in here. I really have no problems with him. But it's an interesting race, I think. And we'll move on to number 11, Mischief Afoot, a horse that I really liked throughout most of his 2-year-old campaign. And then he just kind of fell apart towards the end there. And especially in that December race, he just didn't look quite as good. So regrouping, comes back as a gelding, and we'll try the turf for the first time. And I don't mind these into Mischiefs actually on the turf. And on the bottom side, there have been 2 turf winners. They were better actually a little bit more so on the main track, especially on a wet track, but there's some pedigree there to maybe switch him over in a positive way. And he looks as though he should handle it. And plus, he just looks better overall than what he did back in December. And he comes in here fit for trainer Jimmy Toner, who, well, I guess you could almost take it somewhat as a negative that he didn't debut going back to the turf, and Jimmy just kind of regrouping here, but he does have a slew of turf workouts down at Palm Meadows. So moving on to number 9, Red Flag Alert. They paid $600,000 for this son of Ghost Zapper and George Weaver, looking to take the last 3 races on this card. But he did work 9-4 last year at the OBS April sale, and a very, very visually impressive work. I mean, not only is that a quick time, but he didn't look as though he was going that fast, and just a very smooth, efficient way of going. There's turf pedigree here. The dam was a European, French runner, and this is her first full, but the second generation, tons of turf as well. And he just has this big, marching, fluid walk. You can tell he's a good mover. Now, it might be a negative that he doesn't show up until now as a 3-year-old, but he looks fit. He looks ready to go for his debut. I think he's very interesting as a first-time starter. And at a big price, I just want to mention number 12, Bay Street Money for Jimmy Jerkins. Son of Street Sense, but the dam was a grade 1 winner on the turf. She won the QE2. And there's been a lot of turf winners and turf production in this family, especially just in the first generation. Definitely looks like a turf horse, but given the price on the board and given his appearance here, he just looks like he'll benefit from getting a start, as most of Jimmy's horses tend to do, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. We're 8 minutes away from a start. There is our favorite. It's Chad Brown, and it's owned and bred by John Gunther. And John Gunther is the man who's best known, I guess, for being the breeder of Triple Crown winner Justify. He also bred Vino Rosso, won last year's Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, just one of these prolific kind of breeders. Has done an amazing job with his breeding program, and big supporters of the game. He and his entire family. So I like this horse. He obviously ran well first time. Watching the replay, though, he was a handful to ride. Really gave Irad Ortiz Jr. fits, trying to lug in. And if he does that again, he could hamper his own efforts. He could be his own worst enemy. He's going to need to have learned enough from that first start to overcome that habit, because he's going to spend more time trying to correct him than he is allowing him to run forward, if you will.
Well, we saw Chad Brown got newspaper of record to correct her mistakes and looked brilliant earlier on today. Can he correct these issues with Lonesome Fugitive, making start number 2? Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin. JK, your thoughts?
I hope so, Wolf. Yeah, I would think so. This horse has worked 12 times since then for Chad Brown, and almost all of those in company. Worked with a horse by the name of Vintage Print, who's a winner. Worked with a horse named Economic Policy, a winner. And then also worked with Good Governance, a horse that I think you guys will remember from Saratoga. Was a buzz horse up at Saratoga this summer. Broke from the outside, was wide all the way around there, and won. So a very talented horse that this horse has been working with. I would imagine that somewhere in those 12 works, they've gotten the issues resolved, and I think that Lonesome Fugitive makes sense as the most likely winner in here.
Right now, the public agrees. Thanks, JK. 5-2 on the board. Meanwhile, and Jonathan says this all the time, never count out this trainer, Mike Maker. He trains the 4-year turn of events.
Well, I kind of like this horse, and when we talk about value, I think you're getting a lot of value at 11-1. This horse has got consistently good enough turf speed figures, buyer speed figures, to win this race. And you get a trainer that excels with turf runners. The horse has a lot of foundation, is a little bit of give to the turf. I think that helps a horse. Their fitness level is at a zenith. It's more optimum for them. They'll handle it. I like this horse at 11-1. I think that's just a huge price for him.
It was 8-1 on the morning line. A rider that we saw really over the last year take some big steps forward too, Eric Cancel.
Eric Cancel really took a big step forward, and one of the keys to that was when P.J. Campo took over as his agent, and they really hit their stride over the winter. P.J. had him getting on live horses, and what separates about the top 20, 25 guys is confidence. And when a young rider confidence starts to build, he reacts. He doesn't think, overthinks, and second guess, and that's a huge thing for a rider. A rider has to have that ability to have a little swagger, not be cocky, but just know that, hey, what I'm doing, is the best I can do.
Did you have that turning point moment for you when you felt, look, I'm on this circuit and I belong here?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a little bit different for me because I was leading rider as an apprentice at 16 years old. I led the standings for the entire year. Then when I lost my apprenticeship, I had to rebuild and figure it out. My confidence got rocked. It took me a couple years, but the key was winning the Meadowlands Cup on a horse named Wild Again, my first grade 1. And that was when, wow, the light bulb went on. I can win at this level.
Strategy being talked by Connections there in the paddock. Riders up here in a moment as we take a look at Mr. Jaggers, and Joel Rosario will be on board here for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Jonathan Kinchin. Bill Mott, again, just closing in on 5,000 career victories. And this is a horse, his only 2 turf starts of his career. He's had some issues out of the gate.
No, he has, and he's got a very good hands with Joel Rosario and Bill Mott. The thing with Mr. Jaggers, he ran into Field Pass in his debut. Obviously, Field Pass went on to be a pretty darn good horse in his own right, but he ran fast that day as a 2-year-old, and we talk about it on the show as often as it seems like a lot, especially during this time of the year. When these 3-year-olds have run numbers back at 2, they get my attention because there was obviously some ability there. There was something there that got them to run that fast that day. And so I always feel like with maturity, that number can still be found. And it just feels like Mr. Jaggers, who ran so well back in August, could somehow find it. He might have needed his last race. It was on dirt. Now he's back on turf. I think Mr. Jaggers is extremely live in here for Bill Mott to get him just a little bit closer to 5,000.
Yeah, 2 wins away from 5,000 in that Hall of Fame career, and he faced first time out a horse named Decorated Invader. I know you know very well,
Yes.
who was one of the leading contenders for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
And just had a very difficult trip that day. But this is a horse, Decorated Invader, that looks like he should have a good year this year as a 3-year-old for West Point Thoroughbreds, trained by Christophe Clement.
Who found that horse?
Somebody, last name Migliori, I think.
Nice little find, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's so funny being a fan of the game and my family growing up in the game. My son Joseph takes a lot of pride in, you know, working the sales and looking at horses, and he's been given a great opportunity by Terry Finley of West Point.
Get set for our post parade here coming up. Keep in mind, we still have our Run Happy Santa Anita Derby, Grade 1, one of the major preps for the Kentucky Derby, which this year will be run as the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the first Saturday in September. That is still ahead with the undefeated Authentic. For 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert, he will be a heavy favorite, no question in that race, but he has a tough rematch with Honor AP.
See if he could turn the tables today.
That's still to come. Right now, our post parade. Here's Fixation. Blinkers coming off and getting on the turf for the first time.
Total makeover, different surface, blinkers off, gets a rider, Louis Cardenas, 7-pound apprentice who's been winning on a lot of long shots. This one would surprise me.
First time on turf for Zuzudini.
Yeah, and again, another one surface switch is going to have to show me.
Bill Mott, Joel Rosario team up here with Mr. Jaggers.
The fact that he's taking this kind of money and Mott and Rosario, you got to respect it.
Just missed as a favorite on turf last start, turn of events.
I like this horse a bit. His price is coming down. I hope I can lock in at 8-1.
I keep asking myself, why does Javier Castellano show up on this horse in the nightcap?
Yeah, that's a good question. Interesting.
32-1 on Bubba Chuck. Lonesome Fugitive, the favorite for Chad Brown.
And as long as he can mind his manners, he will be very tough to beat.
Voodoo Zip for Danny Gargan, missed by a neck, is the favorite on the turf last start.
And actually has the best speed figures on the turf so far.
Another Bill Mott runner trying to get him closer to 5,000. Height.
Changing surfaces and stretching out a bit.
Oh, some pedigree here. A horse that cost $600,000 at auction for George Weaver.
Yeah, and a horse that Maggie said was very impressive in his work, and it'd be interesting to see how he does. George is hot. You got to respect that.
Can this barn win the last 3 on the card? Red Storm Rising, Graham Motion, and could be interesting here moving to grass.
And gets Johnny Velasquez for Sampson Farm, you know, stretching out distance, and a first-time gelding. That's the biggest equipment change.
Dam with stakes placed on turf as well. Mischief afoot, blinkers going on.
And for a trainer, Jimmy Toner, that does great work with horses, changing surfaces to the turf.
And a first-time starter on the outside for Jimmy Jerkins on a Street Sense Bay Street Money.
Jimmy Jerkins, just a terrific horseman. Apple didn't fall far from the tree, so much like his dad, the late, great Alan Jerkins. But usually his horses do get better with a run.
All right, again, it was a mandatory payout day in the Empire 6. Usually the Empire 6 has to be hit, but has to be hit by one unique single ticket. On mandatory payout days, you hit it no matter how many tickets hit it. You cash. Jonathan's ticket he gave out on air, alive to this one right here. Jonathan, as you look through this field, as you see how the odds board's playing out, how do you feel here?
I feel good. I mean, I think that a lot of times, I learned a lesson a long time ago. I'm not much of a hedger. Obviously, if you're alive to a really big score, talking 5 digits, you got to consider hedging. But, I like to go by the idea of when I woke up this morning, if I didn't like the other horses in the field, then I'm going to let it ride and stick with this one. So I feel good. I trust that Chad Brown will get this horse going in the right direction. But I'll be honest with you, I'm just more excited for the people that played along. I know that it'd be a fun score for everybody on a day where we're trying to make some money and watch some horses run in a circle or sometimes even a semicircle.
It's a good position to be in, no matter if you're alive for a huge score or even just a little bit back, some sort of profit. To be in this position to cash is where we all want to be.
Oh, it's an adrenaline rush. It's pumped up, and that's one of the beauties about thoroughbred racing. You go to other sporting events, you enjoy them. You go to a baseball game or a football game, hockey game, but you're not going to have the potential to leave with more money than you came. You're going to pay your admission. You're going to pay for your snacks, and you know what it's going to cost you, and it's fine. It's a good trade-up, but you can come racing, have a great day, and potentially leave with more money than you came. I don't see what's better than that.
And by the way, the Empire 6 to the favorite, the 6, Lonesome Fugitive, returning $818.
Pretty cool.
With what's come in this afternoon, it's been basically all favorites, first or second choices, with the exception of that last race we saw an 8-1 shot.
Thorny Tails, which Jonathan really liked.
Well, you like an 8-1 shot here from Mike Maker. That is turn of events. Maggie going with the 9. That's the first-time starter that, again, went for a pretty penny at the OBS sale, $600,000.
Well, when you watch those 2-year-old in training videos, their sales works, a lot of them go fast. But Maggie identified that he was going fast the right way. And sometimes when they don't look like they're doing anything and the clock says otherwise, that kind of points them out as horses with big potential.
And we talked about the Graham Motion runner as well, the 10 Red Storm Rising. 10-1 right now, debuted on synthetic at Woodbine. The dam was stakes placed on turf. She was a 3-time winner on the lawn. And, the fact that she was bet down to favoritism first time out makes you think that maybe she has some talent.
Well, she showed something, he showed something in the mornings. It's interesting. By Stormy Atlantic, who was a very good sprinter, I used to ride him for Bob K-Mac, had a breathing problem, though. Has really excelled as a turf sire, though. You think about the horses that he's thrown on the turf, but Stormy Atlantic himself was a dirt sprinter.
John Velasquez and Graham Motion, they teamed up for a 27-1 shot at Churchill Downs when they came back racing that first week. Trying to get in the winner's circle with a 10-1 shot here in the nightcap on this Saturday afternoon, Run Happy Carter Saturday from Elmont, New York.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there's the Silks of the iconic Claiborne Farm right there in front of us with the 8.
That's Height, son of Union Rags.
I love the way Claiborne names their horses. It's straightforward, classy, usually one word. I love that. Going back, you can go to Swale, and a horse that won the Derby in the Belmont for Claiborne.
How about to have a horse like Blame win arguably the biggest race there is on their 100-year anniversary. What a moment for them.
Very cool.
A homebred. Our nightcap coming up here in the home of racing from Belmont Park here on Fox Sports. The favorite, the 6, Lonesome Fugitive on a mandatory payout in the Empire 6 Saturday. Let's head upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
And there are 2 still to go in for this 11th race finale. Number 6, Lonesome Fugitive. And from the outside, number 12, Bay Street Money. Lonesome Fugitive is in this 11th race on the Widener at 1 mile, and the turf is yielding. Bay Street Money in the starting gate, and we are set for the finale, and they are off. And going out for the lead is Voodoo Zip. Voodoo Zip is in front. Red Flag Alert is racing in second. And from the inside, it is Fixation, now being passed there by Red Storm Rising. Red Storm Rising is in third. Fixation is racing in 4th. Turn of Events is in between horses, next in 5th. Mischief Afoot on the outside in 6th. Lonesome Fugitive at this point is in 7th, and it's Height in 8th. Mr. Jaggers to his inside in 9th. Bubba Chuck runs in 10th, followed by Zuzu Dini in 11th. And the trailer is Bay Street Money in 12th. The quarter, 24 and 2/5 seconds. Voodoo Zip shows the way here by a little more than a length. Red Flag Alert, first time starter, giving chase in 2nd. Red Storm rising on the outside, now takes 3rd. Fixation dropping back a bit down at the rail, about to be passed there by Turn of Events. Then comes Mischief Afoot. The half went in 49 and 4. The field is midway on the turn. Voodoo Zip leads by 2. Red Flag Alert is racing in 2nd position. It is Voodoo Zip with the lead. And here now, from the outside, they're closing in. Mischief Afoot has gained ground, along with Mr. Jaggers, as the field heads for home. It is Voodoo Zip with the lead, kicking clear here to lead by 3. Mr. Jaggers now moves up on the outside, and Lonesome Fugitive is coming on late. They're moving down for the 16th pole. It is Voodoo Zip trying to hang in there. Lonesome Fugitive on a drive on the outside. Lonesome Fugitive, Voodoo Zip. Lonesome Fugitive got it by a head right at the end in the finale. Voodoo Zip was 2nd. Mr. Jaggers finished 3rd.
Lonesome Fugitive working, and so is Jonathan Kinchin. Coming through with the Empire 6 here on a mandatory payout day. Second time out, gets the job done here.
Gets the job done. Still was a little bit difficult to handle, not as bad as his first start, trying to lug in, so, but showed a lot of ability and a good turn of foot. Tough beat for anybody with the 7 Voodoo Zip for West Point Thoroughbreds. He led every step except for the very last step. The only one that really counts, the only one they pay for, the one on the wire.
Yeah, new tactics from Voodoo Zip. Ran a big race, but grinding away. Lonesome Fugitive here, and you just had a feeling with these connections, going to be tough to stop.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very logical thing. He did, again, try to lug in. Not nearly as bad as his first start, so he's definitely going in the right direction. And great job by Jonathan. Listen, I enjoy listening to him, and I appreciate and admire his ability to identify these horses that wind up winning.
What is that feeling like? I mean, you're Jose Lezcano on that inside horse, Voodoo Zip. What can you do in that situation?
He did everything right. He on a horse that has been getting beat in narrow races. I like the fact that he put him on the lead. He dictated the race. It's horse racing, not jockey racing. I think everybody rode well there. Best horse got there.
Jose Ortiz, Chad Brown, John Gunther, who co-bred this son of Zoffany as well with a win here in the nightcap at Belmont. Payouts on this Empire 6 mandatory payout day and the Santa Anita Derby still to come.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
Smiling Tigers Championship Sire Performance continues. Each of his first 3 crops has produced a Horse of the Year, including California Horse of the Year Spiced Perfection and 2019 champion 2-year-old male El Tigre Terrible. 14 6-figure earners, including 7 with single-season earnings surpassing $100,000 in 2019. California's #1 second crop sire in 2018 and now #1 third crop sire of 2019. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms. Visit SmilingTigerStallion.com for more information. It pays to be Calbred.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Back on America's Day at the Races, on continuing live coverage here on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. The nightcap at Belmont Park. Voodoo Zip trying to gut it out on the front end. New tactics today for the son of City Zip, but here comes Lonesome Fugitive to his outside.
Tipped out, and you can see the way Irad Ortiz is riding. He's having to correct him a bit. He's going to pull his crop through to his left hand. He's going to get after him. A little bit late on his leads here, still on his left lead, but showed a really strong turn of foot, and that's what all your best turf horses have. He actually never did change leads. Is acceleration. That's what defines a good turf horse, their ability to accelerate. When this guy, gets a little bit more mature mentally, he's got a lot of improvement in him because he's still not running perfectly straight.
Yeah, that was a much more experienced horse that he rolled on by as well. Mr. Jaggers also, who's making the fourth start of his career. Lonesome Fugitive, $7.90 for the win. So what does that mean in terms of a mandatory payout in this Empire 6? 20-cent play, $818.90 on a ticket that Jonathan Kinchin gave out this afternoon. Well done, JK. Instilled Regard, Code of Honor, your Travers winner from last year, gets the win in the 7th. Newspaper of Record returns to the winner's circle after a brilliant 2-year-old campaign. Struggled as a 3-year-old. Vekoma looks like he could be meeting Code of Honor potentially in the Met Mile.
It'd be a terrific matchup, too, to have a horse like Vekoma with brilliant speed. Code of Honor, a horse that's a good closer. It's again, styles, matchups. Think boxing, Frazier Ali. Well, they different ways of getting it done, but they know how to get it done, so it should be an interesting matchup. And as far as Jonathan goes, I feel like I want to go, we're not worthy. We're not worthy. He's just really doing a great job.
Yeah, nice hit from JK. Well done. We know he's happy about giving that one out. Hopefully some of you profited from it as well. So we saw 2 of the best 3-year-olds from last year come back here as 4-year-olds and look like they're rolling right along. Now it's time to see some of the top 3-year-olds in the country. The Grade 1 Run Happy Santa Anita Derby from out on the West Coast. Bob Baffert looking for his 10th victory in this Kentucky Derby prep, and he's trying to do it with Authentic, 1-5 favorite on the board. Authentic, a perfect 3 for 3 in his career, and he's in a rematch here with Honor AP.
I think Honor AP's got an opportunity to turn the tables on him, and my reasoning behind this is this. Last time, Authentic was loose on the lead, all by himself, everything his own way. He's fast, so he creates his own trip. I'll give him his due. But Honor AP was the one chasing. He had to do the dirty work. I think he gets some help today, Honor AP, from the 3, Shooters Shoot, who has a lot of speed, and I think he's the one who could put some early pressure on Authentic and allow Honor AP to sit back and let Mike Smith wait to make his one move.
Maybe we're going to see the best of Honor AP as he finally gets to go 1.25 miles at some point. Today he gets to go further, 1.125 miles, but John Sheriff thinks the further he goes, the better he'll be.
I agree with that, too, and John is that kind of trainer, gets him to improve.
We need to say goodbye to those watching on MSG Plus and the Fox regional networks across the country. We're continuing on Fox Sports 1 right after this.
Belmont is back in a big way, and at Naira Bets, we're celebrating opening week with a huge promotion for all members. During opening week, get a 5% rebate on your bets on Belmont Park races. That's right, 5% rebated to your Naira Bets account for wagers on every Belmont race June 3rd through the 7th, only at Naira Bets. World-class horse racing is back at Belmont, and for opening week, Naira Bets is where you'll get a 5% rebate. Available from coast to coast. It pays to play with Naira Bets.
If your Run Happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your Run Happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
Speedster. He's got Spite Speed, arguably the fastest graded stakes-winning miler of his 3-year-old crop.
And here is one talented colt named Speedster.
He's from the Spites line and the immediate female family of champion sire Smart Strike.
He's got the Spice look.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A graded stakes winner at 2, 3, and 4, from coast to coast, from 7.5 furlongs to 1.25 miles. In 2018, the fastest 3-year-old in the country over 10 furlongs by internationally successful sire More Than Ready. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
With 1/8 of a mile to go, American Pharoah's got a 2-length lead. Frosted is all out at the 16th pole. And here it is. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharoah is finally the one. American Pharoah has won the Triple Crown.
Still get chills. You're looking like you are as well. I was near you in the winter, right by the winner's circle, watching this race. I have never heard in any sporting event a crowd respond like that.
I just got chills again. I got goosebumps about it. You know, was near you, standing next to my son Joseph. I had a flashback to being here in 1977 with my father, seeing Seattle Slew win the Triple Crown. It was actually quite emotional. We started to believe it couldn't be done. Well, it could, and then a couple years later, it was done again.
Both times, of course, by Bob Baffert. American Pharoah ended that drought, as you heard from Larry Collmus, 37 long years. Sweep of the Triple Crown, and could you believe it? Bob Baffert, 3 years later, he would do it again with a horse who did not debut until February of his 3-year-old campaign. No one thought that could be done.
No, I mean, we talked so much about the curse of Apollo, no horse that didn't have 2-year-old experience, had won the Derby since then. Not only did he win the Derby, he won the Triple Crown, but he was like a comet. He was so brilliant, he was there, and unfortunately then he was gone. But boy, he gave us quite a ride for a 6-race scheme, didn't he?
Well, and as good as Bob Baffert is, and year after year, he's loaded with 3-year-old talent. This year seemed like a year that even for Bob Baffert was incredible in terms of all the talent that he had. But Nadal has been retired, has gone to the sidelines. Now we've just heard news that Charlatan is not going to make the Belmont Stakes and will not make the Kentucky Derby, maybe the Preakness. We heard that from Dave Grenning on Daily Racing Form. So now it looks like it has come down any hopes of winning a race in the Triple Crown to potentially this horse right here, Authentic, for Bob Baffert, who he has said, I always felt he was my #1 seed.
Well, listen, he knows how to scout talent. That's obvious. I still think there's some questions here about Authentic, and some of it has to do with the way he can be a little bit erratic in the stretch and, again, have a propensity to want to step in or lug in. He's obviously brilliant. I think Honor AP is getting help today, and I think he can turn the tables on him.
Bob Baffert has done a lot of damage in this race. 9-time winner of one of the premier preps over the years for the Kentucky Derby. 10 horses have won both the Santa Anita Derby and the Derby, including Justify. 18 Kentucky Derby winners have prepped in this race.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Going all the way back to Cavanier, who was beating a nose in the Kentucky Derby, like a dirty nose in the Kentucky Derby. A lot of trainers never get back to that position. The fact that he not only came back from what had to be a crushing defeat at the time to win all the Derbies he has is remarkable.
It's been incredible what he's done with his 3-year-old, Acacia Courtney, trying to do it again and get to double digits in this premier race.
He certainly is, and what an amazing feat it is just to look at the horses that have run in this race, Greg. And I agree with what Richie said about Authentic being a little bit erratic. If you look back at his race 2 starts back in the Sham, he did get very potentially green all over the place in the stretch. Bob Baffert saying that he reacted to the crowd that day. Now, there are no fans at Santa Anita right now due to coronavirus restrictions, but he will have earplugs in today just to be safe. That's something, as Richie can tell you, that will keep a horse, the outside sound, away from him. He will get to rematch with the Honor AP as they did in the San Felipe. Here's another example where we didn't see him so erratic in the stretch, but he did switch
his tail a little bit, and even watching some of his workouts on XBTV, it's just something that he does. Now, earlier today, I spoke to his regular rider, Drayden Van Dyke, about how he thought the race might play out and what his tactics were going to be from the gate. And Drayden told me that he was going to play the break. If he's on the lead, that's great. If the others to his inside, particularly Shooter's Shoot, end up going, Drayden said he's very comfortable with putting Authentic in a stalking spot. He said came from a little bit of off the pace in his debut. So I found that was encouraging that he felt this horse could potentially rate, as there is some other pace in the race.
Well, there were some real issues in that sham. He shied in, then he got down to the fence, kind of got spooked again and came out. But it really looked like he seemed more professional in that San Felipe.
Well, he was, but he was still laying in, and Drayden Van Dyke had the stick in his left hand, and he didn't win as easy as I think a lot of people are making it out. He rode him through the wire, and I just think that Honor AP, if just a different scenario where he's not the one having to play the other horse's game, I don't think they're as far apart as people realize.
For Honor AP, that was his first start of his 3-year-old campaign. Even for Authentic, that was just the third start of his career. So they both have a lot of upside as we go to Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, it's look, a very talented group. Well, especially towards the outside with Honor AP and Authentic. And it's great to have a common race to try to evaluate the two. And Honor AP ran well that day. I agree with Richie. Authentic was having to be encouraged. But, I think that has a lot to do with Authentic being green the race before. I think Drayden wanted to keep him busy. But Honor AP makes a lot of sense as an alternative to Authentic. I think it's probably doesn't really matter that Authentic is drawn outside to him because Honor AP is going to probably take back a little bit anyways. Authentic will go ahead. And I would think Honor AP would be able to end up working out a pretty good trip. Get to Mike Smith in this spot. Another positive. Mike Smith, obviously one of the greatest riders of all time. And I think Honor AP makes sense. I just worry about the price. I honestly don't like the 5-2. I would want a little bit of a bigger number. And I'm assuming that number will drift up a little bit.
We'll find out shortly, but it looks like this number is not going to move much on Authentic. Whenever you have Bob Baffert, you have an undefeated horse who's shown the kind of talent this horse has. And with Baffert saying he thought among Charlatan, Nadal, and this horse that this was his top seed, there's a lot to like.
Well, we talk about the old Yankees Murderers Row. That's Bob Baffert's shed row, too. You just go down there, and there's DiMaggio and Mantle and so on and so forth.
Baffert says he moves like a gazelle. He's very light, leggy horse. Mm-hmm. And what's the biggest issue being drawn outside here with the speed that he has?
Well, I think Drayden's going to allow him to run away from the gate enough so that he's not caught wide. I mean, he's got to get some position going forward. Just be interesting to see if he switches off and is as kind as Drayden thinks he can be with another fast horse near him.
1-5 favorite on the board. Honor AP here in the rematch. They went head-to-head in the San Felipe, so Honor AP needs to make up 2 1/4 lengths on him. He is 5-2. Is it just a 2-horse race?
I believe it is. I just think that, you have other horses in here that can have a say in how the race is run, like Shooter's Shoot. I just don't think they're as good as the top 2.
Well, Shooter's Shoot, he faced Charlatan, the other very talented, undefeated Bob Baffert runner we just gave you the news about. He won't be in the Belmont. He won't make the Kentucky Derby. But after that second to Charlatan, he's reeled off back-to-back wins at Santa Anita and at Oaklawn. So maybe he's starting to come around a little bit.
Yeah, and he's a horse that showed a lot of speed last time. It was very game. He fought for it. I like horses that'll fight for it.
And you have a horse like Ano Dor, who's just been perplexing as a 3-year-old. So precocious, so talented at 2. He just missed, ran second, beat less than a length of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Really thought he turned the corner. They made the switch to Joel Rosario in his 3-year-old debut to try and get that finishing touch on him. It just hasn't panned out.
It really hasn't. It's been disappointing because he showed so much promise as a 2-year-old, and we were expecting good things. Maybe he just didn't like it in the Midwest. He didn't like Fairgrounds. He didn't like the Big Easy. He didn't like Hot Springs. Maybe he's just going to be happy to be back in the state of California.
Here's our post parade for the Grade 1 Run Happy Santa Anita Derby. We kick things off with big long shot Friars Road for Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, and this is a maiden, a horse that has never won a race yet, but he was second to Shooter's Shoot 2 starts back.
1-2 punch for McCarthy. He's got this horse who could sit off the pace. He's got Rushy, who could be close up front early with Flavian Pratt.
And this horse has been improving from a speed figure standpoint. Still a long shot.
Here's Rushy, son of Liam's Map. coming off the second win of his career. That came at Oaklawn in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Meanwhile, shooters shoot. Since he was second to Charlatan, he's rolled off back-to-back wins.
And certainly chasing a very brilliant colt in Charlatan, sprinting that day. This horse has sprint kind of speed. He holds the key to how this race is going to be run.
Meanwhile, No Dory broke his maiden convincingly on the turf, and then he was a runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile on dirt.
And it's just been a bit disappointing so far this year. I'd like to see him find the form we saw as a 2-year-old, make that step, because he seemed like he was going to be a major player in the 3-year-old division.
Another Baffert 3-year-old and a son of a Kentucky Derby winner, Super Saver. This is Azul Coast.
Kind of a big one-pace kind of horse, grounded out in the El Camino Real Derby. He's going to have to improve on the dirt. Get Umberto Rispoli, a rider that I've been very impressed with out there.
Mike Smith, John Sheriff, they've had success in the Santa Anita Derby before with Tiago.
Yeah, unfortunately they beat me that day, but I love John as a conditioner. Mike needs no introduction. I like this horse today.
That was back in 2007. That was a 29-1, by the way, on a half-brother to Derby winner Giacomo. And here's the big favorite. This is Authentic, undefeated for Bob Baffert.
And obviously a brilliant colt, possesses a lot of speed. I think he's going to have some company, and if he doesn't relax as well as Drayden Van Dyke, his rider, thinks he can, that is why I think Honor AP can turn the tables.
Well, Drayden Van Dyke, the pilot on Authentic, he told Bob Baffert after the maiden win at Del Mar in his debut, he thought that was Baffert's best 2-year-old at the time.
Well, it's interesting, and Drayden does work a lot of these horses, so he would have a pretty good handle on that.
Want to remind everyone, get signed up, started, play along with Naira Bet. You can play this Run Happy Santa Anita Derby. By using that code BET20, you'll get $20 in your account to play within minutes. So again, go to NairaBets.com to take advantage of that and play this Run Happy Santa Anita Derby with Naira Bets. Let's check in again right now with Acacia Courtney for more.
Greg, thank you. And I wanted to touch on something that I've noticed about Authentic in his 3 races so far, and that's his ears. You see that you can tell that he's just a very receptive horse. Throughout the whole part of his race, you almost see his ears going like this. He really reacts to Drayden's calls and his wishes. And that's something that can be effective in the stretch as well, but he's also almost too receptive sometimes. I do think last time was one of the most mature performances we've seen from him. Look, he's going to be such a super short price right here, but I actually really do think that he's got some ability, and if he takes any sort of step forward today, he could be a likely winner. As far as an upset potential, Rushy could potentially sit a trip, but I'm a bit intrigued by the other Baffert runner in Azul Coast. He looks like one of the truest closers to me. He was a little bit green early last time out at Golden Gate, but all in all, he was pretty game to finish up strong in that kind of almost blanket finish. He was a distant second to Authentic in the Sham, but I actually think that a win at this distance, guys, should help him, given the fact that some of these others do have to stretch out to the 9 furlongs for the first time.
Well, as the distances continue to get longer for these 3-year-olds, a lot of them trying to do it for the first time. Certainly, that's usually the case on Kentucky Derby Day. We'll see if Authentic and most of the rest of these in this group can handle this 1 1/8. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin. JK, we knew Authentic would be a short price. 2 to 5 is awfully short.
Yeah, no, I love Authentic, though. I mean, I talked a little bit about Honor AP to kind of that's who I think can beat Authentic. I think Authentic does something kind of special here, gallops in this race. I love the outside draw. I love the fact that he's going to continue to mature. All these things, these knocks that we've been pointing out, Richie has, and Acacia has, all these knocks, they're all things that are going to improve with experience. And he's obviously had more experience. He's going to have more. He's been training. He's been working. He's been running. So I think that we're going to see the best Authentic that we've seen so far. And to me, that best Authentic is too good for this group. Look, we've been fortunate. We've been hitting some bets today, so I got to give another one. It's a heat check. You know, the guy that comes down, he's hit a couple of threes, you just shoot one for no reason. I'm going to do that here. I'm going to give you a pick 3. The 7 with the 1 with the 5, improbable. So good luck.
All right, Jonathan, good luck with that. Had good success earlier today, hitting that Empire 6 on a mandatory payout day here in New York. You know, it just might be today for Honor AP, who could, you know, these 3-year-olds can continue to progress, but John Sheriff's his trainer. He was worried about race shape in here for his horse.
What, that he didn't feel there was enough speed in here?
Just how it unfolds in a small field like this with Authentic, a chance that Authentic could maybe get an easy lead might be tough.
See, I actually see it differently, and maybe, you know, if they decide to rate shoot, that could potentially happen. Honor AP is so intriguing to me. He moves so much like his sire, Honor Code, who was trained by Shug McGaughey. He kind of got very similar action. I remember him from the Fasig-Tipton sale in Saratoga 2 summers ago because he had a lot of white markings, a lot of chrome on him, so he was a horse that stood out. He brought a big price that day. I like what I've seen from him in his training. I love those old school breezes when he 7/8s and good gallop outs. That's something that, you know, John Sheriff's is masterful at, you know, putting that foundation in the horses off of works. Listen, Authentic, there's no doubt he's the horse to beat. I just think he can be beaten. I think that's the best way I could put it. I don't think he's a mortal lock.
The board would say differently right now. And, well, now more realistic 1-2, but he was down as low as 1-5 as we take a look here at Shooter's Shoot. And a horse who could be trying to press early on and putting some heat early on Authentic.
Well, this horse's weapon is his speed. He possesses natural speed. He has sprinter-type speed. What little I've seen from his rider, I believe it's Abel Cedillo, he is aggressive. I don't see why you would want to change that now in this spot, especially when if you're on the 1-2 shot, you've got to drive a bit defensively. You don't want to be the one to get engaged. Maybe he decides he's got no chance. I'll sit back a little bit and wait on Honor AP, and that's how horses steal races.
There's a look at Honor AP. As we mentioned, John Sheriff's. He's won this race twice before with Tiago back in 07. I know that hurts for you because you look like you were going to win that race at the 16th pole.
You know, the thing that stood out about that race to me was I purposely stayed off the rail because the rail had been dead all day. And I literally could have dropped in, and I decided not to because they said, everybody's been dying down in there. Tiago was a horse that lugged in. He goes to the fence and beats me. Then I'm like, why didn't I just go ahead and drop to the fence? But hindsight's always 20/20. Thanks for showing this, guys, by the way. You know, just put a damper on my mood.
It was not my call. I did not intend for that to happen. Again, that was a half brother to Giacomo, the 2005 Kentucky Derby winner. He won at 29:01 that day. John Sheriff's would win it again with Gormley back in 2017. We all know what Bob Baffert has done in this race, as we'll get back to the track here. But Baffert, 9 wins in this race. Cavanier, he wound up second in the Kentucky Derby back in 1996. Pioneer of the Nile back in 2009, he wound up second. But of course, Justify would be the Kentucky Derby winner who won this race for him. So today could be number 10 in the Santa Anita Derby for the great Bob Baffert.
It's remarkable. A lot of conditioners go their whole life hoping to have a horse good enough to win a Santa Anita Derby, a Kentucky Derby. Bob Baffert's looking for 10.
And Azul Coast, the other Baffert runner in this horse, 25-1 on the board. That is the 5 horse. That's a horse he originally targeted to the Belmont Stakes had we not had COVID-19. They thought that horse would excel at 1.5 miles. Yeah,
because he is kind of a big one-pace kind of horse, a grinder, you know, the kind that you think would be able to stay 1.5 miles.
So 7-horse field, all eyes on Authentic. And Bob Baffert, he seems so loaded going into the Kentucky Derby early on in the year. He had Nadal, Charlatan, 1,000 Words early on too, who was undefeated. Now Nadal retired. Charlatan, as we just heard, will not go to the Belmont. He will not compete in the Kentucky Derby. So any hopes of winning a Triple Crown race right now seem to lie with Authentic. Undefeated, that perfect mark on the line here from post 7 with Drayden Van Dyke aboard as Baffert tries to get his 10th win in the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby. Here's Frank Miramati with the call here on Fox Sports 1.
We're in the gate. And they're off in the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby. Authentic broke a bit outward. Rushy is flashing early speed, so is Shooter Shoot. Authentic on the far outside, and Odor 1 from the outside. Honor AP will settle behind this quartet. Azul Coast is just inside of him, and Friars Road is at the back of the field. Shooter Shoot is the early leader. In front by 3/4 of a length to Anodor in second. Authentic in the clear, inches up on the outside, and now takes the second spot. Rushy is tucked in on the fence, about 2.5 lengths off the lead. Honor AP inches up just outside of him. Then it's Azul Coast with about 4 to make up and 2 more back to Friars Road. They have 5 furlongs to run in the run-happy Santa Anita Derby. And the leader is Shooter Shoot. It's a narrow advantage, Authentic on the outside and Anodor in between them. Rushy racing right together with Honor AP past the half-mile pole. Azul Coast 5 lengths off the lead. Friars Road inside of him. Shooter Shoot continues to lead. Anodor is just a half length back in second, and Authentic 3 wide still. Honor AP takes 4th on the outside of Rushy. These 5 have been running the whole way the same way. A big gap then to Friars Road and Azul Coast. Authentic makes his move, and so does Honor AP on the outside. Honor AP coming with a big, powerful, sweeping move on the outside of Authentic. And Odor there in the final furlong, and Honor AP runs right by Authentic. And Odor at the rail, and Rushy, a 16th to go. Honor AP a length and a half. Authentic, Rushy running on late. It will be Honor AP, a very impressive winner of the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby. Authentic was second, Rushy third, and Odor finished 4th.
Honor AP turns the tables on Authentic in the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby, and things went bad early on for Authentic.
Yeah, and again, it was just a different run race than the last time in the San Felipe, but Authentic did himself no favors when he broke to the outside, brushed the starting gate leaving there, and then Drayden Van Dyke had to correct him, and you've already given up a little bit of ground, and then he was caught, 3 wide both turns. But Authentic seems to do that stuff to himself. He just seems to, take that step in, that step out at inappropriate times. Let's give Honor AP a lot of credit. John Sheriff's having him ready. Mike Smith just shadowed, was in behind Authentic every step of the way, and you could see going to the half-mile pole, he was ready to pounce.
This duo, John Sheriffs, Mike Smith, they've teamed up in the past to win this race with Tiago back in 2007. Of course, a Kentucky Derby with Giacomo in 2005 and the great Zenyatta. This horse looks to be very much on the improve.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was a big step forward for him today. He got a great setup. And listen, Authentic ran extremely well. But this was kind of what I envisioned, that, Authentic would be pulling on the outside, stalking, and Mike would be more relaxed behind him, let other people do the dirty work. And this horse strode out beautifully the last 16th of a mile.
Different post position for Authentic. If he doesn't break outward like that, you think could be a different result?
Personally, I don't, because I think he's still going to have to contend with Shooter Shoot, and that kind of, to me, was the key to the race.
Meanwhile, he found himself Authentic further back than he's ever been in any race in his career, but look at this powerful finish from Honor AP, the son of Honor Code. Wins for just the second time in 4 career starts. Second start back as a 3-year-old, and the rematch. Authentic winds up second here as Honor AP gives John Sheriffs his 3rd win in the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby.
And just love the way he strides. Looks so much like his sire. He really stamped him, Honor Code.
And as Sheriff said, probably 1.25 miles, something he's going to relish even more. That comes the first Saturday in September. We're going to take a break. More America's Day at the Races on the way right after this.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
And they're off. Second in the 2-path. Ground ball first inside. Race. And a 1/4 mile to go, and he's 6 yards out. It's last of the 12 as they roll into the backstretch.
Back on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. He did it all while racing medication-free. We're going to see all these Run Happy 2-year-olds hitting the racetrack all spring and summer long, and a $100,000 bonus if you want a maiden special weight with a 2-year-old Run Happy at Belmont or Saratoga this summer. Run Happy, Santa Anita Derby. Honor AP turns the tables on Authentic.
And a lot of it had to do with just trips and how things projected to play out. I don't think Authentic lost a lot in defeat here. He did have excuses with that break, but Honor AP, he's genuine, and I love his long stride, and he's going to be a horse that's going to keep improving with distance.
$6.40 for the win. CRK Stable, John Sheriffs, again his 3rd win in the Santa Anita Derby. Mike Smith, looks like he's got a good one for the first Saturday in September.
Yeah.
As this 3-year-old picture, it just keeps continuing to change and change. We had a horse who just a couple of days ago here for Marcassi, Tap It to Win, nearly set a track record at a mile and 16th. Looks like he is going to be going to the first leg of the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes. But now Honor AP, Acacia Courtney stepping up and looking like a major contender now in this 3-year-old picture.
I love what Richie said about Honor AP being genuine. And the moment that I kind of knew that he was making the winning move was when you just didn't see Authentic responding to Drayden coming off of the turn. I had mentioned earlier how he seemed like a really responsive horse. Right here, Drayden goes to his riding crop in his left hand, and there is no reaction from Authentic. Yes, he kind of moves well enough to end up finishing second. I still think he's a talented horse, but he didn't really end up responding. Maybe that was by virtue of the fact that he had expended a lot of energy early on, taking that outside break, having to be used a little bit to get some sort of position, not being able to drop in from the outside post. But Honor AP, I love how he's a very low to the ground running type of horse, and I think that we're going to see these honor codes get better as the distance gets longer and as they're able to get some maturity. Maybe having this race a couple months later, Greg and Richie, was very beneficial for Honor AP to have some more time to mature.
No question. It looks like a horse
point.
who's going to absolutely benefit from that.
Absolutely. And, you know, this year, with the schedule being so different, it's going to give horses a chance to mature and catch up. And as the wind overtakes us here on the set, you know, it's just different. These 3-year-old colts are like college athletes or, you know, high school athletes going to college. Who is the best athlete starting high school isn't necessarily the best athlete coming out of high school. They mature at different times. And we're going to see a lot of this. A lot of it is going to be about who develops at the right time.
Well, and you're going to get a lot more time to mature as well. Usually with the Santa Anita Derby, you have 4 weeks then to the first Saturday in May, the Kentucky Derby, which will now be in September. Now you're going to have 3 months to get a little more maturity into these 3-year-olds before the Kentucky Derby. Jonathan Kinchin, your thoughts on Honor AP's performance?
I think it's windy over there. That's what I think. Look, I thought he ran really good, really well, Honor AP. And I looked for an excuse for Authentic, and I think most people will say, oh, he kind of missed the break a little bit and broke out, which is true. But I think other people will also say that he was wide around there. But if you look at Trackus, which is a tracking device that they have at Santa Anita and a lot of other racetracks, including NYRA, where they put something in the saddle cloth to essentially track how far they traveled, Authentic traveled 2 feet less than Honor AP, which is kind of eliminates that excuse that he lost a lot of ground. Honor AP is only going to get better as the distances get longer.
Still, though, Mig, for a horse who's used to being in front and can get into a rhythm when you're out on the lead, does it take him out of what he does best?
I think it does a bit. But when you possess speed, you're always going to be prone to other speed horses inhibiting the trip that you want. Only one horse can be in front, or you can be head-and-head, but that's not an ideal situation. And that's honestly why I liked Honor AP most of all, because I thought this was the first time Authentic was going to be put in a position where he wasn't dictating the race.
Well, we're going to go back to the start and show you what happened and what went wrong for Authentic early on. Outside post for him, broke a little bit outward. He's had some issues ducking in the stretch. We've seen it before, but here it happened right out of the gate where he broke outward.
Well, he tends to be a horse that runs to empty space. A lot of horses do that, the greenness. Now, this was his 4th start. It's about time for him to knock this stuff off, if you will. Keep an eye on the 7 horse here. His first step is out to that empty space. I actually thought he brushed the gate more than he did. He actually came out of there cleaner, but to the right. Now, you see, Drayden is reluctant to set him off because he doesn't want him to run off into the turn, but a byproduct of that is now you're going to be 4 or 5 wide.
And that is exactly where he was as you see them going around that turn. 3 wide, losing ground in a position this horse has never been in before in his career.
Right, something new. Now, this could be a learning experience for him. I'm not convinced that Honor AP is just not going to be better as they get older and the distances continue to stretch out.
Do you feel like the really good ones, though, they can adjust to those kind of problems within a race?
Well, that's why, the great ones do. The great ones overcome adversity. They overcome different, tactics. And most good horses, all good horses, possess speed. It's how they learn to mete out that speed, how they learn to listen to the rider's cues. Now, he wasn't ultra rank or anything, but he certainly wasn't as settled as you've seen him when he's on the lead dictating it. Again, good horses, all horses that have speed can throw a punch. Your best horses can take a punch. He still has to show me he can take a punch.
2 weeks away from our first leg of what this year will be the first leg of horse racing's Triple Crown. It's going to be right here at Belmont Park, a 1-turn, 1 1/8. A lot of people think Tiz the Law might be the best 3-year-old in the country. He's expected to line up in that race. Maybe Maxfield as well. They might have some company come the first Saturday in September with a horse by the name of Honor AP. Very impressive performance in the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby. We're going to look back on Code of Honor, last year's Travers winner, and his return in the Westchester when we return.
He's a good doing, good eating, good feeling colt that I think whoever gets him it'd be a pleasure to train.
Colt himself is a very sound horse, says yes every day, which I love that about him, and I love his attitude.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
Start winning at the races with Daily Racing Form's new Mobile Pass Performances. Access the most trusted information in horse racing, including exclusive buyer speed figures and DRF analysis and selections. Experience the new mobile optimized DRF Pass Performances on your phone from anywhere at any time. Go to drf.com/Fox. Use coupon code FOX to get a free single card and get the power of DRF in the palm of your hand.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Well, Jim McIngvale had been in the game for a long, long time, but he was ready to walk away. A horse by the name of Run Happy would change those plans forever, taking Mattress Mac along for the ride of a lifetime.
Run Happy was going to be the last horse I ever owned. And I was getting out of the business. I'd had so many disappointments and heartbreaks and lost so much money at it. And then came Run Happy. So I guess the lesson there is persistence, never give up.
His performance in the Breeders' Cup Sprint was one that people will talk about for years to come. I mean, it was another, yet again, freaky performance, set the track record. The way he did it was pretty incredible.
He won at Keeneland, he won at Saratoga.
Run Happy!
He won won at Santa Anita. He won at several of the legendary places in horse racing.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
What a great horse, what a great thrill it was to be around Run Happy and now to follow his stud career. We couldn't be prouder to have Run Happy and have him stand at Claiborne Farms. That is myself and my daughter's happy place. We love Claiborne Farms, and Run Happy loves being there.
We put him in stall number 1 for a reason. We have a lot of confidence in this horse. We think he has all the capabilities and characteristics that you kind of look for in a great stallion. You know, he had the speed, he had the form, he had the freaky talent, the athleticism, and he's really throwing it in his foals and yearlings. So we're over the moon with what we've seen. We feel like we're in a great spot, and now it's up to the offspring to prove it.
I'm looking forward to his first winner and hopefully his first greatest stakes winner. So we're going to have a lot of our own Run Happies. We campaign ourselves, and obviously lots of other people have Run Happy. So we're really looking forward to see if he can pass on his brilliance to these horses. We decided to stay in for the majority share of Run Happy. So Run Happy is still part and parcel of our family. We think about him every day, and he's just he's a champion to all of us.
Well, we saw the first Run Happy 2-year-old hit the racetrack just a couple of weeks ago. Pretty happy. If not for a poor break, who knows what would happen. Ran very, very good. It's going to be fun to watch them all spring, summer long. Again, win a maiden special weight with a Run Happy this spring or summer at Belmont Park or at Saratoga. $100,000 bonus on the line.
And they've been very good-looking horses. I've watched a lot of them sell at the sales, and I've been very impressed with them. They've got good size, good bone to them. And what other more incentive do you need to buy a good horse? But then you get a $100,000 bonus if you actually win a race with them at Belmont or Saratoga. But I've been impressed with what I've seen from them, from weanlings to yearlings, and now as 2-year-olds.
Going to change a lot of trainers' philosophies maybe with running them into shape. Going to have them ready to go.
Have them ready.
First time out, right? The Westchester earlier today, grade 3 on a stacked stakes card at Belmont Park. It featured the return of last year's Travers winner and horse who was moved up to second at the Kentucky Derby, Code of Honor. His 4-year-old debut, he looked impressive.
He was very impressive. We see Johnny Velasquez here tipped out. We had just gotten hit with a deluge, a lot of rain. The track turned to sloppy pretty much in a few minutes. And you see Johnny riding him very confidently here. He's floated a bit wide. He's going to set him down, coming to the 8th pole, but he doesn't really get into him. He just does enough to preserve the victory. A couple of underhanded taps for this crop. Endorsed is running on, giving it everything he has, but Johnny measured this win pretty well, and that's the kind of comeback you want to see. You want to see them win, but you don't want to see them have to go to the well or get to the bottom of them. This is a race certainly to build on.
It's Endorsed, the horse that he goes by, a horse that he faced in last year's Travers, but a horse who as a 4-year-old seems to have taken a big step forward as well. But Code of Honor seemed like he did this pretty easily, and there's left a lot in the tank for that next start, which could be, by the way, according to his trainer, Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, the Met Mile.
Yeah, I would like to see that. I mean, a natural progression to that. And it's very difficult for a rider to measure it as closely as Johnny did. I mean, he really showed a lot of confidence in the horse underneath him.
If it is the Met Mile, could be facing the Run Happy Carter winner, Vacoma, in that spot next. That would be a lot of fun. Still to come at Santa Anita, $150,000 Cinema Stakes for 3-year-olds on the turf at 1 1/8. And a heavy favorite right now, that is Haribo for trainer Jeff Mullins, the 7-horse to the outside.
Yeah, a horse that I think is a deserving favorite, and he's got an interesting rider that I like to talk about as we get through this post parade. He's got a lot of credentials.
All right, we kick off the post parade with Haywood's Beach for trainer John Sadler.
Horse who improved stretching out on the turf, broke his maiden last time under Umberto Rispoli, who winds up on Haribo.
9-2 on Haywood's Beach. KP, all systems go. This is the son of More Than Ready. He's won back-to-back starts on the grass.
Also trained by Jeff Mullins, so he's got the favorite and the second choice here. Horse that's a fairly deep closer.
Haywood's Beach, he handled Dominant Soul pretty convincingly last time out.
Dominant Soul at a race that I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed could wind up as the speed of the race, and sometimes horses get brave.
Liar, Liar, he's faced Haribo, who we'll see in a moment. He's faced KP, all systems go, and he's not gotten by any of them.
No, he doesn't seem to be quite up to snuff with them. And then here is your favorite, Haribo. Umberto Rispoli was the leading rider in Italy. He broke Gianfranco Dettori, Frankie Dettori's father's record for number of wins in a year in Italy. The record was 229. Umberto Rispoli rode 245 in one season there. That was a 20-year-old record he broke from a master rider like Gianfranco Dettori. And then he's been successful in Hong Kong, all over the world, Europe, Dubai. He's plying his trade now in California. I've been extremely impressed with him. He's a very strong finisher.
He was on board for that win in the Pasadena as well, 3-5 on the outside runner, the 7, Haribo, as we check in with Acacia Courtney.
I agree with Richie. I think he's a very talented rider that's continued to do well out in California, and Haribo is a logical favorite to me. My question with him is going to be the pace in here. With the scratch of Constitution Affair, I know that Haribo did win that allowance race at Del Mar being a little bit more forward, but the problem is, watching all of his recent replays, he's had trouble getting out of the gate. And as we just saw with Authentic, clearly this is a turf race versus a dirt race. Not having a clean break really just puts you up against it, especially when, to my mind, there's just not a lot of genuine pace in here. Dominant Soul could be the speed, but I just don't know if he could sustain it. He is still a maiden. He hasn't won a race yet, and he's facing some horses in here who do have some stronger credentials. Because of that, I landed on the one Haywood's Beach. He was acting up a bit in the gate last time, and that's why he ended up hopping at the start. Watching it back, I just don't think he was prepared. I'm not sure what happened with that, but he did have the ability to be forwardly placed. 2 starts back, he was kind of in that second flight, but forwardly placed in that pack, and he ran a really good second, beat in a neck at the 9 furlongs on the turf. I prefer him at the 4-1 in this spot, and also prefer him tactically, though he will have to, I think, step up a little bit, and obviously no problem seeing Flavien Prat pick up the mount on the one Haywood's Beach. But Jonathan, did you see this race like I did, wondering where the pace might be coming from in here?
Yeah, I might need to change my email password. I picked the exact same horse. I thought you were reading my email. I like Haywood's Beach a lot. Haywood's Beach is well bred as a half to Stephanie's Kitten, who won the Grade 1 Just a Game, which we'll be seeing coming up pretty quickly here in the next few weeks at Belmont. So, look, I like the inside draw, especially in a small field. I know this horse is going to end up saving a lot of ground. I know it's hard to envision horses losing ground in a 5-horse field, but I've seen wilder things happen. But I like this horse. I think he's going to sit down on the inside. He showed tactical speed last time in the maiden win. He ran well enough at the 9 furlong distance before, and he's a much better price than the other ones. Haribo obviously makes sense, but I'm not crazy about the price for a horse trying the 9 furlongs for the first time. Give me the one that's a little bit longer, and that's Haywood's Beach, and maybe Acacia and I can cash a ticket.
To Jonathan's point, it's strange. These small fields, for some reason, a lot of times you can see traffic problems, which you wouldn't think would be the case.
Well, it's because every rider knows where every other rider is. You can key on horses, and everybody's aware of everybody else's position. A big field, you can get lost in a big field. Other riders have so much to contend with. I think Acacia and Jonathan make great points about Haywood's Beach. Gets Flavien Prat, an aggressive rider, a race that seems fairly devoid of speed, small field, inside post. That kind of simplifies things. I think if the 7 Haribo is upset, Haywood's Beach is definitely the most likely upsetter. Now, it's interesting the configuration of Santa Anita, where they break the 1 1/8 on the turf. They actually break on the dirt course, and they run 2 or 3 strides on the dirt course before they hit the grass.
Meanwhile, here's a look at Haribo. Back on February the 29th, and that win in the Pasadena. Didn't get out of the gate all that great, still gets the win.
Yeah, and I like the way he was able to kind of force his way out there, again, within the boundaries of the rules, but it takes a horse with some guts, has to be a bit brave to put his shoulder on another horse and kind of ease them out for room. Now, Acacia makes a great point about Haribo. I went and watched his replays as well. Always breaks a step slow. I actually think the outside post helps him a great deal because he doesn't run the risk of getting pinched or squeezed between 2 horses if his first step or 2 is slow, which has been his want to do. Plus, you got a very long run to the first turn, basically the entire stretch at Santa Anita on the turf. So he should have plenty of time to see how things shake out inside of him. I agree. There's questions because from a pace standpoint, it just doesn't look like a tremendous amount of speed. I just think Haribo might be best.
And the fact that that one horse you're looking at, Haywood's Beach, even with that hop of the start, went to the front last time out. Now that he's drawn inside again, you would think Flavien Prat says, I have to go with the lack of speed in this race.
Yeah, Flavien Prat's not a rider that's bashful about making the pace. You know, a lot of times I think riders defer or, you know, aren't as comfortable going to lead because they're not as confident about how fast or slow they're going. That's something that years ago we used to work on, I think, a lot more. Flavien Prat's not one of those guys. He's not bashful about taking control of a race.
3 horses on the board between 4-5 and 3-1. The favorite, though, throughout the wagering has been Haribo to the outside. In terms of race shape, a horse that would like to get some pace help up front, and this race just doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot of that.
No, not at all. But Haribo did lay up close at Del Mar with a very slow pace, and they came home in less than 23 seconds, 22 and change the day that he won at Del Mar under Drayden Van Dyke. That means he's got acceleration. He's got what we term turn of foot. So if he's within close proximity, he's going to outkick you. I think what Flavien Prat has to do is try to get it soft early and kick away. You don't want to – I think the worst strategy when you see a rider ride a speed horse is to allow the closers or the horses with kick to be in close proximity. So then you're trying to outkick the kickers.
You want to break their spirit a little bit.
At some point, try to rip the race open.
Haribo, the 7 horse from the outside, the one to beat here in the Cinema from Santa Anita here on Fox Sports 1. Frank Miramati with the call.
Haribo, the favorite, goes in. And they're off in the Cinema Stakes. Dominant Soul is going to the front. Haywood's Beach comes away in second. Liar Liar is in third. Then the Mullins pair of KP, All Systems Go, and Haribo. By the stands, Dominant Soul, the long shot, will be uncontested up top, in front by about 3 lengths. Haywood's Beach is very comfortable in second, and then Liar Liar, KP, All Systems Go. And Haribo is wide, but moving up, making an early bid. There goes Haribo, going right after Dominant Soul into the first turn. Dominant Soul, the leader. Haribo now clearly into second. With Haywood's Beach in the green silks third. Liar Liar is next. And that leaves KP, All Systems Go, about 5 lengths off Dominant Soul, who leads by a length and a half over Haribo in second. Liar Liar just in front of Haywood's Beach. KP, All Systems Go, has 4 to make up. Coming to the half-mile pole in the Cinema Stakes, Dominant Soul has been the controlling speed. Haribo gliding along in second. Haywood's Beach, Liar Liar right together third and fourth. KP, All Systems Go, yet to do his best running. Moves up 3 wide around the turn. It's still Dominant Soul in front. Haribo, KP, All Systems Go, starting to rev up on the outside with a 1/4 mile to go. Dominant Soul, Haribo right to him. KP, All Systems Go in the white blinkers. Haywood's Beach at the rail. They're a furlong from the finish. And Haribo comes for the lead. Has to fend off his stablemate. KP, All Systems Go. Haribo just in front, striding nicely. Up side is KP, All Systems Go, who takes off. Haribo, KP, All Systems Go. Haribo proves too good. Fending off KP, All Systems Go. Haywood's Beach third. Dominant Soul was fourth.
As you heard from Frank Miramati, stable mates battling down the stretch. Haribo, though, kicks clear for the win over KP, All Systems Go.
Just a glacially run race early on. They came past the stands the first time, no pace on whatsoever. They were walking. Haribo was last, actually, at that point, but he got a little bit ranked because they backed the pace up so much in his face. Started a run off with Umberto Rispoli. He allowed him to go on, do enough drop over, and then get to settle in second. That was the key to victory. Thought the one horse would show more speed. Instead, the maiden wound up on the lead. These paceless races are just so tough to predict.
Wins by about a head over his stablemate here at KP, All Systems Go. Haribo now wins for the 6th time in 11 career starts. And early on, didn't get out of the gate all that great and had to go to plan B.
Well, he actually, the winner actually broke better than he normally did. Not that he was fast out of the gate, but better than he normally did. I was just really surprised. I guess the game plan or the instructions on the one Haywood's Beach was to take back. In this spot, I think he just had to go ahead and take the race to them.
A 25-1 shot. Found himself on the lead, the 5 dominant soul in here. Not what we were expecting. In the end, yet another win for Haribo, out-dueling his stablemate KP All Systems Go here for the win. Jeff Mullins runs 1-2 in the cinema. We'll be back to wrap this race up. Talk more about a tremendous card we had on this Saturday at Belmont as well, right after this here, when we continue on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Setting the mood as she draws off to win by as much as she wants. Gibberish for E5 Racing Thoroughbred. She won by 5 in the end.
With juveniles selling over $400,000 and yearlings bringing up to $650,000. The sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
And they're off. Second in the 2-path. Round off her inside. Race. A quarter of a mile to go, and he's 6 yards out. Last of the 12 as they roll into the backstretch.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 on Run Happy Santa Anita Derby Day. Honore P, your winner, a race earlier. And now Haribo on the turf in the cinema out west.
Haribo was good, had to change up his style because of the lack of pace, but Umberto Rispoli kind of called an audible, and that's when riders are at their best, when they feel free to do what's right in the moment and they're not too encumbered by instructions. Jeff Mullins, 1-2 there, great job.
Meanwhile, back at Belmont here on a card that was just loaded with stakes action, our feature was the Grade 1 Run Happy Carter. 6 graded stakes winners lined up in this race.
A terrific addition of the Run Happy Carter, such a prestigious race, and Vekoma was just dominant. He handled the surface extremely well, which I was wondering about. Obviously, he answered any of those questions, and he was straight and strong through the wire. Be a really interesting matchup if he winds up hooking up with a Code of Honor in the Met Mile. 2 contrasting styles, but it'd be a heavyweight bout.
He has that kind of funky running style. He was a major player on the Triple Crown Trail last year. Of course, the Kentucky Derby didn't take to that sloppy track, but he really took to the wet going this afternoon. Now he's 2 for 2, undefeated Acacia Courtney as he comes back now as a 4-year-old.
He is, and he's definitely going to get my nod for the performance of the day. And I had the advantage of having seen him back at the end of March in the Sir Shackleton, and my jaw was on the floor, given how he raced that day. So I didn't mind the slop for him at all today. He just seems to have really developed, and I actually think it's kind of fun if he does go to the Met Mile rematching from the Fountain of Youth with Code of Honor. I looked back from my notes that day where I had said I wanted to see him back at one turn, and George Weaver has just got him so sharp right now. Absolutely loved what I saw from him, and excited to see if we may see him moving on to the Met Mile and maybe the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, the Run Happy Carter was a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup.
Thank you.
Sprints, and we heard from George Weaver. Maggie Wolfendale had a chance to interview him after that win. It seemed like he was almost getting a little emotional with this horse.
Well, it seems like, they've been through a lot, and obviously because of, that action we call paddling, that, there's been questions about, how good he could be. And when a trainer invests so much time and energy in a horse, and to see them perform like that, it has to be so rewarding.
It's not every day you get a horse of that kind of ability, that kind of talent, who looks like they have it in them maybe to be the best horse in whatever division. They have a lot of options, it looks like, with Bacoma in terms of where they want to go. But wherever he winds up, he could be a player.
Well, exactly. He's fast enough to sprint. He's shown the ability to go long. He won the Bluegrass at 1 1/8 miles. So when you've got speed and stamina, the world is your oyster.
Hope you enjoyed this program on this Saturday afternoon. It is just tremendous to have live sports back in New York, and horse racing has felt so privileged to be that sport that has been the one to bring it all back here in the Big Apple, and we'll continue along. Of course, Belmont Park at Churchill Downs, the home of racing, right here on Fox Sports. We are back tomorrow on Fox Sports 2. That happens at 1 Eastern time. We saw some stars. Of course, we know how loaded Bob Baffert was with his 3-year-olds. Authentic, he gets defeated for the first time today. He had a horse 3-year-old debut today, $3.6 million 3-year-old. Might be a horse who could still make it to the Kentucky Derby.
Cezanne, he's got a chance with the Derby being in September, and this was the buzz horse at the Fasig-Tipton Gulfstream sale, 2-year-old training sale last year.
Keep your eyes on that one. Maybe the horse that will get there for Bob Baffert. Of course, we are 2 weeks away from today, from the first leg of horse racing's Triple Crown for the first time ever. That will be the Belmont Stakes, a 1-turn 1 1/8 on June the 20th. Again, we're back tomorrow on Fox Sports 2 beginning at 1 Eastern time. Last year's Travers winner, Code of Honor, returns as a 4-year-old successful in the Westchester, and Vacoma looks like he's in for a big 4-year-old campaign for George Weaver. Perhaps it is on to the Met Mile. Honor AP looks like he stamped his ticket to the first Saturday in September. We'll see you tomorrow.
Smiling Tigers Championship Sire Performance continues. Each of his first 3 crops has produced a Horse of the Year, including California Horse of the Year Spiced Perfection and 2019 champion 2-year-old male El Tigre Terrible. 14 6-figure earners, including 7 with single-season earnings surpassing $100,000 in 2019. California's #1 second crop sire in 2018 and now #1 third crop sire of 2019. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms. Visit SmilingTigerStallion.com for more information. It pays to be Calbred.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
Start winning at the races with Daily Racing Form's new Mobile Pass Performances. Access the most trusted information in horse racing, including exclusive buyer speed figures and DRF analysis and selections. Experience the mobile optimized DRF Pass Performances on your phone from anywhere at any time. Go to drf.com/Fox. Use coupon code FOX to get a free single card and get the power of DRF in the palm of your hand.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.